Final day of the Blast full groups, but yesterday spelled elimination for 2 more teams. Despite pushing G2 to 3 maps and to the brink, unfortunately, EG met their end. Despite that, we saw some great heroics coming out from Walco on that a 3rd map of Mirage. But unfortunately, once it hit OT, it was over for the North Americans. Liquid also suffered the same fate in a game that could have spelt qualification. That was grabbed hands-on by the Danes, who net a spot on home soil after delivering such a punishing T-side on their opponent's map pick of Inferno. 2 more spots up for grabs at the Royal Arena and 2 more series to decide who will be going through today. My name is Ferris Biz. Joining me down on the show floor, as always, Tim, Maniac. Final day of the groups. I'm expecting some bangers today.
Is that really the end? It's been 11 days already?
It's been 11 days.
Man, it goes fast. We just had some images from Nico. I am going to start an initiative out there for a crowdfunding of a chiropractor session for his back and his shoulders, which must be hurting after that game against EG. Crazy, stupid-ass numbers, and still having to put an overtime on the last map. This, Kassad, I hear you. I know what you mean.
I still haven't forgiven G2 for what they did yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. What they did to Nico, what they did to me, what they did to everyone watching. Take nothing away from EG, who played a good game of Counter-Strike. And honestly, they should have won it. They were up 15-10 on Mirage, 3rd deciding map, and G2 somehow, some way managed to pull their way back into it. Nico had a fantastic showing. Of course, we cannot not talk about that, but Jesus, EG, they were so close.
I'm gonna be real, I feel like nobody won in that game. EG lost, G2 didn't really have the best showing. They simply just survived to be facing NAVI later on today. But I feel like we did learn something from EG. At least that was a positive.
That's correct. They could showcase that they were more than just namesake around here and a team that's just waiting to get absolutely smacked around. This was a much better showing that we had expected. But what's actually really frustrating is that this doesn't tell us anything about G2. That's just how G2 is. We haven't learned anything. They can show up today and then can rock the boat for NAVI. Even though they've played like a bunch of clowns on that game, that doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. They can rock up today and be unplayable. That's just the reality of the team.
That's just the reality of the team. You know, there's no lower ceiling, so to speak, and we have seen what they can do on a good day, so it's going to be tough for Navi.
Moving on to the 2nd game yesterday, that was for qualification or a spot at the showdown, and it was Liquid going toe-to-toe with Astralis. There's been a bit of a Danish connection here, Jacob, but props to Astralis because they've been looking good coming into the later stages.
They completely turned it around. The first 2 games in the group stage for Astralis were 2 losses. We were wondering what's going on. Were we gaslighted a little bit by Stair coming into the team? He played well in the first game, poor in the second one, and all of a sudden they turned it around, win the 3rd game, and then they absolutely dismantled Team Liquid. 16-11, 16-9, especially that Inferno performance. The T-side was clinical, didn't put a foot wrong. I think BlameF, Device, and the rest of Astralis should be very happy with that win.
Yeah, the tournament has been impressive, and BlameF said in an interview that they've put a whole lot of work onto their CT side to try and figure out a couple of positions, a couple of reactions, and on Overpass as well, you could see it. I mean, when you have a possible bomb site with Device and BlameF that is so solid, all you need to do is make sure that the rest of the map knows how to play, knows how to handle the angles, the timings, and they've definitely gotten there. This was a comprehensive win for Astralis in a game that we had touted as the closest of the day.
Yeah, we were, you know, heavily siding with Liquid after their debut in the groups. But yeah, kind of been a turning of the tides and not a great one. Yekendo obviously not having some good individual form in that.
No, that was the issue with Team Liquid. We saw them beat FaZe, we saw them beat G2, and we were getting hype. We thought positive signs coming out of them, and then they fell short a little bit. You know, the individual output, as you spoke about, Freya, weren't existing yesterday. Yekendo had a rough one, Nafla had a rough one, OC, who played great in the first couple of games, weren't on the server yesterday. So yeah, it was a tough ending for Team Liquid.
Let's round out yesterday's action with our CS Money Play of the Day. You guys have been busy voting over on the Blast Premier Socials. So who are we crowning as the 3rd best play, Matthew?
Well, we are actually starting with our buddy from Stair on Overpass, which had a very impactful clutch here, 1 versus 2 with the AWP to kickstart the campaign for them on this map. Very impactful, changed the whole finances of the first half.
That was a sick clutch coming out of there with the AWP. We have one of the highlights from yesterday, Walco coming in with a nice rifle play as well, if I'm not mistaken. Fact of the matter is he's pulling out the AK-47 at a very important moment in this game. 14-10. He's pulling EG so close to a victory by entering with the AK-47 like that. Well done, Walco.
He does that to 15 and they don't even win the game. That actually makes me sad. But one of the unsung hero of the overtime, I'm going to be very careful with that one, was Hooksy with the AWP here. You could see EG a little bit rattled by this overtime, and he stayed alive very beautifully. Triple kill on the AWP to put G2 finally in the lead.
Clearly just Hooksy's world and we're just living in it, lads.
I think he's better than Manisi with the AWP, I'm not gonna lie.
He was in that particular moment. Anyway, moving on. I feel like with the Astralis Liquid game behind us, that kind of cemented some learnings from the entirety of this full groups, because they're kind of both straddling the good and the bad, if we want to put it like that. Let's begin talking about Liquid, because look at that start. You almost couldn't ask for a better start against two teams that didn't make any roster changes in this season.
No, I would agree with that. We had so many questions coming into this tournament in regards to Team Liquid. Bringing in Wayne Waker, a player that we don't know that much about. How is he going to fit into the roles? You bring in a guy like Patsy as well, who very aggressive, you know, has been doing well in Spirit, but as of late haven't been in his best shape. And then you put Yakinda in towards the in-game leader. So rightfully so, we were a bit worried that Team Liquid wouldn't find a level where they could compete in a very stacked group, but they beat G2, they beat FaZe, and we were all smiles, all happy after the first 2 rounds. It just didn't turn out that way for Liquid.
Would it be fair to say that both G2 and FaZe weren't at their best when they met Liquid early on in the tournament? I mean, I'm not going to take anything away from them. They saw an opportunity and they took it. And at the time, they were finding ways to win rounds that were very basic, simplistic, but yet efficient. I also think that people in general figured them out a little bit throughout the tournament. And you have to imagine that a team like that is going to maybe at the very beginning surprise you to hell, because you don't even know who's going to play where. You don't even know if it's going to be Patsy, if it's going to be Yakinda, where is who. Then you figure it out, and then you force them to do some deep work into their playstyle, which they haven't had time to do for sure.
I don't want to do them dirty right here, but I do remember they launched a new jersey. And the inspiration for this jersey was that they wanted to sympathize. They were the underdogs. They wanted some more dark colors. Ever since they've been playing in that new jersey, they haven't won a map of Counter-Strike. So maybe they should have stuck with their old jersey. I'm just saying, you know, G2, they always switch jerseys when they're winning.
That's the high-level analysis that you get paid for, Jacob.
HLTV forum right there.
Incredible stuff. Yeah, I feel like for Liquid, though, going forward, it's still going to be a learning process. There's still going to be a lot of adaptations. And I think you're totally apt, Matthew, as coming up against them as potential opponents. We weren't exactly sure how they were going to be deploying things. You're obviously coming into a new season, just getting warm. A lot of different reasons why contextually Liquid, you know, might have stumbled later.
No, definitely. And I don't think the jury is, I mean, I think the jury is still out on Yakinda leading and what he can do with the right pieces, right? We've seen a huge dip individually. That was pretty much foreseeable. We thought that would be the case. He suffered. He's been very vocal on interviews that they don't have all the protocols yet. They don't have the moves. Well, let's just give them a few weeks and see what happens.
On the other side of the equation, Astralis starting off bad, ending up good, Jacob.
Ending up very good. I think the way they played the last couple of days were fantastic. Sure, the beginning wasn't that great. They lost to NAVI. You can argue that NAVI have looked better than we expected in this tournament so far, so not too big of an issue. It was more so losing to Big that was worrying me a little bit. They came in then and they did it well against Complexity. Absolutely owned them. It was never a game, and the same could be said about the Liquid one. We saw Device play well. We saw BlameF call good T-sides while still having individual output. We saw Stair come alive again. So some of these win conditions we're talking about were working very well for Astralis. And my main takeaway is that the main focus for Astralis with all these roster changes have been to put the players in roles they like. And Borb have been playing a good tournament so far as well. A player that we expected nothing from. So it does seem like Astralis, slowly but surely, are finding their footing.
Yeah, I would say they have exceeded our expectations now, making it straight to the fall finals. It's also kind of interesting and humbling to hear from Device, and we are all always thinking that a team who makes it is going to be ecstatic and incredible. You're talking about someone who's won multiple majors. He's got his eyes set on something else, on something greater. And yes, we would like him to be ecstatic, but you have to remember right, where he's going, what they're trying to do with this lineup. They're not just been together just to qualify. But this is a good first step. Good for them.
Certainly. Gentlemen, I was going to pose the question to you. What's been your favorite series throughout the entirety of full groups? But I feel like we're all collectively going to say the rematch of Heroic versus NAVI. That was the best level of Counter-Strike I think we have seen so far.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Both individually and in terms of like mid-round, late-round situations. We know Heroic to be such a great team and handling the 20 to 25 last seconds of a round. They always have a sort of an idea, a philosophy, a little trick that they can use. And at that game, I thought that NAVI were actually holding the battle. They didn't fold at all. They pushed Heroics to some very, very great extent. Cadian had to come up with some of these grand historical clutches to push it through. This was a very good sign, if anything, for NAVI, that so early on they're able to challenge Heroic, I was going to say Liquid, Heroic into a game of that caliber.
I 100% agree, because I don't think the scoreboard does NAVI justice. A 16-11 and a 16-12 victory for Heroic on the respective maps. But as you said, both of those maps were super, super close, back and forth. We saw even a T-side comeback from NAVI on the third deciding one on Nuke. Imma was playing a great series. Simple was playing a great series. Bit was playing great as well. Those are some of the main win conditions for NAVI, not only in a game like Heroic, but for the future as well. So in terms of where we rate NAVI right now and what we can expect from them, I've been positive positively surprised.
Yeah, and on the topic of Ime and Bit, I think they are really, really interesting. One is, of course, Ime came in with huge expectations, and I think it was very important for him to reassure us early on in his stint in the NAVI jersey. You don't want to wait 1 or 2 months to start delivering shots. And when it comes to Bit, he's one of the few players out there who I think time is going to benefit the most.
Sure.
You can argue you play FPL, you can argue you have a decent English, but it is very visible to the eye test if you're watching NAVI play that sometimes English and the communication is an issue for him, that he's a little bit behind on the reaction, maybe gets confused a little bit in some of these clutch situations. He is going to learn. It is going to get smoother for him. And once it gets there, the skid is still here.
From our favorite matchup to, I guess, the biggest surprise with everything on the line, it has to be NIP versus Vitality, not least because NIP beating them in 2 maps. We didn't even expect them to get a map off them.
No, we didn't. I think NIP over-exceeded our expectations by quite a big margin, to be completely honest. Of course, Vitality can't be happy about that. They didn't play a good game of Counter-Strike, but fact of the matter is NIP came into the second map on Overpass, having taught us that they don't really feel comfortable on the CT side. They have 3 players who all would like to play the A-bomb side in, I believe it's Res, Brolan, and Config, and only 2 of those can do that. So, as a matter of fact, the fact that NIP were able to beat Vitality despite still having these, I would say, role clashes and strugglesome positions within the team, it's very impressive. We saw some of that individual brilliance coming out of Brolan, Config, and Res, and it is a scary prospect for the future.
Yeah, and we'll have to think about the kind of impact it could have midterm in sense of Vitality were already ready to just pack their bags and go home and get ready for Cologne. Remember, they don't play the play-in. They're going to be in the group stage immediately. They have a very high-level group stage already in terms of the teams who are here. They wanted to use that time differently. They didn't want to stick around. They didn't want to have to play another series. But ho, 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 if it isn't the consequences of my own action, now you have to go against Big and you still have to fight for the spot.
That is exactly why we see Vitality in the gauntlet, and that is why we see them going up against Big Clan. That is going to be coming up after this break in a battle for a spot at the full finals.
Everyone is like really, really hungry, and so everyone wants to win.
Bombs at the halfway point. Nexa's got the kit, but the smoke doesn't cover his cross. And Sin connects to the face. Damage is on.
Oh my God!
Everyone is game changer, even we're not scared about losing.
And headshots in abundance. Zywoo 2. 3. Champ is almost dead. Zywoo! And he's got ice in his veins. And he's got a tap to close it.
Vitality versus Big. In one corner of the ring, we have a former German squad, now turned international. In the other, the reigning major champions, now with a new dose of firepower, both colliding for a potential spot in the Royal Arena. And if you're Big Clan now, Jacob, you gotta be sweating a little bit, because sure, taking down OG is one thing, Vitality is a whole nother beast.
Yeah, it's on paper, it's not looking likely for Big to get away with this game and get away with a W, to be completely honest. But I think for them, just the fact that they are in this position, just the fact that they have this chance, just the fact that they're one best of 3 away from qualifying for the Royal Arena, I think that's quite impressive. And I think that was the sentiment of tabseN's winner interview after we saw them beat their former opponents, that they were just happy to be so far in the tournament. On paper, you look at these players, you look at the changes they've made, you look at Manto being brought in, is not a team that is significantly better than they were before, yet they're playing some decent Counter-Strike. So going up against Vitality, expectations are low, but you know, the surprise factor, it's still available.
You said a lot of changes, and we have a lot of questions, particularly James, about the in-game leader role. What's going on there?
Gob, the OG game coming into that one, it was a bit of back and forth in there, but the main thing that's still confusing me is this whole tabseN Sin in-game leading thing. So can you just explain to me exactly how it's working so we're all clear?
At the moment, tabseN is calling again, because it's at the moment a little bit easier for Sin, for Eli. It was a lot of input, I would say, in the start, and we are looking forward that he gets the experience right now, but focusing more on this game. And we know that tabseN can do it very good and very easy. And yeah, since then it feels very, very good. And yeah, that's why we changed it while the tournament.
So is the idea to kind of get Sin to learn a little bit as the ropes go on and give him a bit more time? Was it too much of like a quick transition?
Yeah, maybe. We were hoping that, not that it gets faster, but it it feels more natural for him. But at the moment it feels very, very good that he calls still a lot of stuff, what tabseN always needed, like a second voice, to coordinate maybe a little bit the other side, giving ideas. And yeah, I think there's a good back and forth between them now.
Sin, with us learning that now you're not directly IGLing and tabseN's taking back over to give you some more time to get used to it, how does it feel for you personally? Do you think this is the right decision?
Yeah, of course. So obviously I didn't want to like start any confusion or something in the last interview, but like we're still a young team, like we're learning with every match, and yeah, it's like a work in progress. So we made the decision because obviously tabseN's like, he's a bit old now, even I would say it like that, but what comes with age is a huge experience, and it feels like this is the best way for me to learn and to use obviously tabseN's experience and like his skill as an IGL still. So it's not like we want to get out of every player the maximum, and that's the way like we decided it for now. And I think it will stay like that because it's a good learning position for me, and I'm not hurt or anything like that because everyone in this team is doing everything to win, and like there's no ego at all, so everything fine.
Okay, I'm glad we've got that cleared up. tabseN in-game meeting again.
Yeah, the German efficiency with the ruler, measuring the pad.
Gotta make sure, man.
Measuring the desk. You gotta be absolutely on point.
Optimize everything.
Optimizing.
Exactly.
Optimisierung.
Jacob, we saw tabseN optimizing his own gameplay in the last series versus OG. Started off a little bit quiet, but that's kind of weird that now he's back to in-game meeting. He's actually putting up better numbers. We didn't really expect that.
No, I guess it's tough to make the direct correlation between those two things. Sometimes you're having a good game and sometimes you're not hitting it, but I think tabseN is more comfortable right now calling himself. He can also maneuver his own gameplay around his own calls and do the plays he feels is necessary for Big to have a better chance of winning the round. So I agree with the whole reasoning coming out of Big right here. In terms of getting a result today, right here, right now, it's definitely better for tabseN to be the in-game leader, whereas for the future, slowly but surely nudge Sin into the role.
Yeah, it's a short-term vision, and you cannot really fold them. You have to imagine they're one best of 3 away from a possible qualification to the 4 finals. I can understand they would try to see that short-term, the carrot right there, very important. Yes, keep going, tabseN. Just make sure that everything is okay. You don't want to have any millimeter. Maybe I can go and help him. We'll see. We'll have to decide that. But look, listen, outside of the heroic debauchery where they probably won 12 or 13 rounds in the whole best of 3. They've always been resisting. They've always fought through every single game. We're talking even against NAVI, the 14-16 second map. They've put up a fight. They've been resilient. They haven't given up. That's something that we can give them. There's always been some sort of spirit into the match, no matter how dirty it can get.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the last time we saw them play.
Don't think about it.
Ancient
Don't think about
OG.
it. It's all good.
That literally sent us over the edge, Jacob. They can't be playing that against Vitality today because Vitality will definitely punish them for that.
Nah, the amount of mistakes we saw coming out of both teams, both OG and Big, is not going to work out against a team like Vitality. They're simply too good. PTSD, it was back and forth, back and forth. You look towards the quality Vitality have. And I know that last time we saw them play, it was a rather disappointing performance against NIP, but overall, it's still the team that won the major a couple of months ago. They still have the best player, undisputed in the world right now in Saivu on their lineup, and I still think FlameC is an upgrade in terms of firepower and everything else when you compare him to Debris. So let's be honest, it's the world number 2 taking on the world number 37, I believe, right now. So yes, there should be no fight, and Vitality are looking to win this game, without a doubt.
Obviously, this game shocked everybody, and myself included, Team Vitality included, a whole lot of disappointment after this performance. It was an ugly performance with a Vitality that showed probably the worst phase that we have seen in quite a while. But I will just put this idea out there. When you see how easily they won their first few maps of this event with Flames, if you ever gonna have to get a smack on your face, might as well be now. Cologne is running around the corner.
Yeah, true.
This is an alarm sign that gets you back on Earth. And remember, hey, as good as the lineup you have, as strong you can be, if you play like ass, you get spanked. That's exactly what happened against NIP. So maybe, just maybe that was the moment to get that little alarm.
Well, let's go ahead and check in with the man on our screen. It's Apex with a few thoughts ahead of this series.
Apex, we can talk about Vitality having an off day against NIP, but I want to touch specifically on the Mirage game where you guys were getting the opening kills, you were getting the clutches, and it was still a map where you can't close it out. For you, how disappointing is this kind of loss?
Well, I think overall we played pretty bad. We couldn't win any pistol. We were, I think, 0-6 the whole game, and we had some issues in that game that should never happen. So I was really disappointed in the way we played. But that was still a close game, so we know that if we could have played just a bit better, we would have won. So that's just all about getting back to the right mentality to be able to win the next one.
And in terms of that, right, looking at what you have as a team right now, we still consider Vitality to be one of the best in the world, even with one player change. Can you explain how much of a change it makes, or do you not think it was even down to just having one player change and this was just you guys as a unit?
Actually, just all the habits we created together with Peter. I think, we played 1 year together with the whole squad. So obviously, when you change one player, obviously, FlameZ is a really good player, but he needs time to adapt to everything, to do small details. We also didn't have much time to prepare together. So it's also tough to know what he really likes, when he doesn't want to do, and that kind of stuff. So it just takes time. I think we could have still win with him being not in his best shape last time. So now it's all about how much we want it and how we're going to adapt to the game today.
In terms of adapting to the game today, Big is still quite an unknown team in terms of what they're going to throw at you. But realistically, this is one where I don't expect you guys to play scared like I saw a little bit on NIP. Is that a conversation you guys have had?
Of course, I mean, we really want to take our revenge today because we played really bad and we don't want to show this face from Vitality. Props to them also to NAP to play good CS, but I think we didn't play good. So today, yeah, it's the redemption day, and we really want to qualify for the fall finals. In Copenhagen, we missed it last year, and it's a really important tournament for us. So we're gonna give our best and having the right mentality today to get the win.
Ooh, I'm liking the Anubis pick coming out of Big. That's a nice little nugget going into things. Just speaking of that game versus NIP for Vitality, even with Zywu popping off, I mean, he was the only man that we really saw as a shining light on the side of Vitality, unable to win a map.
I just kind of want to cast some spotlight on Zywu, because you're right, he was playing lights out against NIP, and yet NIP was still able to win. You're looking at the best player in the world right now, and it's not even a conversation anymore. Sure, you could have Simple up there, or Nico for that matter, in the conversation, but as of late, Zywu has just been light year ahead of everyone. Fact of the matter is, it is probably one of the last times we're going to see Zywu play a big Counter-Strike Global Offensive tournament. Of course, Cologne coming up now, that could be the very last one. So for my money, I just want to appreciate it a little bit. This is a guy who, ever since he turned pro, has been no worse than the second best player in the world. That's his worst, that is bottom level, and he's also won the title as the best player in the world twice, and he will win it the third time this year as well. He is playing some beautiful, beautiful Counter-Strike, and I expect he will do the same today against Big.
No, I just let him talk. I just let him talk. It's just nice. It's music to my ear. I'm just appreciating. It's like someone is serving me a nice glass of Barolo. I'm just enjoying myself. keep talking, please. Take me on a journey.
I just hope we get the dish to go along with the beautiful taste of ZywOo, right? I think that's what we demand from Vitality, and it was a shame that we couldn't really see that exactly the same as Complexity or the EG game. Let's check in with our Unicorn predictions, though. I'm wondering if anybody dared go with the
Did
Bears.
we do it? Anders? Not even Anders? Not even Anders.
Not even Anders. He's not even that crazy.
Anders.
But later on, because Jacob, it's a battle between you and Henry G. How did you know that he was picking Na'Vi? Do you actually believe in G2?
Let's be honest.
Let's
be honest. It is the moment to be honest.
I don't believe in G2, but I think they can win the game, so we'll see.
Well, that's coming up later on today, but first we begin with Vitality versus Big Clan. We begin on the Temple of Anubis, Big bringing it into the mix with a chance to make it all the way to the Royal Arena for the Blast Premier Full Finals. It's going down after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, 11 days of play culminating in the Super Sunday. We find ourselves in today. We've got 2 slots remaining for the Royal Arena, 4 teams fighting out for them, and it all kicks off with Vitality playing big. Anders, have you enjoyed yourself? It's been a long tournament, ups and downs, but mainly an exciting process.
I've been spending time with you, Henry. Of course I've enjoyed myself.
Yeah,
it's been wonderful.
You're a sweetheart.
I really think it's been beautiful. It could be a bit of a slaughter at the end here. The odds certainly suggesting that Vitality are the heavy favorites. We probably assume as much. I can't even win the prediction game, so I don't even care. I was betrayed by OG and EG.
EG yesterday, although it was pretty close, right? EG had them on the ropes there for a second. It felt like G2 might slip up, but I don't know. This matchup, a similar sort of scene, I suppose. Vitality playing against Big. You got some heavy favorites here, but we kicked things off on Anubis, Anders. Now, I think that's quite interesting. We were just talking about it in the break before the game went live. It does make sense. If you're a team like Big, one of the underdogs, you need to be scrappy. You need to be focusing on these lesser played maps. Now, Anubis has only been played once in the entirety of the tournament, 11 days of play. So it suggests that not everyone will be super comfortable of it coming out of the break. And so I think this is a wise idea from Big. How they'll perform is yet to be seen, but still an exciting prospect.
I like it. In the words of, Counter-Strike analyst extraordinaire Maui Snake, respect underdog. You must respect
I think you have to. These days, it has to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, fighting for a slot in the Royal Arena. Big take on Vitality. Starting on the T side here, the Germans will have the work cut out for them. An uphill battle, to say the very least. Zaiwu will draw blood first. That's toward the canals, and an advantage here for Vitality, but maybe not for long. Absolute pandemonium ensues here. Bomb goes down, but the round continues. 3-on-2 advantage for Vitality.
That has to be one of the most Apex-type plays. He just jumps right into the middle. Remember, he started his career as an entry fragger.
That's true.
So he knows what that is all about. Just the run-and-gun nature. It never goes away. Leaves Krembo, unfortunately, alone on the B-bomb side. Well, not on the B-bomb side, but heading a little bit away, in fact. The bomb is in the middle. He wanted to probably get there with the bomb, but ultimately slowed down. I don't know how you recover this round. As long as Vitality keep it cool, it should be maybe not impossible, but close. Close to impossible. In that area.
Not quite as catchy of a title as Mission Impossible.
No.
Almost impossible.
It's a very difficult mission, in fact.
Mission improbable.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you're right. Crimbo won't have many options here. Bomb down in an unenviable spot. Drop down towards the water, just hoping he can pick someone off. Work with the 35 seconds remaining. He's giving him nothing to work with, though. That's the first interaction. Takes the brunt of damage here. He's got a flashbang at least, and down he goes. Apex with 3 kills in total. Jumping down from the window. Shutting down the B split, and Big don't get even near the plant. So $2,000 per player. I would say a force buy is likely. Here's the replay of Spinks getting stuck in. And speaking of which, Apex as well. That's a brave maneuver, Anders.
It is, but it secured so much of the round for them, and obviously don't know if there's anything Crimbo could have done at the end, so we'll just leave it alone. Go into the second round, where we're going to see 1 Tech-9, 3 Deagles, 1 Scout on the Big side of things. They obviously do not get a bomb plant, but they can still do something in the round.
Oh, absolutely. Mantle on the Scouts, looking to inflict some damage here if possible. First shot will rattle off, confirming the force buy. CTs don't want to offer anything up here.
Sure, feelings a man too. Obviously, we talked about at the beginning, he's been sort of a year out of the mix, and now he's back in.
I've been quietly impressed, I suppose. Wasn't expecting much. I will say, I don't think he's the guy. You want to change the entirety of the formation of the squad in terms of language. I wouldn't say that was the move I would make, but in terms of his individual form and the way they're talking about this team and how they're building it up for the future, yeah, I think he's a pretty cool addition. He seems to be holding his own and keeping up, which is all you can ask for really in these early stages.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a very different story, right? You come back after a year and people say, yeah, we can really tell he's been out a year. Like he looks a bit worn down, but I agree, that hasn't really been the case. So I think that's great news.
Absolutely true. As we see Big pushing their way through towards middle here. They still have the majority of the utility. 3 smokes, one of which has been deployed now. Zaiwu just holding the incendiary, waiting for a bit of intel. And slow down the attack in towards that A-bomb site.
25 seconds. This is really wanting to cut down low, but it could be done, especially if they find the kill, and they will. Zaiwu goes down. Still 2 people on the B-bomb side, but they are getting put under some pressure already. Down to 13 seconds now. They need to move so quick, but you know what? They open it up. They get the kills. They're going to get the bomb plant behind it. And Magisk and Apex, they are so far away. I don't even know if it's worth it for them to try and retake this.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there, Anders, as there's not really much they can do. 4 on 2. This B split works out much better for them. Focusing towards middle. Whistling the clock down to about 40 seconds. Committing through the smoke that they threw. ZywOo didn't see it coming, caught with the grenade in his hand. tabseN catches him with the deagle. They commit towards the B bomb site, and then it all falls apart. Momentum built up. Vitality can't hold on. 3 kills found. A double for Sin, who has been confirmed now not to be the in-game leader of this tournament. So they are trying to move away from tabseN as being the captain, allow him to focus on his fragging, which it's about time, I suppose. Like, he is an exceptional player.
He really is. It's been we've always talked about it, I think, in more of a negative light, saying, think of what tabseN had to give up to try and save German Counter-Strike. Which in a way is admirable, but at the same time, tabseN at one point could have been considered one of the best riflers in Europe, or maybe in the world. He really was super sick.
About 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
Like, he was superstar potential, that's for sure. So a force buy in response here. Vitality will have a FAMAS from Aegis, a Sphinx MP9, and an Apex M4. Safe in the previous round, of course. And we'll see what kind of approach Big will be delivering here in round number 3. For now, focusing the majority of their efforts here towards the A bomb side. We've got Crimbo, one of the star fraggers of the big roster, just investigating A main, just pushing any CT vision back. And that's a beautiful shot. How's tabseN pulled that one off? tabseN rattles off a bullet from the Desert Eagle. Will find Apex.
It's funny how it was ZywOo that got picked off in the early stages of the last round towards CT spawn. It's really rare that you get to see ZywOo make really any mistakes on any level, but he did just slip up in one moment there and they hunted him down. But he's back with some revenge. That's a bomb on the ground. Magus is there with the FAMAS as well, and this is getting a little bit too dicey now. I don't like this. ZywOo's back with another shot, and he spotted someone up in the back line. He gets one more headshot in. He's absolutely decimated Big. 3 kills. Forget the mistake of the previous round.
Yeah,
this is what he's all
move
about.
On. That is very nice indeed. Excellent work from ZywOo, what we've come to expect from this young man. Yeah, get hyped. That is massive. Stealing the round away. Let's enjoy these perfect deagle shots here. Mantu couldn't believe it. Standing on a swivel as well, back towards middle. Delivering headshots at every step of the way. So no bomb planted there. Vitality find success with a force buy of their own. Now the ball is in Big's court. Do they want to force buy back? tabseN, they'll seem to think so. Buys up the first AK. Could just go for a single AK into a half buy otherwise, but time will tell. Most teams like to humor the force buy wars. But 4 Glocks for now. Well, there it is. Mantu will join them.
Really been a feature of this tournament, buying the 1 AK or even the 1 M4.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of that happened.
That's been the headline for me, the CT Hero M4. Now, we haven't seen that in the first, since like 2015, like when Hero AK started to become a thing. It was never a Hero M4. So yeah, that's really interesting. It's actually been working out quite nicely as well, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's just a little bit more dangerous. There are ways to convert those rounds, definitely. But as you pointed out, Big do kind of follow up the rest of it. They do actually invest into the round. Timeout, I think, was called from Vitality. So probably we've seen some of these games where you keep trading rounds back and forth. So even if it's really early on, it makes sense, I think, for Sonic to say, let's make sure we don't give this round back. Let's just lock it down.
Yeah, these formative rounds are very important in the grand scheme of things here. It's your map pick. You've lost against a force buy. It'll be a difficult round coming up. Why not? And wow, okay. Well, they've been fed a couple of kills here. They can't believe that luck. Slowing it right down. Vitality playing inquisitive Counter-Strike. Hunting for that information at B main to kick things off here. Get a lot more than they bargained for. It's an early 5-on-3 in favor of Big. They've got dark control as well with 2 players. They can just contact play this in towards the site, and it would be difficult to lose it at this stage.
They just need 1 quick kill to enter with. Even if they just get traded, they should be fine getting into the bomb side. I think you're absolutely right. Vitality in a bit of trouble here. Still plenty of time on the clock for Big, and that's a long, drawn-out spray. ZywOo saves a bullet for Process. That's quite remarkable. Magus has kind of shown up in the meantime. Bomb being planted down in front, but he can't do anything about it. Mantu's going to be able to find him a 3rd kill for him in the round, and it's Big to tie up the game. So timeout didn't really help out.
Was that literally the last bullet for ZywOo?
I think it was.
I'm not sure, but either way, it was a very impressive follow-up frag there. Wasn't enough, unfortunately. Yeah, 1 bullet.
What a rat.
One bullet in the magazine and still has a presence of mind just to go, right, you know what? Need to slow this spray down, go for the tap now.
Who needs more than a bullet, really?
Oh, definitely not ZywOo. As we will see a force buy once again. Back and forth we go, ladies and gents. Single M4.
By the way, outside of that B-bomb side, this is something Vitality, I don't know if they fell into it, but it definitely, when you throw that flashbang to go for the peek like they did, a double peek outside, if the T's are doing what they were doing, which is hiding so that they're not getting flashed, all you're doing with that flashbang is signaling that you're peeking. And if you stick around and keep going forward, exactly what happened probably will happen, which is that they know when to peek. They have such great information because of your flashbang. So a little bit risky potentially. It did backfire on them. Manto with a good shot right at the edge.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. 2 opening picks once again make it 3. As now just Magisk remains. This is a force buy that won't find a damn thing here. So that's going to be it. Has to be the full eco going forward for Vitality, as Big will go up 4-2. They're 3-2 right now, but you can't even justify a P250 on the CT forces right now. So a bit of a timeout from necessity, really, for Vitality here. Not really anything you can do with this round, Anders. You can go for like a mid-push, an A-stack, something like that. We'll see.
Oh, heartless. Yeah, that's a good point. Right when this came out, I had a lot of criticism about this map because I thought it was so T-sided that it was almost not fit for competitive play.
Right.
I think I've changed my tune a little bit on that since, and actually Vitality, one of the teams that initially became quite good at showing that you can do a bit of CT side aggression.
Well, the one game that sticks out of my mind here for Anubis, it would have been back at Pro League when FaZe Clan got 14-1 on their T side of Anubis and then ended up losing to Vitality in regulation after going 15-0.
Yeah, I remember.
So, I don't know. It doesn't really back up your point, per se. That was when, I guess... The thing is, it doesn't really get played that much. It's very difficult to track the meta and where it's evolving to. Like you said, this tournament, 11 days of play, 2 best of 3s a day, sometimes more. It's been played once.
Yeah,
so
that's surprising.
We don't really get the data. I hope at Cologne it's dropped in a bit more. But I mean, understandable, I suppose, after Roster Mania. It's not a mainstay in terms of the map pool.
Maybe it is because of like the looming shadow of Cologne that we're not seeing it here, that a lot of people are saying, let's try and see if we can keep it away. Let's see, maybe we have improved, maybe we've come up with something tricky. Just something that I remember from Vitality when they are playing good CT sides on this map is, one, they try to go for the double push outside of B like they did, which was punished in the previous round, so that's a little bit of a shame. But the other power that they have is leaving aggressive ZywOo in the A hallway, like going all the way out into the little market area.
Yeah, getting him in position so he can
he's
anchor.
so aggressive in that forward position. So that could be another luxury that they can have. That way you can have 2 middle, 2 B, maybe 3 B, 1 middle. You can have a lot of different setups for it. So,
well, here we go. We're off to the races. Vitality have resources once again. It's round number 7. They're on the back foot, though. Not a single helmet, no AWP, and no kits. So a difficult buy even after the full eco here. This is the map pick of Big. And they have come out on top in the force by wars. Even middle open at the start here. Vitality is deploying the smoke. Keeping them guessing. Don't want to be part of the fight. Very difficult to really have impact. Fighting from the CT hearts. You can see ZywOo's back in the A-con. Just patrolling it. It's getting intel, not committing to the fight.
No, yeah, you said no diffuse kits. That's definitely something that is a bit of a concern. And the grenades are already quite low on the CT side as well. We're just under a minute now. And mid-control being attempted for Big. They would love to sneak a couple of players in there. They got Process on this side. The bomb still with the majority of the team here, but they could turn this into a B split.
Big grenade. Good lord. Tabson gets a face full of shrapnel. And they're trying to go for the B split here, Anders. But bear in mind, no one's at towards B main, so could actually fall back in towards A. Tabson just trying to show a little bit of presence, and he'll go down. And they'll go through A connector at this point, but the CTs are more than ready for this one.
Yeah. Ooh, there we go. Sin will get the one, actually, a double. ZywOo came off that shot a little bit early. Still looks like it's going to be okay. 10 seconds here for the 1 versus 2. I don't think Crimbo can do too much, although he's going to hunt it down. That's impressive. He still has time for the plant. He's not going to fake it. Goes straight for it. Spinks is already out, moving close. Crimbo, is the smoke going to pop just in time, right in front of him? Well, he might have been dead right then and there. I don't think he realizes that Spinks is already out. This is a big issue, and he's going to get shot in the side. Otherwise, closer than I thought. Crimbo actually making a round of it.
Well, it'll be interesting to follow the thread as to how Vitality hold middle as well. Like, that time leaving it completely open, not showing any presence there whatsoever. It's just ZywOo in the A connector, and you can see they play 3 towards B at the start. They feel pressure towards middle. Apex is peeling off from the temple position, and they're holding the splits from there. So this is the reaction. Apex has already gone down. They're covering those B splits. But just interesting to see whether Big will realize that mid is essentially free, and they can exploit that area a little bit more. And they didn't get any pushback there until they made their way towards connector. But it's going to be a pretty clean round for Vitality. Good job to get the plant down in the end, but it will be 4-3 overall.
Did you catch how Magisk knew that Sin was outside of the B or the A bomb side? It wasn't clear to me if he'd been spotted, but he was very clearly checking the little...
Yeah, I'm not sure.
There's some little basket out there that he was hiding behind. That looked like very, intentional kind of checking, like he'd already spotted or heard him. But either way, they're going to put some pressure on. And it's ZywOo in this forward position like I talked about. He's so crisp. Behind the pillar, 3 big kills, swings a little bit wider. And Mantu will take him down, but it should be the end of the round here.
You would think so. Yay, Rush. Trying to tackle the AWP of ZywOo, but they get a lot more than that. 3 kills found upon entry. Crimbo and Mantu left to pick up the pieces here, but unless Mantu gets a couple of picks, this round is over. Might as well see what you can do with it. There's a minute on the clock. Bombs down. Crimbo watching the extremities for any potential flanks here. But as mentioned, this is all on Mantu. Flashbang catches him fully as well.
He's been given a lot of space. I mean, this is a bit risky. Look at how far in he can sneak before, because no one wants to peek him. No one's looking, so he's just going to be able to step that deep in. Crimbo with a good spray. Suddenly it's doable. Mantu gets a shot. And Spinks, he's up there. Mantu has the right idea and still got 35 seconds. If they lose this round, Vitality, this first half is going to be put into huge doubt all of a sudden. He's getting a bit closer. Again, just like last time, Spinks is sneaking out. He's in the right position. And he clutches it again. Back-to-back 1v1s that have been won by Spinks here.
Well, that was a 4-on-2 in favor of Vitality, and they had the bomb as well. The fact they get so close is a little bit alarming there. He didn't have to work too hard for those frags either. And it started off with 3 magnificent frags. A 5-on-2 essentially, Anders. It comes down to the 1v1. Lovely shots from Mantu, but it should never be that close. I think we can all agree on that. tabseN has brought out the PP Bizon. Now, he is playing the French here.
Yeah?
But this is ridiculous. Like, who buys a PP Bizon ever?
It sends a signal, you know?
It's got to be a misfire. It's considered to be like the worst gun in the game, if you're not aware, but it has got 64 bullets. Ones that won't be realized this time, as tabseN will be dropped. A noble effort. But the opening kill goes in favor of Vitality. And we did say middle will be interesting as to see whether they will all run out bullets there. Magisk actually had a bit of a freebie. So now they are adjusting their setup. Not going to give them mid for free each and every time.
Yeah.
And that's a firm reminder as we go into the 4-on-3. Sin with the AK-47, Crimbo and a Deagle. Bomb down middle. There it is.
Listen, I think, what if they beat them with it? Vitality, they're going to be in shambles if that happens. 3 people on the CT side of the middle. Still 1 in here, but somehow, again, Vitality have kind of given up the lead. Now, at least Spinks is going to be good for the kill. He seems to be a reliable source for Vitality winning rounds at the moment. Crimbo picking up the bomb and making a run for it. We've got about 35 seconds left. He's headed towards the B bomb site, finally.
Will it be wide open? So it's the correct place to go. Gives him a fighting chance here now. Really comes down to what kind of plan he goes for. Does he want to leave it open towards CT spawn, get on the balcony? Just goes for the default plants and suggests he could go towards B main. Going against the grain here. So he can't even see the plan. He's hunting for a kill here, Anders.
I like this.
Is he wrapping temple, maybe?
I feel like there are not a lot of good positions to go if you're in this bomb site when you're in this 1v versus 2. So I kind of like the idea that he's moving a little bit away from the site itself.
You wouldn't anticipate him to be here.
No,
Logic dictates he wouldn't be in this spot.
They don't have a kit either. Oh, if he gets this kill, it might be it. Oh, but he can't get back in time. ZywOo able to pick up the kill, and they go straight for that defuse. If he could have got the shot and actually went back around the corner, you're going to be able to hear on the bomb here. There's not that much time left. They would have had maybe 1 or 2 seconds to hunt him down, so that their shot had to come through right then and there. Fair play. He almost had it.
Crimbo knows he fumbled that one. Like, I wouldn't even say fair play. Like, you've been given so much space there. You've gotten for the perfect plant. How you're not converting that frag from Temple, I have no idea.
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question.
You're right, but like, if he gets that kill, he wins the round. He knows it as well. I think everyone on the team knows it. Like when they got that 10-second defuse as well, and there was, what, 1 second left on the 10-second defuse?
Yeah, Gobi knows it.
He didn't even have to pull the trigger on that kill at Temple. He could have just stayed alive.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
So they weren't looking at him. It was a bit of a whiff, but that certainly isn't, says Spinks. He'll answer back.
Mr. Consistent so far in this game. Every time he's in a fight. I think he's won every single fight he's been in so far. 2 clutches. He got a double in the middle last time, I think. Now he's back with the double here. He's doing all the work. And it's a 5-on-3. Vitality, they seem to be, you know, happy to throw away these leads, but these should be the rounds that they can pick up pretty easily. There've been so many of them that end up, you know, still back in 2v2s or 1v1s. You want to see a team of Vitality's caliber close these rounds.
What have we seen from Vitality so far? They played the North Americans, right? They had the best start to this tournament you could really hope for, playing EG and Complexity. Dispatched them both. Convincing 2-0s. Vitality looked like the most convincing team at the tournament. They then lost to NIP 0-2, Anders. Now, no one saw that coming. Like, everyone thought Vitality, with Flames coming in, just going to be on cruise control now. It's going to be running away with the tournament. But a fly in the ointment and a disappointing 0-2 of that. NIP didn't look too good before that game, to be honest with you. They were kind of all over the place.
That was really shocking, wasn't it?
They almost lost to EG, for example. But yeah, this was...
What's happened?
I actually don't know. I was talking over this round because it felt like it was completely over.
It should have been over. It looked like it should have been, but Crimbo's back with a triple. This is a 5-on-3, and now it's a 1 versus 3 instead. Vitality, this is unforgivable. Why are they giving up rounds where they have double leads?
Yeah, they have these huge advantages. Like we saw it before on the A-bomb side where they got away with it, the 1v1. But another 5-on-3 where Spinks has done so much good work to get those opening frags and you get nothing afterwards. You don't even do any damage. Crimbo,
fair play to him.
3 kills. Yeah, that was excellent. Like, don't get me wrong, but how does that happen?
I mean, the fundamental theory, once you are 1 or 2 people up and you're on the CT side, is you should be able to set up some trade positions. So even if you're just trading 1 for 1 all the way through the rest of the round, just by basic mathematical deduction, you're going to be fine. Right? You're going to come up with a 1 or 2 man lead at the end of it, depending how it starts. But
well, Crimbo may have fumbled that 1 versus 2, but he comes out on top in the 5 versus 3. That is absolutely remarkable. So it all started toward the dark room. Spinks goes down. They're trying to... That was the moment, I suppose. Major still obviously didn't have to jump down like that. That's such a high-risk maneuver, as we discussed before. If you go down, dropping from window, and then you end up losing the 5-on-3, like, that suggests, yeah, maybe you overstepped the mark there. So yeah, that replay kind of summarizes it quite nicely. That's how you lose it. Just trying to close out the round quickly. Find trades or force trades that aren't required, and it will be big. Turning up the heat as we go 5-5 here. There is a buy available, but compromises to be made. No saves in the previous round lead them to FAMAS's 5-7s. They've got a ZywOo AWP. And I assume there's a gun available for Flames. He'll just have to make do with the Deagle. So all of a sudden, these very impressive starts to rounds keep crumbling. As ZywOo looks to recover the situation. Will the AWP be the remedy to that problem? To FAMAS might be. That's the bomb going down. Great stuff from Apex, and he's got away.
Yeah, that's
oh, no way.
God, he was gone, wasn't he, Henry? He had escaped.
No way.
But then he hadn't.
He was in the connector, knife out, jumping around the corner.
What a find.
He was done. He was out. And they dragged him back in. As we'll see Crimbo get the intel as to where Majors is positioned towards a fountain spot. And it's ZywOo now. He had all the firepower here. locked out by the Flames. Now the smoke as well. This is looking grim.
Oh, nice HG. That's going to soften them up quite a bit. 3 versus 3 in a bomb plant in the A bomb site. Obviously no kit because they just did not have the money for it. So going to be potentially quite a hard retake. A little boost there. Would have been fun if someone would have walked in on the other side, but not going to be the case. It starts out well, though. Flames to take down process. Sin trying to stay alive. He's only good for the 1 kill. Leaves Man2 pushed out of the site. But once again, it's a 10-second defuse. Now, they're going to smoke it off in a big way to try and see if they can put some pressure on Man2 here to go for the peak. He's heard it on the other side. The spray is good. Can he find it? Still 5 seconds left. He's out of bullets. The Glock is there. And because of the double smoke, he has no idea what that defuse is happening. It's such a wide smoke, and it's a full 10-second defuse.
Yeah, I got lost in the sauce there a little bit. Not really much he could do. They did very well to bring that round back into a winnable situation. A 1 versus 1 again. This time, Vitality coming up on top with the 10-second defuse. You're right, the smoke made it very difficult to handle. This was the force buy as well from Vitality. All the Schmeckles invested as Flames. Great kill, and then the Glock, when it's brought out, you know you're done for.
Yeah.
He's still at 100 HP at that stage, and we will have cash available, at least for Big here.
You know, one of those 2 smokes is one that Cywu didn't use to stop the Molotov that was thrown against him earlier. So, kind of an interesting little thing. He saved that smoke, and he was allowed to use it for the double on the defuse. It's actually very... I'm not suggesting that CT size should always have 2 smokes for a defuse, but obviously if you do, it's so much harder for the team to try and guess where you're defusing at.
So, we have had the initial frag. It's Flames that goes down. Courtesy of a Man2 orb. They went for that B push once again. Seen it a couple of times. Hasn't really worked out for Vitality. They've inflicted some significant damage, but find themselves in the 5-on-4 process. Holding toward that dark position here. You can see Spinks playing for intel. Smoke in hand. And 55 seconds remaining here. So, got to start pushing in towards middle. Could go to Weaver bomb side. They got Crimbo watching for the A pushes. Man2 looking for B.
Running the clock down a little bit low. Not necessarily a nightmare yet, but 35 seconds. They are going to go for it.
A completely open here.
Spinks, everything to do at the moment. It's a pretty good kill to begin with, but the pressure is definitely on. 3 people, a 4th one that could be rotating in from the middle and Cywu. 22 seconds. That really is slowing it down big, and it might come back to haunt them. Bomb is on the ground, and the FAMAS just doing excellent work. Magisk with the double, Spinks with the double, and that will get the job done.
A scrappy round, Anders, but indeed the job is done. Man2 will have to save the orb once again, as there's no way of breaching the B bomb site. Well held, Spinks especially staying alive when he absolutely had to with the FAMAS there, getting a kill, slowing them down with the utility, joining the crossfires, and establishing a very strong crossfire in towards B. 7-5, Vitality take the lead here on their opponent's map pick. That was the opening frag there, so that's a 5-on-4 they've recovered. As mentioned, Spinks getting that initial kill, joining his teammates, delaying as long as possible. Once a bomb goes down, there's nothing that can be done. So Man2 does save the sniper. Yeah, let's go. But Deagle's otherwise.
Did Sonic pick up, was it Spink's hand to give himself basically a high five?
I missed it, but that does sound plausible.
Can we get the replay of that? I'm curious if that really happened, or if maybe I'm hallucinating. That's also possible, Henry. I'm not going to rule that out. 7-5. What do you make of this? It's been a chaotic start, but I mean, Vitality surely are doing okay at the end of it.
Like we said, it's considered to be a T-sided map, Anders. So the fact they're in the lead right now, your opponent's pick. A lot of these rounds have been chaotic, as you mentioned. The way bigger landing shots, these rounds are going to fall apart from time to time. This could be one of them. An A split is being established here. Magisk is alone. And they offer their backs to him. So they're going to have to commit right now. They're going to be making their way in towards the A site. Looks like the job is done because that's 2 kills on entry. The retake here, incredibly difficult on the A bomb site. You can see there's very narrow choke points coming in from the middle area to smoke down. Makes it impossible. So yeah, the Caesars have to call this one off. Wow. It's the Deagle headshots that open things up towards A. And there we go, 7-6. And Big will keep 4 members alive as well. Finding a couple of rifles. Maintaining the AWP here. This is a very, very nice outcome for them.
Yeah, bit of a stretched out arm here for Big. You've got to appreciate that. How do you, I mean, right now it's Crimbo and Mantu that are doing most of the work. I think there are like 14, 13 kills separately. So that's sort of this majority of the kills that are coming out right now. But
well, those are the big headline names, right? Crimbo especially. Yeah. Mantu just joining the team as Yorpa. You want him to have significant impact. Throughout his career was known as more as a passive AWP player, I suppose. Didn't have the flair or the sort of opening frag potential as players like ZywOo, for example. But at this tournament, it seems like he's taking matters into his own hands a lot more, and he is being a bit more assertive than what he's known for, and landing the shots as well, converting these peaks into opening frags. So we'll see if he can keep it up. Very clutch as well. Round 14, and Vitality will be bringing everything they've got to the table after losing the previous round, and fast pacing from Process here. They've got the early smoke down towards Dark. See Spinks not leaving anything to chance here, watching it, making sure that no one can gain access to the dark room here.
Huge opportunity right now if you're Big to make this an 8-7 half. At least win the half, because there is really no money left on Vitality. So you've got that working for you. But obviously you need the entry. We'll see. Process getting very close. He's going to catch Flames. Not just looking the wrong way, but with a grenade just pulled out. And that's the B-bomb side wiped out.
Yeah, that's really nice from Process there. Like we said, the dark room, very important part of the map there. They allow it to go under T remit for a few seconds there. And Process spotting the gap. Leaps out, finds one kill, round over. Just as they're executing as well. As the smokes are mid-air. That's when he pounces. Flames had knife out, no idea is a possibility. And yeah, it's a very clean round. You can see why Big potentially shows this map. They've got some nice little set pieces. Very fast round there. Good smoke down towards Dark. And you just need one kill to find a guaranteed round. You know you've done something very well indeed. So round 14 is going to tie things up, and it's 7-7. No blowouts here today.
No, I feel like that's been another feature of the game that we've seen a lot. Even when there are leads, we brought it up a couple of times. A lot of the halves do end up 9-6, 8-7. Like, it's a lot closer. It's kind of hard, much harder to get those very one-sided scorelines at the moment, it feels like. So maybe not too surprising, even if everyone in the world seems to be agreed that Vitality is going to end up winning this match. Big are putting on some real effort into this, which I appreciate.
Well, here we go. Who will be taking the lead at halftime, ladies and gents? Remember, one slot available for the Royal Arena from this best of 3. Loser goes down to the showdown. And let me tell you, you don't want to be there. A couple of FAMASs, Flames and Magisk will have to get by with the lesser weaponry here. It is Process once again, Anders, trying to break in towards the dark room. He did a very good job in the previous round. I'm sure Spinks will be a little bit more alert this time.
Yeah, he seems to be the guy that they could really rely upon. Spinks at the moment. Cyber was well up to 12. For him, maybe not the most impressive scoreline, but enough to have an impact in the half so far. He's going to get taken down from Mantu at the start of this round, so maybe a little bit more unfortunate. 4 versus 5 as the round continues, and Crimbo slowly but surely checking out this side of the map. Magisk, uncomfortable position to be in with the FAMAS especially. Maybe a bit different if you can play with the M4 around that position. But the FAMAS just different kind of stopping power. They're really gambling on this. They leave almost entirely A and mid open to
be the right
triple
call.
stack the B.
Yeah, it actually looked like this could work out for them as well. Spinks has got to take all the aggro. They'll be focusing towards this platform, but will they anticipate multiple members here?
Good couple of kills in return. Spinks, he's down. And the question, like you said, are they anticipating for the last one to be there? They're not. Apex comes walking right in. It's an easy shot, but he can't do more than that. He needed the double, or he needed to buy time for Magisk, and he was never able to. And this is going to be obvious. They're going to know that he's retailing. They might not know he's extending from this position. It won't matter in the end. Crimbo back with another headshot. And in the end, Big end up winning the half. 8-7. That's quite something.
Hello everyone, this is Magisk, and today I'm analyzing just one round. So let's go. And this is Inferno, and this guy is probably an Apps player because he's rotating library. And he is going Apps, I can see. Oh, He's starting out with a big smiley. Molotoving apps on timing, and now he probably hears that they're executing on A, and one guy is calling they're rushing long, so I decide to rush down with a Molotov. And I can see this is me because on the skins, it's pretty obvious that it's myself, but I think the decision to jump down balcony and going for a Molotov is a little bit crazy because it doesn't really make sense, but I can see that on the radar, they're getting contact on long, so he has information that they're going long, and that is why I wanted to try and catch them up by going through their own Molotov, and I think that's still a little bit of a gamble, I would say, even though it's worked out pretty well. There is always a gamble when you jump down like that when they're taking mid and perhaps rushing A, because one guy could have been peeking me short, and you know, sometimes in Counter-Strike you have to take gambles, and I was reacting in 1 millisecond to information that they're going long. So I think overall I would say it was a good play, but also a bit of a risky play. And then I die.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You are watching Blast Premier, 4 groups where we see Big playing Vitality here for one of the last slots remaining in the Royal Arena. It's the first map, the pick of the Germans, and are up 8-7 here, Anders, as they bring out 7 guns to operate with on their CT side pistol. Dualies are out.
You a fan of the dualies yourself, Henry?
I kind of like them. They suit my playstyle. I like to spam the pistols a lot. So for me, it's great. Like, the only problem with them is when you're tapping in the back, it seems that they fall off completely. Like, it's the worst weapon to use at range.
Okay.
Like, it feels really uncomfortable.
All right, but up close, if there's a smoke,
CT side,
maybe like this.
Like this, that's an ideal opportunity to mow them down. Only finding 1 kill. Taps will make up for it, though, finding them yet another advantage. 4-on-2 as Magiskin. Apex will be pretty far removed from the equation here. Bombs down. Need quick frags, but getting nothing done here whatsoever. Magis will actually get a bit of a double. Surely they wouldn't let him back in.
He wanted the reload in the corner. I like that from Sin, though. He actually went and hunted him down and made sure it didn't happen. I think Tamsin got a triple at the end of it. I think a lot of confidence in Apex. He ran in with the P250. He was looking for straight headshots, but never really presented. But yeah, Tamsin's doing the majority of the work in this one. Well done.
Magis with a couple of nice shots there towards the end, but no plant. Suggests it should be the Eco going forward. 9-7 for Big. Eco. As Vitality just have a Desert Eagle at the top end. Magis can afford a pistol, considering he got an extra $600 from the previous round. That is about it.
We had some trading going back and forth at the beginning of the first half, which is a bit unusual, and some of it seemed to just come off the back of Vitality wanting to play very aggressive on the CT side and actually getting punished quite hard by Big. So I'm sure that now that Big are on the CT side themselves, they will do whatever they can to make sure they don't throw away this early start here, because again, historically it's been more of a T-sided map, even if it wasn't so obvious in this game so far. Possible that Vitality will still be pretty strong on the side of the map. But mostly when they get rifles, I'm assuming.
Well, got the work cut out for them now. It's going to be a 10-7 game. And we've discussed this plenty of times. Like slowing these sort of ecos down, bleeding out the utility. Every grenade has a cost, especially those incendiaries. If you can bleed those out, it will have somewhat of a knock-on effect, even if it's a little dull. To participate in this sort of round, we're going to have 5 players Vitality ending up towards A. Again, just try and bait out whatever you can. Every flash, every smoke. There's another incendiary drop towards Dark. So you can see they've got no grenades left, actually, on the CT side. So in terms of that philosophy, Anders, job done.
Yeah.
It's not the most exciting thing to talk about, but it's important.
You know, you can triple boost through the window to look at where Crimbo is on the T side. It's doable. It's not easy, but it can be done.
They got a plant here as well.
That's a surprising amount of success, isn't it, given what they brought into the round? I'm a little bit shocked to see that. MP9 also picked up. Still same. It should be fine here. The retake should be coming in rather swiftly, and it will be. Mega Scout here, flex the Deagle, maybe get a couple of shots off, or not at all.
Well, they managed to remove all the grenades. They managed to get a kill, and they managed to plant the bomb. That's a pretty decent full eco, if you ask me. And they will have a ton of cash going forward. So this is where the game really begins in the second half. Guns out for both sides. Big allow a plant to come through. Means about $5,500 per player on Vitality. So we saw Vitality enter this sort of rounds where they had SMGs and FAMASs. They went for that B probe right at the start of the round. A little bit of aggression, trying to take the game towards Big. Didn't work out for them. We'll see if the Germans have anything similar in mind here, just to kind of set the tone for the CT campaign here. Maybe they've got a push or a set piece they can bring to the table here. Sending 4 players towards middle. So yeah, we are going to see something crazy.
I love it a lot. Here we go.
Doesn't work out for him necessarily.
No, it's not. That's shocking. I would have thought they would have caught at least a couple of more players off guard, but it didn't. Flames with a very good defense at the beginning of it. Still a 3-on-3.
Yeah, they've actually done very well to make this a round that could land in their favor. Like, the only weapons that have been dropped are the FAMAS and the MP9. Now it's just rifles. Crimbo getting a ton of information here. He's pushed out of A, up towards Rugs right now, and slowly but surely confirming they're finishing up in B.
Yeah, this kind of aggressive move is, I think, is really critical we're making. It's a little bit like on overpass. If you can get out on the CT side toward the playground or something like that, once you push up far enough, you're really helping out your teammates a lot. Now let's see if they can hold it. Tabson,
it's
an early peek, and you're right, it is good. Even though Molotov is just segmenting the last 2 T players. Vegas go fearless, runs onto the bomb site, gets the double clear, and they're ready for the flank as well. Crimbo's got no shot. They convert that 2 versus 3 in their favor.
Oh, that's so disappointing for Big. Like we said, it would take something aggressive, something unexpected there to win the round. They go for the 4-man mid-push. It's cool. It's a nice idea. It leads into a 3-on-3 at least. And then they get all the information they could possibly ask for. Crimbo locking them in outside B, but Magisk, oh, they give him a bit too much space. He comes up on top. 2 big frags, and yeah, they was sick.
It's frustrating because you're right. Like anything else apart from that is such a. All the little pieces for Big are really well designed. The push out, the Molotov to segment the last 2 T players, even Tabson getting, you know, like I think one of the earlier kills in this initial 3v3. Just everything about it was lined up. Like you can play all of that correctly and then still lose the round apparently.
That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. You could have all the advantages, the correct setups, the best strategies. Counter-Strike is about clicking on the heads at the end of the day, and Magisk is very good at that, apparently, as he steals that one away. A timeout was called. We go 10-8 here. Bear in mind, this is considered a T-sided map, although we don't get to see it too often. Played once at this tournament. Deagle for Tabson. He's had to drop a weapon. He's got no Kevlar as well, so sacrificing his own round for the bigger picture. There is an awful man too. And for now, Vitality anticipating aggression once again. That is spread out. Flat default. Waiting for those B pushes. Anyone challenging the smoke towards middle? Well, Mantu is. He actually finds Apex caught off guard there just as he's throwing the grenade.
Sneaky kill, but gonna set them up in a nice position here. Neither team really with any significant amount of money, so real important that you keep this going. Deagle out on the corner. Tabson. See if he can explode somebody's head if they turn it. He's ready, and there's 4 people on the other side. Kind of close range with the Deagle, obviously, since the change, which is not even that new anymore. You don't have the same immediate spam down effect. You do need to rely a little bit more on the headshots, and Tamsin will be good for the first, but again, the double entry in return. Back into a 3 versus 3. The smoke is fading. I feel like Sin should have had 1 or maybe even both of those kills, but he can't, and now the bomb's been planted. Yeah, good damage. They're all very low on health, but they don't know. Big. They're going to be walking away from this round.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. With the AWP tag there, you might be tempted to go for it, but didn't get the information. And you're right as well, Sin. That's a bit of a dream there. The smoke dissipates. 2 players in front of you. You've already committed to the spray as well. I agree. 1 kill probably should have landed in his favor, considering the damage done as well, but it doesn't work out. And Vitality, once again, picking up a round they potentially should have lost there. Looks pretty decent for Big overall. Right up until that final commitment towards the B bomb side, but they will keep 3 players alive here. Close the scoreline down to just 1 round. Fortunately, though, Mantu will save the AWP. We've got Crimbo M4 as well. Loss bonus is not established whatsoever. They've got around $2,000 per player, so it means it has to be an eco, really, even though you've got a Mantu AWP and an M4 there. I'm not sure buying up into this one's an amazing idea for them. Maybe worth a tactical timeout to discuss their options. Big round. As, nothing is purchased, Anders, so still possible to win this round, of course, but we'll take some high-flying antics from the likes of Mantu. Looks like setting up some utility here. A smoke for the rugs area, potentially.
Well, getting a familiar experience as to the one that Vitality themselves were having on the CT side, which is you can win the early fight. Well done. And you can still lose that B bomb site so quickly. Even if you have stacked this there, it's just the positions just aren't very favorable for the CTs. And the Ts have a lot of ways to try and take those fights with. So 4v5s definitely do not guarantee a win on this particular map when you're on the CT side. Mantu still keeping the AWP alive, but I feel like at this point it's more about saving it and keeping it away from Vitality, because they're going to be able to find a bomb site no matter what here.
Yeah, and they know A is completely open here. He fired off a shot towards middle as they were breaching that site, so it's a matter of time before this round concludes, I'm afraid. Mantu, main objective here is just to save the AWP as Vitality tie things up 10-10. Process with just a USP. He'll just be the bodyguard here, making sure Mantu doesn't get flagged as he watches towards the beach position here for any hunting Vitality players. Zywoo is on the precipice of going for a hunt here, but is it worth it? Their money's okay. It's not amazing. They know he's got an AWP. It's unlikely they probably take him out here. Here they come. The fight will be on. I think they've got him.
If you just trade 1 for 1, it's definitely worth it. But if you lose too many players, then maybe not. Oh, another missed shot, and they will be hunting them down. Definitely worth it. Absolutely.
Yeah, the fact that you only lose 1 on routes as well, remove the AWP, makes the next round a lot more manageable. Because yes, they'll be buying, but they've got $4,400 per player by virtue of the low loss bonus here. So there's no AWP available now. It'll be like FAMASs and M4s. Zywoo finding the killing blow that opens up that A bomb site, and we tie things up in cruise control now as Vitality posting 3 in a row after losing the pistol and follow-up round. So double FAMAS. No kits. Nice sort of grenade there, actually countering the CT grenade thrown towards the steps. Doesn't connect this time.
And a little bit of a slowdown for Vitality at the start of the round. They don't really want to keep pushing. Might be thinking that there's going to be some kind of a change up for Big. They themselves did try that. They did try to push outside of the B bomb site, and yeah, maybe they're expecting something similar. Flashed into the corner. Nobody's really there. Definitely does happen that the CTs are pushing out. Actually, now we do see the double push outside of the bomb site here with a Molotov in that forward position. That's a cool idea. I like it. It's very common for a T to be hiding there, and it is actually literally what Vitality did there themselves. They were hiding in that position, and they're waiting for the flashbang, and that's when they peaked. So if you Molotov it instead, you could definitely find a kill.
Bomb's still down in T-spawn, but Apex is actually making his way through the smoke here at the A bomb site. It is shut down. Sin very aware of that possibility, and now they have the resets. I will gather the C4. Flames has got a decent position. Like, he'll have to be the linchpin of this operation. He just misses out on the kill there. Maybe Crosser spots him. Doesn't matter. He'll find the frag regardless. Not a double. Taken down. And the bomb, I think it has to go away. There's no time to retreat back towards B, and that's if they even want to go for the round.
feel like they still will. They have one more smoke. It's on Spinks here, so he has to leave if they want to use it. 15 seconds, and that double spray down pretty much confirms the round. There's just not enough time left at the end. Mantu and Crimbo with a good hold overall, and Big still with a 1-round lead after this one, and also saving their own economy. This is a huge swing round that if they would have lost it here, Big would have given up, I think, a sizable lead to Vitality.
Well, they'll maintain the lead now. 11 to 10 in their favor. Difficult round here after losing that first pick, trying to make their way in towards A, but losing members en route. It was an interesting approach there from Apex. Like I said, the bomb was down in T-spawn. He was trying to utilize the element of surprise there, but Sin more than ready for it. Gets that opening frag, and the wheels kind of fell off at that point. He had no one behind him. They had to reset the round. Time was running low. They're taking a lot of damage, but they still have enough to buy at the very least. They don't save anything in the previous round, but they do have enough to fully invest with AKs across the board. This is another very important one for both teams here. As we get to the closing stages of the first map, the pick of Big, Anubis, only the second time he's been played in this tournament. Both teams are running low on resources here.
They really are.
Quite a convincing round in the previous. We'll go back towards middle. And you can see this, that one smoke down. It's a very difficult hold on the CT side. Just to deny territory and stay alive, challenging.
I feel like it's true for so many positions. CT positions on this map, it's just, nothing is really easy.
You can't just leave it open, because then they get way too much control. If you try and jiggle it and peek, you're likely taken down just like that. They've got AK-47s. It's rough. It's a very difficult position to hold. And it will be Flames capitalizing upon that initial entry, and yeah, round over. So if you feel like you can bully your way towards middle, they're not being super active, they're not bombarding you with grenades, that's a very viable approach time and time again. And now Big will have to be on high alert. That could be a potential approach going forward.
Even that peek in the middle that Sin is trying to do, there aren't necessarily very many easy positions for his teammates to throw flashes in. Like, there's no flashbang over the walls, right? You have to throw them into the tunnels, and if they bounce off the wall, then any pro player will be able to spin around pretty quickly. And if you have to throw them so they don't bounce off the wall, you're standing in a really weird position. Yes, Henry. I
can't believe he got that second one.
He's just out hunting. He's ready for it. Now they know exactly where Mantu is, and he might be top fragging in the game, which in itself is impressive. 21 kills on him, and he's going to get hunted down, and the rifle is going to be confiscated by Vitality as they tie up the game.
Yeah, we said that was an important round. Another one where both teams were fully invested. In terms of loss bonus, they're only at second stage. They're only getting $1,900 per player. 11-11. Big might need to make a wish here, but like we said, quite a simple approach. Sensing that middle is not getting a ton of love here from Big. And just a 3-man walk up. Gun out. Pounce on the side, nothing that could be done, and it has to be the full eco. No two ways about it. The very top end, we've got a Deagle and a 5.7, but no Kevlar grenades are going for the mid stack here. Like you said, Vitality put the fear of God in them now. Being conditioned to worry about the prospect of middle. And that could weaken other areas of the map going forward.
I don't know if you share in this feeling, but it's 11-11, but I just feel like Vitality are more in control of this game. Maybe it's the economy, but it feels like they're just dictating the pace of this a little bit more. It shouldn't be the case. I mean, Mantu's got 21 kills, 17 on Crimbo, 16 on Sin. That's a fantastic trio to be working with. Should give them a lot of control, and Vitality, they don't have anyone answering back to that same level just yet, so going to be a free bomb site found over here, and obviously the 1-round lead going to be secured. Yeah, I'm worried that Big are going to slip up and let go of this game right at the end, or at least the map. They might just not have the money to fight it through. Mantu's going to get a kill, and yeah, you should be worried. Tabson hiding in the corner. Good read. Not much else to say about the round, really. Just padding their stats a bit.
Yeah, it's a good point. That's about it. Zai will get 3 in total, taking his frag tally up to 19. It's Spinks, Bonoma 15, and we've got Magus, similar total as well. Everyone at double digits, and as you mentioned, it's Mantu at the very top for Big. Love to see that, 22 kills. And then Process at the bottom at 9 and 19, but overall, not an alarming game for anyone. Love to see this. 1 round in it, everyone contributing. Mansu back on the AWP. It's been a while. Their funds have been limited to say the very least. So Zywoo challenges towards A main again. He's got that flashbang. I think he might just commit to this. Should have been the opening kill for Crimbo there, but the flashbang averting his gaze for too long. They've cracked open the site and really is down to this frag now. And Zywoo is a man on a mission, mowing down anyone that stopped him in his path, and that's another round done.
Disgusting kill, especially that first one out where the beans are outside of the one side.
The what, sorry?
The beans.
The beans.
Get a little tray of beans, I think, lentils. Can you make beans
I know what you mean.
in an air fryer, Henry? Is that possible?
You can make anything in an air fryer. So yes,
anything.
You can. Literally anything. What would you like to make? And I'll tell you.
Ice cream, Henry.
Okay, you can't make ice cream in an air fryer. I'd like to retract the previous statement.
Caught in 4K. Just lying.
So they look like either red beans or coffee beans. So these the ones? These are the beans in question? These are the legumes you're looking for? Yeah.
You found them.
Coffee beans, I would say.
Roasting in the sun, ready to go in the air fryer. Could you
ready to throw your coffee in the air fryer?
I bet someone's done it. Have you seen those ridiculous videos that they're only with people who are obsessed with making coffee in the most elaborate ways possible, where like every piece of equipment is like a unique thing and like has to be in titanium steel and like
coffee is another one of the things in the world I would never understand. It feels like you've got way too much time on your hands if you're really invested into coffee or wine. Yeah. Those things taste the same regardless of how expensive they are.
I'm glad, Henry.
High-end wine tastes the same as mid-wine.
Of course, Maniac is losing his mind at the
moment.
But I agree. I completely agree, Henry. We're good to go.
Oh, another Ray Rush.
This time it's Flames running in first. Oh, this is a nightmare, isn't it, for Big? If they lose the entry here, they could lose the round very quickly behind it. But Flames actually, he goes up. He's dead. Mantu, good little kill with the AWP. Oh. There's a lot of people here, but Simon, he's cracking it up, but he's nearly got Tabson. Apex continuing low on health. He can't stand up to it. No. Sin goes down, and now it is just Process left. 1 versus 2. What a relentless push from Vitality. Once that fight started, it never ended. And now let's see. Could he get the 1 versus 2? Oh, he's already been found out, so Apex knows. Takes a couple of shots, relocates himself, and you can tell from the crosshair, Process has no idea that he was sneaking out that way. That is... They just cracked open that A-bomb site completely.
That was absolutely... fucking sick from Zywoo. Sorry, just like look at the state of this. This second kill, he's like he is in the Matrix. It's like he's in bullet time, you know. Like
that's
just the presence of mind to just analyze that situation, slow it right down to individual bullets. Like we've seen a couple of times in this map already.
Yeah, in the slow motion, you're like, oh,
I need to. Okay, the spray's getting out of control. I need to just pump the brakes for a millisecond. Regain control of the spray. Tap on this guy's head.
That is what it looks like.
I just don't know how his mind is operating in that manner, but Flames will be removed early this time. Opening pick for Big, and one they desperately need as well. It's 14-11 now. Bringing a half buy to the table here. 4-4 as Mansu is quickly removed. I think the AWP is recoverable though. I think being the operative word here. Smoke is down. Spinks will spot the ex-member of Big in towards B main. The AWP has been picked up at least, so this round's not done.
Slight surprise to see Mantu not get the shot in the middle there. I thought he had him locked in, but just didn't really go his way. They're going to lose Cyber in the meantime. Still a 3-on-3, and like you pointed out, the AWP has been recovered. I think there might be an AK or 2 to pick up as well. So maybe with the AK stolen, you could do something here.
Maybe. Starting to look like we might be done here. Like if they win this round,
yeah,
sure it goes a bit further. But they've given up now 4 in a row, mainly to A rushes. And Magis will have a cracking shot there towards Dark. Not really much Crimbo can do about this split as they commit in towards the B side. The pincer is perfect. And Sin, so far removed, and might just be walking into the loving embrace of Magis here. He's got like the perfect position to deal with this. There's no way you'll be anticipating him just waiting in the corner, and I dare say Sin will just walk into it momentarily, but hold his ground for now.
He's defending the beans, isn't he? So,
oh, precious beans.
They've been lost.
Yeah, they're gone. 15-11. Pretty decent fight from Big so far. Like the fact they've kept this super close down to 1 round, the majority of the showing here on Anubis. Like it's been a close game. It's just on the C side, once they've established that middle and the A bomb side had some vulnerabilities, they were just being exploited each and every time. And I don't think anyone would disagree in terms of pound for pound fragging ability. Vitality have them bested across the board here. So sure, we've seen some advantageous moments, some nice ideas, some good teamwork from Big, but they're not ready to take down Vitality potentially. This is a very strong finish. Still a chance to take us to overtime, of course. You never know. Unlikely, though. 4 in a row required. And it all starts with a pretty compromised setup here. They are lacking some key pieces of utility, no kits. And we're coordinating ourselves back into a full B execution here. Now, we haven't seen this once. So, a new approach from Vitality to close out the game.
I think Mantusi just a bit there, but not able to get the shot off on anyone. Definitely putting some pressure on the middle. And, I mean, they're quick to rotate right now. Those 2 people in the middle could be at the B bomb side very, very fast.
They've both gone towards A.
Oh, you're right. They've run away, caught with a grenade in hand as well. This is disastrous. The bomb side's getting him a run. Tabson, he basically needs a triple kill for this to even be possible, but he's going to get shot down instead. Actually, Spinks running into, I think, their own Molotov, but they're just landing every shot, and they picked the perfect time to hit this bomb side. Sin showing up to try and see if he can change the outcome of this one.
They haven't planted yet, at least.
Yeah, but they're just waiting for the control, aren't they? They want to make absolutely sure, even if the kill comes through, they stop the bomb plan once again. 1 versus 2 for Crimbo. He's going to be going down. Apex at the end to close it out. 16-11. Very good control for Vitality. They seem like they absolutely know what they're doing on Anubis still.
I actually really enjoyed that. Sure, it's the result we expected, but still, we haven't seen a ton of Anubis so far. And Big showed up. It was a 1-round game for the majority of that showing until Vitality got into 5th gear, and that could be the problem as it's Inferno coming up next.
Hello everybody and welcome to Skin Guesser by CS Money. I'm joined by Astralis and FaZe Clan today. We asked the community some questions ahead of the start of the fall groups, and now it's your guys' job to guess the answers of the fans. Each correct answer is worth 100 points. Each incorrect answer is worth 50 points, as in a negative 50. If you get 2 incorrect answers, you then switch control of the question to the other team. Whoever gets the 8th and final answer gets an additional 100 points. Astralis, you guys are gonna start. Question number 1. What is the best AK skin?
Wild Lotus.
Wild Lotus is correct.
Oh wait, just need to fill them out?
You gotta fill all 8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Fire
you're gonna have to do the whole 8. Fire Serpent.
Case happens.
Both correct.
Neon Rider.
Neon Rider is the skin that starts with an N.
Asimov.
Asimov, that's 5.
Okay, we're gonna
pass. I like that.
So B is Bloodsport.
Correct.
And V is Vulcan.
Correct.
Redline.
Correct.
Oh, yeah. There we go, Finn. You're back.
All right, nicely done. Okay, so FaZe, get ready for your second question. What is the best team sticker with an animal on it?
First one, Furia.
Furia, correct.
Vitality, the B.
A bee is not an animal. I would say Virtus.pro.
Correct.
We play against so many teams. How the f do we not know, man?
What is team?
Is Team Liquid.
Team Liquid is correct.
I buy Power as well.
I buy Power is correct.
Mouse.
Correct.
Is it? Yeah, you're
It is
right.
a
Yeah,
mouse.
yeah.
It is a mouse.
It's mouse walks.
Are you guys done?
You wanna pass it, no?
Astralis, the floor is yours.
I would say Copenhagen Wolves.
Copenhagen Wolves is correct.
I played there.
And, and then I would say North.
North is also correct. Okay, I'm gonna have to address this.
No.
It's the definition around animal. What is the best team sticker with a creature on it?
I deserve it. I deserve my chance. I deserve my chance. Bro, I deserve my chance to guess.
You guys got an answer?
Dignitas.
Correct. Last round of the game. We asked the viewers, name a skin you would give to your friend. You don't want the most popular answer, straight up. FaZe, you can choose whether you start or close.
We will start.
So,
Asimov.
with that correct answer, Astralis, it is your turn.
Wild Lotus.
Wild Lotus is correct.
The Gamma Doppler.
Incorrect. Negative 50 points.
Gut Knife.
Astralis says Gut Knife with a chance to close the gap, with a chance to steal the win.
But it's wrong.
Incorrect answer. It's a good effort.
Almost.
But congratulations, FaZe. You guys have won. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me in the CS Money segment.
Where's the trophy?
There's actually something.
Congratulations, Finn. You are now the primary opper.
Thank you. I'm back, guys.
You've been promoted.
Welcome back to years 2008.
Vitality with a T-side tear spell the end on Big's map pick. 6 in a row, ZywOo shining bright. Despite the first half getting a little bit complicated, Jacob, Vitality do prevail and take away their opponent's map.
I think that was a very competitive game. I think Big deserves a lot of credit for pushing Vitality to the limit to some extent. I think first half, as you said, back and forth, a lot of clutches, a lot of 1v1s, a lot of 2v2s. It wasn't a walk in the park at all for Vitality. Now, it is Big picking the map, so that's also to be expected that it came in prepared, but I still think they played better than I anticipated.
Yeah, listen, I'll temper your judgment just a little bit.
Okay.
You see the end, there wasn't really a question. Once Vitality got into... when Vitality got into gear, it was over. I don't think Big really had an actual chance to win this. And I also think that Vitality probably overcompensated what they hadn't done against NIP. And we had words from there as well. They said we were too passive against NIP. We didn't make these moves. Turns out they made all the moves against Big.
They made all the moves, and now we may as well jump into one of them. Round 8, I kind of want to highlight it a little bit, just talk about it, because it's Vitality struggling in that first half to overcomplicate things. Bigs are calling out a B rush right here, and guess who's ready for it? Mr. ZywOo. Not only getting 1, not only getting 2, but he's getting 3 kills from this position. The second one is dirty, the third one is even better, and at this point, the round is effectively over. 1:30 left, it's a 4v2. There's no way Vitality should lose this. Bomb is down on the bomb side, but they overcomplicated a little bit. Give up a couple of easy peeks. No one is spotting up here. He's getting a nice kill in the back of a player, getting another one right here, being pushed down. It's just very, very poor play from Vitality. We get into a 1v1 scenario with 30 seconds left, and this could have gone both ways. Mantu is incredible close turning this one around. Had that been the case here, Vitality could have come off with a poor first half, and I think it was close in that first half. I think Big had a chance to actually not win the game, but at least make it close.
And before that round, they even already had turned around a situation where they were under advantage against Vitality. So yeah, I think it took Vitality a few rounds just to find their gear. Gross mistake of communication in that example you just picked, Jacob. Apex is hiding behind site. Why isn't the connected people aware that there is a risk on the peak? That's the issue. But I would say a bit rusty at the beginning.
Yeah, but then we see Vitality with the reaction, particularly coming into that second half. And it's good to see Vitality being able to do that, because that NIP game, we didn't see that. Let's jump into round 22, because it's a really good example of the offense delivered by Vitality.
Yeah, a good call from Apex. We just crucified him from that last round, but now he's very much into the skin of Big as well, and he's going to punish Sin beautifully. We see this contact play. It's Apex realizing that mid isn't really covered. Sin makes the mistake here, gives his life away, and just for that moment on, you can see the defense is kind of falling apart. There's enough angle, but that's very well cleared by Flamesy, which is exactly what we want to see from him, leading the charge. And even to add insult to injury, is going to be Magisk able to find 2 kills when they're saving, and they're going to just come on that pincer move to grab Mantu out of the rounds. This was perfect from Vitality, round 22. And this is, from this point on, pretty much over. I think Apex figured out how to play the game. He called very fast, very one-dimensional, efficient CS. That was a good example. A couple of A rushes, over.
I think the reason we're left with the notion that it was a close game and could have been a close game is the fact that Vitality started on the CT side. Had they been on the T side, I think they would have run all over Big. They probably would have gotten 10, 11 rounds on that T side, because as you said, it looks super, super easy. ZywOo was playing well. Magic's had a couple of rounds, and there was just a lot of positives to take away from Vitality. And I will say, coming into this game, if the best map you can pick against Vitality is Anubis, you are in deep drop.
Yeah, well, listen, we have a couple of facts from ZywOo. You guys at home don't need me to say how good he is. I think you've heard me say that enough in many different broadcasts. I would just like to say for Vitality and this roster, I think it's very important to get a couple of reps on Anubis very quickly. Sure. Because with Dupree, they had, I think, came to that position where nobody really would want to pick it against them. They had played enough maps, enough reps, enough training, that they were a team to be feared on it. So now you get to send a message. You get to say, listen, our T side is still very strong. Sure, maybe we're finding our marks a little bit on the CT side, but you can not punish us on it. And when you think about Cologne coming out very soon, all of the teams that made a roster change are racing against time to establish a map pool. So good for Vitality to react there.
We've also got to think about Vitality's map pick. That is going to be Inferno coming into this series. So Danny, what should we be looking out for on their opponents on this map?
We haven't seen Vitality really play Inferno, especially not on that T side, but we have seen Big play on the CT side, and we actually have seen some good play from them. So I want to break down this round here towards the B site. Very dynamic spot that you can play. So the first thing we're going to see here is that this is against Heroic, and Heroic, they're getting ready to set up for a full B attack with the exec. Big, they have 3 people here. Now, this looks like an advantageous position, but of course, just because you have the numbers there doesn't mean you're going to automatically win the round. You still have to play off of each other. So take a look at what Big do right here. So first person we're going to look at is tabseN. He is simply just jiggling with the smoke. The idea behind it, as soon as the reaction comes in, he's going to toss the smoke down to block the choke point. Now, the second player here, process, he's here towards this dark corner. He's going to have a flash ready. And the idea behind this is that as soon as tabseN drops his smoke here at the entrance, that's when process, he's going to lob his flash over here towards pool so that if the T's decide to push past it, tabseN has a way to actually contest it with the flash. And the third person that we want to talk about here is Sin. He's in a very powerful spot, and that's because by playing on top of the quad box or the new box, when that Molotov comes in, which almost always does when B executes, he doesn't take damage because he's up high like this on the box. And as well, by being in this position where his head is slightly covered by this archway or this wall, when the T still flashes, he's not going to get blinded by it. It's a very powerful position. So with all these players in this setup in mind, take a look at what Heroic do. They throw all the nades here. CT smoke, spool smoke, the 3 Molotovs, the whole site is covered. tabseN, he then drops his smoke. And as he drops his smoke, he also gets smoked out. And this is when process comes in with this flash. This allows him to then push past that smoke and contest the angle right away. Finds that first kill on the player coming in, and then Sin in that power position. As soon as the Molotov comes down, he knows he's not taking damage as well. The flashes, he knows it's not going to hit him either. That's how he gets that first kill, and that basically derails this push here, where Heroic, even though they threw basically every single piece of utility at the B bomb site Big, they had a great way to figure it out. So for Vitality coming in on their T side, we haven't seen much of it. How are they going to be tested if they decide to hit that B site?
Loving that breakdown from Mahone Zone, as always. But the reason we haven't seen too much of Vitality T side is because it was 16-1 versus Complexity, the only time we've seen them.
Yeah, and it looked blatantly easy for Vitality, but I will say there are still a couple of questions out there, namely the Flamesy Apex duo on the B side. That's one that I would like to see tested. I would like to see them punched a little bit, pushed a little bit, because against Complexity, it was just a walk in the park. It was a day at a beauty salon. They're having a good time. We'll see.
I don't live in a world where Vitality is not going to win Inferno. I'm not going to lie.
All right.
I think this is over, unfortunately.
Well, there is logic to Jacob's Madness, as it is Vitality's map pick, a chance for Big to come back, but it will be an uphill battle. We're jumping into it after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You join us for the second map between Big and Vitality. Could be Shiza time for Big here. The end of the line, unfortunately, Anders, as it doesn't look good. It's Vitality's map pick of Inferno, and they've been doing some work here in Denmark.
We're all actually seriously missing out because there are so many absurd German, you know, sort of idioms and just sort of weird words that are stuck together. Like Germans have this way of building words where they just add more words together to make like a concept that no one's ever heard of before. But it makes sense when you actually look into it. So, you know, that's probably the main reason you should learn German, is just to learn some of those.
You speak much German?
I took German for like 7 or 8 years in school.
Okay, so some at least.
Some at least. I feel like if I watch a German news broadcast, after like a couple of minutes, I can understand most of what's happening. So,
well, the headline is lose this map and Big are out of the tournament. They'll be knocked into the showdown. Vitality with a perfect run to open this tournament up. A couple of 2-0s. Looking fresh from the break. Bolted against the Ninjas. One more map will do it though, as they enter the T side pistol here. A couple of smokes, couple of mollies. No PT-50s in sight. And the first engagement going down towards Banana here. It's just tabseN alone. On this side of the map, he has no utility to speak of apart from a decoy. And you don't see many of those these days.
You really don't. Still yet to find a really reasonable spot in the game, but maybe tabseN has a plan.
It seems to be used as a fake flash, you know.
Every once in a while.
That's where its value is found. Bouncing it off, someone turns, $50 could find you a kill.
It's so rare, but I don't disagree. Heard some of the potential uses, but we'll get back into that later on because this could be a pretty straightforward execute. I think they've got Flames hanging around second mid towards middle, maybe at the A-bomb site, and towards B. Smokes are coming in. Good shot from Crimbo. They need more of that, though. They need to defend this bomb site. Backup is coming. tabseN finds another skull. It's looking very good at the moment. Spinks finally with the return. The bomb is in the back. I think on the back of Apex, so trying to see if they can create a little bit more space for the eventual bomb plant. Grenade thrown right on top of the goldfish. That's a bit rough. Still a 2 versus 3, Henry, and the bomb is lost out of the open. They're waiting for the flank.
And what a flank it could be. A beautiful shot from Spinks. Brings us back to a 2-on-2. 30 seconds remaining here. Biding his time as both CTs wait towards coffins right now. They know he's there.
They do absolutely know he's still alive. I don't understand it. How could he stay alive for that long? Trying to get the opening. Flames only good for the one headshot. Man 2 just manages to spin back around. It's such a close round. If he could have waited maybe a second or 2 more Spinks, it might have been even more impressive. But it didn't work out in the end. Big will win the pistol.
Yeah, good discipline there from Big. Maintaining their advantage, staying together. Pretty impressive hold, all things considered there with the smokes down as well. tabseN managing to hold strong, denying the plant as well. And there will be a force buy. So not saving for the third round here. They'll bring out the pistols and drop an AK-47 for ZywOo. And we all know how potent he can be in these particular rounds. So Big have got their work cut out for them. A couple of SMGs in the mix. And they're sending 4 players, including that AK, towards top or middle, which is currently vacant. Not much there.
Tempting to stay far back when you know you've got the weapon advantage like Big do. But obviously you gotta be careful, don't give away too much space. You can be crunched on the bomb side. If they get the kill on Sin, who's playing over at this corner first, then the rest of the A-bomb side is in a bit of trouble.
So, pressure being applied towards the A-bomb side here. Smoke down towards the arch and indeed library. 5 players here for Vitality. Rotations have to come through. Will be an 8 split to close things out here. 1 minute on the clock. Smoke's dissipating. Flashbang and the commitment coming in now.
Man 2 starts it off for the kill on Spinks, but there's what you need in return. Flames as well and down in the pit. ZywOo opens it up and he spins. Nearly gets the triple. It's close and it'll be followed up by Magisk. The bomb is planted and they made that look so crisp and clean, didn't they?
Yeah, we talk about ZywOo's AWP all the time, but his AK-47 is fierce, to say the very least. We've had multiple sequences today where he seems to break all the rules, slow it right down, be 1 step ahead of his opponent each and every way. We are going to have process here, hoping to
do damage,
take a kill, do something with it, but Flames has got his number, and it will be a quick response here from Vitality. The second round force buy works out for them after not planting the bomb. in the pistol. And yeah, this force by wars will continue. We saw this on Anubis, Anders.
We
it was
did.
back and forth, what, 5 or 6 rounds? But this from Zyro as well to preempt that secondary player towards headshot. The thing of beauty, and so is that Deagle play from Magdisc as well. Force by confirmed.
Brings up an interesting thing that, you know, is kind of lost to the history books as well. There was a point in time when we had dedicated AWP players that were significantly worse with the AWP or the M4. So you really, they really made their living with the AWP and not much else. And I feel like there's not a lot of space for that now. You have to be pretty good with the rifles as well. You can't just rely on the AWP. Can't think of many modern AWPers that just disappear when they don't have the AWP. A little bit of damage on the side at the start of it.
Yeah, that scout tag.
Not a single helmet in sight, Henry, on the CT side. No... Oh, I was gonna say no armor at all on Tabson, and that's the result. You need the Kevlar, it turns out.
Well, 2 scout tags have landed now, at least. So Crimbo with a chance of the CZ, maybe a double kill. They are going to be fully sending it up middle, though. So the chance of him finding multiple kills are limited, to say the least. Especially when they're wrapping around towards Arch now.
That was a teammate, right? Yeah. I think that was a teammate. Scary stuff.
Oh,
either way, they are probably going to be fine.
Probably.
Should be. They've stolen 2 AKs. That's a lot of value to have in the next round with the Scout and the Deagle. But obviously, it's also tempting to try and do something with them in this round and see if you could bring it back.
Yeah.
I think with that kill, they probably realized, no,
I was going to say, like, you want to be saving, though. That's a bit of a godsend. You've been given 2 AK-47s here. There's a force by round. It's over. You're not going to be winning it. But at least you'll have something to work with now going forward. You've already got Kevlar, right? And the Scouts back it up. The next round's actually quite viable if you keep all 3 members alive.
You know, I have a bit of trivia for you, Henry.
Go on.
Did you know that the fish over at the B-bomb site don't actually collide with the nades? You can't kill a fish with a flashbang or a decoy by landing it on top of it.
What about an HE in the pond?
That'll do it. Even Molotov on top of it will do it as well.
Okay. So
I spent some time.
Why would I think a flashbang would kill the fish, though?
Well, they collide with players, it could do damage, right?
Oh, I see what you mean. So if it directly hits.
Yeah, directly hits. I spent
okay.
Probably an hour throwing grenades at fish.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me that much, but it is good to know.
I thought it was, you know, someone has to do some of the, you know, science. Not always exciting, Henry. Sometimes you just have to do it.
It's a thankless job, but someone's got to do it.
Yeah.
As that scout rattles off once again. Nothing connecting this time. We are going to see a 2-1 lead for Vitality. I guess you can call this one another force buy, really. After saving 3 weapons in the previous round, it's actually stronger than their previous efforts. So, yeah, this round is well under their remit. They can actually win this one. We've got a boost in CT spawn.
Yes.
Up top.
The unorthodox. You don't see this one nearly as often. Even with the smoke up, it might pay off here. Flashed in, and a nice little step out from Process. He's going to be able to get the kill, even run boosted back, I think more or less by accident, but still, very cool stuff. Vitality punished by their own AK-47 from the previous round. Process stepping out again. That's a FAMAS down there. They don't have any head armor still, so even the FAMAS is going to be doing a lot of damage, but we'll be real careful here.
A nice idea to boost behind the smoke, but they fumbled it, but making up for it now. That's cleanly through said smoke. Spinks has got a guaranteed kill here. Waiting for his time to strike. That'll certainly help out, but they know the numbers are going to be low here towards B as the bomb is planted. Significant damage inflicted towards the coffins here. Now, bear in mind, it's the man advantage for Big. They do not have a kit, but they can still win this round. All 4 players in towards the ruins right now.
That actually was a 6 spray for Magus. I don't know how he did on much damage. It was just the FAMAS. He couldn't obviously see them. That's already made it a much harder retake. But the defuse kit is the main factor, like you pointed out. Look at the spray down for Magus. 3 kills just like that. Looking for the 4th in the corner with the Deagle now. It's going to be Flames instead, but absolutely rock solid work with the stolen FAMAS. So just a battle of which stolen weapon was going to be better this round.
Well, Magus FAMAS saves the day, that's for sure. It was looking a little bit dicey at one stage there with the nice work of the AK-47s, the saved AKs. But ultimately, Spinks finding his kill in towards middle. Magus finding that FAMAS inside and killing them through the smoke as well. The round was saved. They lined up for him. Job done. And another difficult round here for Big. FAMASes No kits, no helmets. And yeah, saving those AKs might have encouraged them to invest a little bit more than they should have done. Damage there. ZywOo down to 9 points of health.
Yeah, not the best start for him, obviously. Look at Big, even in this round, double for Mars. Almost no grenades left, Henry, at 1 minute and 25 seconds. That's a nightmare on Inferno, but Man2, he was top fragging on the opening map of Anubis. He's still doing rather well here. Maybe they're going to have to rely on him. It's a grenade to take down side. We're in a quick 5 versus 3, but they can bring it back. This round is not done yet.
It all lies on Sin's position. He has been removed. Magus will chime in as well. All of a sudden, what's looking like a winning scenario has completely collapsed around Big. Magus just making light work of them. These A splits, the R traps, it is too much. And that was when they had the opening kills as well. Big will have to save once again. 4-1 Anders. And bear in mind, this one really does have some ramifications attached to it. This is the 2 games today. Both have tangible effects going forward. So the winner of this series will be the 5th team making it to the Royal Arena. Same story down to the showdown for the losers as well. And then the final game of the day is that last slot. 11 days of play, Anders.
And even more importantly, the predictions games between the talent could also...
It could come to a head today because Jacob and I are both on 16 points and we have different predictions for the last game. I've got NAVI, he's got G2.
You've come in, Henry, brand new into this whole Blast space, and already you're vying for the top position, you know?
Well, that's why it's a shame I found out there's no prize involved, because I've got a diamond coin from the Paris Major, Anders. My prediction game is pretty strong.
That is one of the really rare ones for that particular tournament,
exactly.
Right?
And here I am, replicating that success once again. Top of the charts.
Maybe if you win, I'll air fry you some food for the,
Give me some ice cream. Air fryer ice cream.
Air fried ice cream, yeah. Never been done before.
So, what have we got here? Big will save 2 weapons again, Anders, but don't have the resources to justify the full investment. They've taken a half buy. Difficult choice to make considering he's so low, and an Apps pop is looking likely. But Man2, he's in position. He's got the opening kill. That might change the pacing here somewhat. Grimbo to open things up, and now they're running into it.
Oh, yeah. Bit of a meat grinder, isn't it? Unfortunately, they're going to lose the really powerful rifle on that side. Good shot for Sin. The bomb is committed. They know there's someone down in the pit. Stolen AK, and it's Grimbo. Great mechanics on him. Beautiful triple overall in the round. And obviously, the crossfire between him and Man2, just really a fine job. Big with a very unlikely round, but just setting up in the perfect position.
Right place, right time. Man2 waiting towards that graveyard. Even had the opportunity to miss a couple of shots as well. Alley-ooping his teammate Crimbo. Gets that first kill. The CZ drops down to the pit as well. Mows them down to close things out. They needed that, to be honest. This one was starting to spiral at a 4-1. A half buy there as well, but they're back on their feet. Full buy for Vitality. Last the resources here, though. Man2 running the gauntlet. AWP set up in the apartments here. Could go a bit further as well. They are not patrolling apartments whatsoever.
I'll tell you something about the position that Man2 is holding, Henry.
Go on.
If you smoke down in front of it, you can actually see the light from the window in the back, and it can be eclipsed the same way that you can on Mirage.
Yeah, with the lights and it flickers, you know someone's there.
And you can throw that smoke from Arch on Cs. The CTs can smoke it and set up there. Been messing around with it. It does work.
It is a thing.
But obviously very suspicious if you see the smoke and you're on the T side, but just as a concept.
So back towards middle, we did say Vitality have found great success with these A-Raps. It's Grimbo in towards Arch this time, and Man2, as we mentioned, in towards those apartments. Opening frag is his. He removes the Sphinx from the equation, repositions as well. 3 players towards B, and it might not matter as Man2 is mowing them down here. 2 shots, 2 kills. And that might be it. 30 seconds remaining, and they're starting to peel off.
Yeah, the first one is just a question of timing, really, but the second one looked a bit silly. Apex, I don't think he was not ready for it. Surely must have heard some footsteps or something, but didn't look like he was looking that way at all. So, not necessarily an ideal round. Still, they're in the lead.
Wow, that's a huge touchdown. Love that. And Man2 holding his nerve. Back-to-back high-impact performances from the A-bomb side. So they will be saving 3 weapons here. ZywOo with the AWP, just to note. Managed to take a bundle of utility with them as well. But we did say they were fully invested there, so averaging around $3,000 per player as Big post 2 rounds in a row. Will be the tactical timeout now as Vitality assess their options. What's been going on?
Yeah, and off the back of the CSGO AWP round, where Crimbo got the triple kill, I mean, that's a nice way to get springboarded back into the game. We appreciate that for Big. They need it. The stakes are super high, like you pointed out. You don't want to go to the showdown. It's not a great place to be, really.
Certainly not. Vitality would like to get this done in 2. Keep it clean. They entered this tournament with 2-0, 2-0 against Complexity and EG. Lights out performances. They look fantastic.
Makes me smile to see Gobby and Sonic behind these two teams. Competing all the way back against each other, you know, way back
years ago. Decades ago, and
actual decades, yeah.
So, CG spawn smoke deployed.
It's uncomfortable.
Mantu takes a lot of damage there. He wanted to have a little peek in towards second middle. Send packing by the spam bullets from T-Steps. See, they've actually gunning for a bit of banana control here as well. Decent HE doesn't actually connect. Quite a passive approach into this round. Aegis will finally push through the smoke here. Molotov in the corner.
Ouch. Orb shot from the other side, I think.
Well, Mantu is there. And he has been very influential in their success in the last 2 rounds. So Magis with the presence towards B, he's gained control. 4 players otherwise towards top and middle. They've left the bomb down towards the underpass, so don't have to necessarily commit here. That's a lovely HE grenade. Does a ton of damage, especially to ZywOo.
He's got one more.
One
keep
HP.
throwing them in. He's got his own little nest tag back there. That's ridiculous. Meg is going to be going down. And that's a very, very important kill for Mantu. If he dies to Magisk instead, I think they just lose the round right then and there. I don't think anyone can rotate to help out. So they're still going to try and see if they could go for it here. A little bit of a boost up. And they have very limited grenades. 3 smokes. 1 of them used. They don't have any flashbangs to get rid of Mantu at this corner. And that's disastrous. He's going to get that kill right away. You need at least 1 flash just to offset that AWP. Mantu also proving himself worthy once again. It's going to be a triple, make it a quad at the end as he gets to 10-4. Rock solid defense from him and Big tie up the game.
Yeah, Mantu doesn't put a foot wrong there. And that sequence perfectly played, to be honest with you. He was the backbone of the B bomb site and delivered on all fronts. Started this initial pick as well, taking down Magisk, and you can see him changing a defensive line every single frag here. So he went from the corner to Coffins to Emo. Then didn't overstep the mark again. Flashbang over the top so he could guarantee that final frag. We'll tie things up at 4-4. Bear in mind, Vitality were fully invested there as well, so a half-5 for them. And another deficit to kick things off. Process this time delivers the opening kill. And that is not slowing down Crimbo at all. That should be the second guaranteed as well.
Ooh. There we go. 3-4, at least a kill. Going to be very tricky to find Mantu at this range, and Sin all the way back here. Henry, Apex is 0-8 at the moment.
Early days. If they were losing 8-0, that might be an issue for them, but they're only down 1 round here.
Okay.
As Big are actually doing a pretty decent job. This is solid. Mantu especially has been everywhere. Very dynamic, impactful, right place, right time. As we will see resources come back in favor of Vitality. So round 10. Map 2, Vitality already taking Anubis, the pick of Berlin International Gaming. And here we go, Anders. Galil for ZywOo.
Maybe not exactly what you would want, but doesn't mean you can't do some real work with it. I appreciate your optimism on behalf of Apex. I think it's probably true. I mean, that not all 8-0s or 0-8s are created equal. Sometimes it doesn't necessarily have to have that big of an effect. Double setup in the A apartments with a 3-man stack at B, leaving Archway wide open, but nobody's really testing it for Vitality. So for the minute, Big don't care as much.
Well, yeah, Mantu showed some presence there at the start of the round. Fired up a shot towards T steps. Slows them right down. They have to be aware of his presence. And all the meanwhile, tabseN found that opening frag. This time it's Mages to go down again. Consistently being dropped here as Mantu continues to deliver. Bomb goes down. Still a chance here if Flames can find that kill, but not going to happen. Hope running very thin now at this point. They still know this player's towards the side itself, so we've actually got a 2-on-2. First winnable scenario Vitality have had in some time.
Yeah, and again, it comes towards that A-bomb site. Process is here actually very swiftly. Might be maybe 3 or 4 seconds earlier than they're really thinking about it, but no, Spinks, good coverage. Whether he was thinking or not, he was making sure that no one could sneak through. And tabseN, he's already been slowed down once. Once he fires this gun, they're going to know where he's coming from. They should not be fighting him. Make sure that he has to basically expose himself to both players. The bomb is inside the site as well, and the spray is going to be fine. Apex finding his second kill, both of them in this one round. But that's going to tie up the game, make it a 5-5. Speaking of Berlin, Henry.
Go on.
You hear there was people thought there was a tiger on the loose.
They thought or they knew? Because it's not. It's kind of easy to confirm.
It was reported. You say that, but there was a lot of wild stories going on. Apparently, it ended up being a hog instead.
A hog.
I don't know how people mistook.
So it was a
It doesn't
tiger.
seem like an obvious like.
People thought a hog was a tiger.
Yes.
And how many sightings had incurred before they?
I don't know, but I read about it in Danish news, so it must have been. It must have reached quite far.
I didn't hear about that, but I'm skeptical, to say the least, Anders. As Vitality recover from the timeout here, I've posted a round after breaking the streak of Big, who took 4 rounds in a row here, 5-5 overall, all for ZywOo. And that round was pretty closely contested once again. Mantu opening things up. It looked super strong until Flames was able to find some footing on the A-bomb side. We're sending multiple players towards B at the start here. Haven't seen much of this.
Could really be a pivotal round, this one. Look at the money on either side. Tied up game. And with this being Vitality's map pick, I feel like if they win this round, they're going to be having, once again, a really good T side. Surely it's on Big to cement this, win the first half, get more momentum going. Mantu's already fired up. Crimbo's doing well. That was the same as last time, but my God.
Hello.
He just shut him down. He just shut him through the wall. That's disgusting. He's going to keep it going. Still one more player to defend. It's tabseN. Wide swing as he does finally punish ZywOo for his insolence, but I'm not sure it's going to make a difference here. The flashbangs are just so good from the back line there. Apex on the assist, and this should be the round.
I think you're right. They're not even going to attempt to go for this one. That's all ZywOo this time. Individual performance. He's known to have a few sequences towards Banana with the AWP. Helps himself to 2 frags. Flames will pick up the third. And yeah, nothing they can really do. Big will have to just sit back in the pit. Wait for their opportunity to strike back here. You might not be hunting if you're on the Vitality side for reasons. And as just stated, the money's not amazing. Spinks is in towards the apartments here. Could be activated towards the end of this C4. See if he can take one down with him at least, but that's about as far as they'll probably go. And there it is, Vitality actually opting for a banana gambit this time. Works out for them. Nothing too technical in terms of the strategic approach, but getting the open ZywOo's hand, he finds 2 massive kills here.
Yeah, they're going to be doing really well behind it. 2 M4s that they have to contend with in the upcoming round. Once again, Big will be on their back foot a little bit. Now, credit to Big. They've made a lot out of the rounds where they've had very little. They saved. Look at the shot here. This is so
is
stupid.
it straight through the wall on the corner? Yeah, you don't see that very often. Like, it's quite common, I suppose, in the CTs to spam that angle and get a kill or a tag. Yeah, you don't see it too often. Like, that's the round in itself from that one click. Nothing they could do to hold on. That is ridiculous. And round 12 is upon us. Mantu starting to simmer down now as ZywOo is activated. Mages with a good spawn. And he's been struggling. He's been going down more often than not.
A little bit of a grenade. Actually going to work out very well. Cross is put under a little bit of pressure. Magus not calling in for the flash yet. Happy to wait it out with the Molotov on the other side. We'll see if there's going to be any kind of a response here. I think the CTs are thinking about their own pop flash into the corner, so So far, Maker's just counting the footsteps, listening in, making sure he can hear what's happening on the other side.
Yeah, hasn't given anything away here. They've got decent banana control as 4 members will join him. Same spam, holding the CTs at bay here. It's processing tabs into defend. They've got incendiaries, a couple of those, one of which has been deployed, but that doesn't matter. They're breaching the bomb site right here, right now. First kill for Flames is very good. The flashbang's overwhelming as Tabson can do nothing to respond, and that's the round over. A simple B take, very effective flashbangs, and no kills given over. 5 on 3, round confirmed, and you might want to consider the hunt this time.
It's tempting. It's really tempting. You can take away so much of the power of Big in the upcoming round if you find maybe another 2 kills. I guess Flames and Makers are both kind of low on health, but that B bomb site, this was a triple stack, and it's still being exposed as not quite able to stand up to it.
No, anything but really. Vitality had an objective at the start of the round. Command and conquer the banana and B bomb site, and yeah, they did so with emphatic style. The spams, the relentless utility to claim banana control, then the basic execution. Primarily the flashbangs, nothing could really be done. Tapson only had the FAMAS at the back as well, didn't even get a clean angle to fire from. But they saved 3 weapons, including the Man-2 AWP as well, but it's 7-5 Vitality. Looking comfy for the rest of this half, and that was a very brave maneuver. Running through the Flames, you can see they were ahead of the utility as well, just when the CTs were repositioning. Pulling out their own utility. Flames getting a blast from the past there. The hard slaps from Dexter.
Yeah. It's like that PTSD dog. Just looking at it. Here we go. Down the middle. I like this. Trying to switch it up. They need a change big because they're starting to fall behind. They're losing rifles and losing money. That's a good beginning. They actually gave up on the mid portion of the attack. I thought they were going to follow through with the push down. Tabson took a fair bit of damage. 4 on 5.
So now they know the AWP isn't towards the apartments. They're going to try and capitalize upon that information and see if they can convert this round. Stay away from the AWP, but there are 3 CTs here. Apex deciding it's a good opportunity to get in towards CT spawn, and oh my god, this is falling apart. Unraveling at the seams as we get a 5 versus 3. Flames, first kill will be no problem though. That's not communicated. They could be in towards spawn. Zywoo picking at the pieces, and now winnable, but probably not likely as Man2 will just have to run through. He gets that first kill though, 1 versus 1.
And sick, and look at it switch into the AK. Gotta be careful though. It's Zywoo in the back with the AWP. You're gonna try and flash him out, but he's behind the pillar. He's fine. Does he want to pick up the AWP? Doesn't seem like it. What a dangerous route, and Zywoo's already read it. He had the right idea. If he would have stuck it another second, he would have won the round right then and there. Bomb has still got a little bit of time left, but Man2 does not have a kit, and he's going to get shot down. Trying to jump around the corner there. Close round. I swear they forgot about Apex. They heard him running from construction.
You could see the player in Ruins was checking that position, right? He was aware of it. He heard him move in towards CT spawn. So the comms were completely off there. Like, if he just had said, bear in mind, one could be tree.
Yeah.
Well, one is tree. We've heard him. We're aware of him. But maybe it wasn't registered. It would have been a very frantic moment. But yeah, Apex can't believe his luck there. They overlooked that position, and it will be Vitality winning out the half at 8-5 here. Their map pick. Already done enough here on this T-side campaign. Last 2 rounds will be a bonus. They could still get to double digits here. Full buy at least for Big. 3-man setup once again towards B, and maybe looking to claim territory here. The grenades and smokes going over. And another connected shot through that half wall.
Starting to really come together here. It's their map pick. They've got the lead. They've got everything going their way. Even if they lose the rest of the rounds here, they're probably still going to be fine with it. And they've lost crosses at the top of Banana. So again, that 3-man lead towards the B bomb site. Or the lean there, not really working out for them at the moment. I feel like more often than not, they still end up losing the side anyway. Ready to set it up with a flash in case Man2 gets Molotov the flashed out of there. He's in the corner, but a little bit quicker than Cyber this time. That's a good shot. Still a 3-on-3 though.
Yeah, well, at least they made this round possible, you know. But the B bomb side is wide open, and Apex is starting to transition to that area right now. Flames will show his hand in the apartments. He's trying to keep CTs on this side of the map, but he knows he's not doing a very convincing job. They're not taking the bait at all. And the race is on. Smoke down in spawn. Will block the vision of Crimbo here. The bomb will be planted. They've got to go for this one, Anders, though. They have to give it a go. see what can be done here. The bomb will be planted momentarily.
Yeah, I would have said the same thing, but I guess the only problem is that it's gonna defuse kit.
Still, they've got 2 players here, Mantis and Spawn. You've got to give this one a go. At least see if there's a kill to be found. It's unlikely for sure. Time is of the essence, and
yeah,
it's not looking too compelling.
Maybe could have boosted before the bomb. Maybe could have done a little bit more.
Here we go.
There is a kill to be found. You did mention it. No more grenades on Vitality. Hold on. This could be interesting. Molotov, the fall does not make it, but they line up for him. They had the right idea, but the positioning on the other side was awful. Now it's a 1 versus 1. And Mantu, he's got everywhere to check. 10-second defuse does put up a little bit of a smoke, but again, I think the clock simply run out on this one. He's going to get a kill and still lose the round. 9 to Vitality.
And he doesn't survive either. The AWP is removed. A comprehensive victory for Vitality. Nothing saved, everything lost. And we go 9-5 as Vitality win out in another banana duel here. The battle rages on. It came back to a 3-on-3. Mantu and Tabson did very well in towards the mid position to actually find some kills, but they gambled somewhat, stacking everyone in towards A, and that was their unraveling, unfortunately for them. It's the final round here of the first half of the second map.
He's laughing his way through that one.
Yeah. And it's going to be fast up towards middle. 2 players ready and waiting. 1 on the atrium, that's Mantu.
Yeah, they heard the scope up. Apex calling it out. He gets a little bit of information. Sam was still hanging around. He's expecting that there could be a peek coming in from the other side, which wasn't really far off. I think Sin was considering that. Either way, no matter how you twist this, it's a brilliant start for Vitality on their own map pick. They're going to be quite happy with this no matter what.
And yeah, they've got the advantage here. They find double digits. I think that would be the death sentence for Big, but we'll see if they can hold on here. Very important final round, and Sin, he gets the dink, but that's about it. The split coming in once again. The A-Rap, which has been a real thorn in the side of Big. Good positioning from Mantu. Maybe he can find a big triple kill, but he'll be removed early. Crimbo needs to deliver on all fronts here. Only got the FAMAS, good for 1, but his days are numbered. They're coming through the smoke right here, right now. Needs another, and he is finding kills. It's possible now. 2 versus 1, 40 seconds. Has to reload, and that's going to be the better of him. It's going to be 10-5 as Vitality post double digits here on their T-side campaign on Inferno.
I'm from Harrow, right outside London. Yeah, it's a bit of a shithole. I didn't really have much of a plan. Yeah, I got picked up by the first iteration of Into the Reach, and that was my plan, to just play as best as I can and to just grow with it and just show what I'm capable of. I kind of describe myself as an inconsistent joker who can be good at the game when he wants. Qualifying to Legends like that was insane. We just come out swinging and we can win this, you know? When we saw we got Vitality first, it was like, fuck. When we initially went into the arena, I was in my head like, what the fuck's going on, you know? And I hear all these people.
The screen goes up, you still stand there, then come lights on you guys, and music goes down. When the music starts again, you start walking. We'll say go.
If you want to push a smoke, do it. If you want to do something monkey, do it, because I'm doing it. So you should do it. I think it was like a dream come true to everyone. My whole team was like, what the fuck is happening here, you know?
Come on, there, guys.
One dead B. One short. One more apps. I do pit box smoke.
Didn't see short. I'm running B. I have one more
B
smoke
smoke.
party. I'm smoking B.
Dead off.
Two more. One more. He spammed me.
Bro, I'm flashing myself.
Nice, Mati!
Nice, Mati.
Nice, Mati! You're insane, bro. Let's go.
Sick, brother. One coming city. I can flash deep city.
I have it.
Flash city. Flashing deep city. Watch out.
One city,
Nothing
city.
city. Boom. Wait a minute, watch out. Averins.
Smoke city one.
Yeah,
Clear
yeah,
one.
smoke city.
Hey.
I still give alone.
No, no,
Nip up. Win that.
Everyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
They're
close.
flashing.
It's coins. Coins. One more. Out. Nice.
That's MVP was
That's
in.
not MVP, was out. I played Simon. I will play triple, okay? City,
Left side. I had to smoke.
Without.
No, pull, Mathieu, pull. Devant toi.
Nice, Mathieu. Nice round. Good job, boys.
The Royal Arena waiting in the wings for one of these two teams. We enter the second half of Inferno here. And sure, Mantu's performance was incredible. It was noted, but it wasn't quite enough to find the amount of rounds that might make you think that this is possible. 10-5 Anders as they move on to their T side here on Inferno. Tournament life on the line. It ain't looking good.
No, it's not. It's looking very dire at the moment, isn't it? Big not really able to withstand what Vitality have brought into this game so far. I guarantee you as well, Vitality would give it a big welcome at the Royal Arena, obviously with Magus and Sonic there. But just in general, I feel there's going to be quite a few Vitality fans showing up. So very excited. I'm sure they want to qualify as well. And it starts off well. Deleting Tabson.
Yeah, an almost robotic shot there from Magisk. One bullet, it's all that's required. Tabson, the brains of the operation, has been removed. Molotov down towards quad. A relatively open area as we've got a crossfire set up here. Magisk will be pushing down Banana and actually offering himself up to Apex, so he'll have to hold B now. They know there's probably just one player there. They're going to start rotating back. Apply some pressure, utilize the time they have remaining here. Still a minute on the clock. Apex will have no utility, just a single flashbang. And they know this is the correct angle of approach. They can smoke off spawn, Molotov towards coffins and flash over. They might not even need that considering there's one player there. Spinks, thankfully, will back up the B-bomb site. Here comes the flash. It's a good one as well.
Ooh, but the Molotov, he has to run through it. Spinks also trying to do something. He's going to go down, and Spinks is on the other side. Apex might have been easier to win that fight if there wasn't the Molotov down in front of him. It does make it a little bit awkward. 4 versus 3 in the afterplant. And we'll see this flank coming through Banana. If they don't get the kill right here, it's not going to make a difference, and it still might not. Flames trying his best. Some good headshots, but his teammates on the other side, they weren't able to puncture through into the bomb site, unfortunately. So now he's in a lot of trouble here. 10 seconds to try and find 2 players and get the bomb down. It's not really going to happen. Sin will take him down, and Big winning the pistol on this. They had to do that. If they're dreaming of winning Inferno somehow, this pistol round had to happen.
Well, that's both pistols going in favor of Big here. They were unable to convert that second round force buy. If you remember, Vitality came out all guns blazing on their CT campaign. They'll do the same here. They've got a Desert Eagle for Flames and Apex, Scout for Zywoo. You've always got to be on high alert against Vitality. Doesn't matter what weapons they have. Zywoo will fire off the first shots and not connect, thankfully, for Big fans.
Yeah, at least get them warmed up into the second half here before you really start to struggle with it. It'd be nice to win this round without too much trouble, but I agree with what you're saying. You don't want to be underestimating them. That was the only defense at the B-bomb site. It's been wiped out.
Yeah, there is a smoke down, so they won't be committing just yet, but it doesn't look good. Say that much. Another smoke will be deployed by Apex, and once again, we'll be given the unenviable task of defending B alone against 5 players here. If he gets more than one, call it a miracle. Because they are going to have to commit here. They have no vision on the map whatsoever. It would take them too long to fall back and dissect. Smokes will come through. Commitment is imminent. And in we go.
He's had a couple of guesses like that without any real result. Get one. They could maybe try and boost on top of it here. Feels unlikely, and even outside of the A-bomb side there, you could see none of those players have even moved out of the pit position. They're just still hanging around, so I think it was more like a test. Maybe you get a couple of random deagle shots through. You can think about it, but they'll be happy to see what they got on the CT side, and Big will be happy to have a 7th round.
Oh, they'll be over the moon. Didn't have to work too hard for it. Just 1 kill fan. It was Flames who was ready for the 1 deeg. Gets greeted by a bullet of the Process AK-47 as well. That was the only kill required, as we said. There's a bit of a A-stack coming in from Vitality. Apex did well to do some damage on the crossover. I believe it was Spinks that converted the frag, but ultimately just saving their upgraded pistols here. The Scalp, they've got Kevlar as well. They'll get a second bite of the cherry going forward. So we'll see what they can make of it. Pretty much the same round again. It's Process who will be reinvesting and probably goes for a Galil Mac 10.
However this works out long term for Big, you've questioned it a couple of times, sacrificing the sort of the German nature of the team for Mantu. But either way, he's really making a name for himself, I guess, as a candidate that's out there.
Yeah, like, I guess after the year break, my expectations were low. I think that's understandable.
Yeah.
Putting the culture of the team on the table, changing the language. It hasn't... Well, I guess it has been done before for Big. They did it with Smooya, for example. I guess to some extent with Zantaras as well. It just doesn't seem like Mantu would be that player. But to be honest, this tournament, you might be thinking otherwise. Spinks to be tested once again. Boosted up. There's significant damage, allowing Zywu to convert the frag with the Scout here. Smoke. Not quite perfect here, but they will scamper off. They'll maintain the 5-on-4 for now. 1 minute 15 remaining, and it's all 4 players for Big. Focusing towards the arch side. Needs to be very careful as the Scout of Zywu is towards short, and that Smoke's about to fade.
That's actually a thing with this USP on the other side there for Flames. Gotta be careful. They're coming through the smoke, and unfortunately for Spinks, he can't really find it. There's still a minute on the clock, so they have enough time. Otherwise, this would have been a bit worrisome. Pushing towards the tree and construction, and shot in the back now. I am getting a bit worried once again. There is a potential crossfire. It's another tags. They're just so low on health now.
Oh!
Apex, look at how he's just deleting them at range. Cyrus finding another kill, and it's just Mantu. 1 versus 3. Just whittled down, just chipped away. Death by 1,000 cuts here.
Oh, that's wild from Zywu. The Scout must have tagged, what, 4 or 5 players there? And setting up Apex, they had so much information. It was Big with the mid-control opting for the CT spawn split. But as I mentioned, Zywu was towards short. That's where the danger started to come through. He hits a few tags. Apex converts them. Closes out the round as well. That's the one you can't afford to lose here. 11-7. After winning the first 2 rounds, they are down to around $3,000 per player. Sin only with $1,500. So there is a buy there, but if they lose this follow-up round, they're 12-7 down with a really difficult eco to manage. So they are going to buy. Tabson will confirm it with the AK-47. I guess it could be a hero AK. But no, looks like they will be joining him.
What a tough position for Big to be in. There's tough choices to be made ahead, no matter how this plays out with the economy, right?
Yeah, this is a very difficult one. The problem is as well, Vitality just had a huge injection of cash as well. That was technically an eco. They didn't have to invest much into it. They saved the Deagles and Scouts in the previous round, so just got a massive amount of cash going forward. Rifles across the board for them. Zywu just a Galil, I guess it's worth noting.
Yeah, again, maybe not the most ideal weapon, but probably my Black Inferno going to be pretty much okay. Now that they've been tagged up, it's even better with the Galil. You can make that work all day.
65 damage with just a single grenade there. It's so efficient. Spinks putting himself in the open here. That opening frag might come back to haunt him. Gets the double. He'll be done there. Zywu going to town with that Galil. 93 damage. Should be converted on the HE.
Look at the trades. 2 people walking in from the bomb side. A third one at the archway. Every time Big get a kill, they're not ready for the next player and the next player to swing in. It's really frustrating.
So now this is real nightmare fuel. Because you've got second stage loss bonus. You're fully invested here. Crimbo, he can't really save. He got 45 seconds. He'll get no cash going forward if he does so. So it's full eco going forward. I'm afraid that's $1,900, $2,000 each. 13-7 looking locked in. You can't even like flirt with the idea. Let's get some Deagles. Let's get some PT50. See what we can do with it. You just won't have anything.
At 12-7, it's starting to look like mission accomplished for Vitality.
It was unbelievable, really, though, right? The fact they lost to NIP in a 2-0 fashion, I don't think anyone saw that coming. Like, NIP, don't get me wrong, they're looking very good with Hampus's return. Like, it was a slow start in the tournament. They turned it around, but it's Vitality, man. Like, with Flames joining as well, and they got 2-0, 2-0, barely dropped any rounds to kick the tournament off. But certainly the heavy favorites coming into this one, and looking good to seal the deal as we enter round number 20. 12-7 in their favor, looking like to be 13 momentarily. It's a little bit more complicated than I anticipated here. A couple of kills coming in favor of Man2. He'll take that all day long. That's an extra $600. Still smiling, though.
He's once again up to 23, right? He's actually outfranking everyone at the server.
True. Highest member on Vitality is Spinks with 15.
You love to see that. You hate the 6-round deficit that's separating these two teams at the moment. That's really where the
and bear in mind, they've got Cologne after this tournament as well, big that is, but they're not using the same lineup. Like, it's some weird, I think the Academy team qualified for Cologne, and now they're using, like, Tabson, bringing him in. So they will be speaking German in Cologne as well. So it's an interesting time. Good luck to them.
Yeah, I guess it's early on in the season, so maybe, you know, if you're going to make a lot of drastic things happen, you know, wild adventures, maybe now is the time to do it. And you've got the potential shakeup of CS2 coming out any day now, I heard. Could be tomorrow, Henry.
It won't be tomorrow, but it could be, I suppose.
Thanks for indulging me.
So, 1 minute 10, a very slow approach here from Burden International Gaming. 4 men, though, make their way towards top and middle. No utility really deployed here, going for more of a contact approach, thinking better of it, though. Sensing there's no CT presence, they actually start to coordinate back towards B. Now we've got Apex often anchoring this spot. He's got a boost going on this time. It's a difficult one to manage as well. The sort of position you just steal 1 kill away, drop off, lock them out. I dare say that's exactly what's going to happen here. 1 kill, fall back. They don't retreat all the way. Now that I'm very surprised about.
Yeah, they're just both sticking in the sandbags. That could have been very bad for the defense, but somehow it's worked out. A little bit of a smoke for Apex to try and buy some time. He's going to jump up on top of it. That's a bit too crazy for my taste. They've almost won this round. Look at the health that's left on Big here. Don't turn it into a 3v3. Yeah, the flank comes in and Saibu just murdering all of them out on Banana. 14-7.
Okay, Zaiwu. That wasn't bad at all. Apex did a very good job. Like I said, I'm surprised they didn't fall back after this massive advantage they find. They're happy to stay. I guess it's because of the smoke they deployed as well.
Probably.
But yeah, like I said, damage done. Zaiwu with the Dream Spray, mowing them down. And you can see this complementing each other there. Flames and Apex happy with the setup. And yeah, Yuriko, or half by at the very least. And yeah, you're looking down the barrel of series points, tournament elimination, and an Apex headshot. I think we know which way this one's going.
There's no evidence that Big are able to turn this around on the second half at all, right? They are really getting blown up.
They've won both pistols, bear in mind.
And all it's given them is 7 rounds.
Yes, exactly. And this is 15-7 all day long.
You hate to see it if you're a fan of Big.
Well, at the same time, there's a lot of significant changes in the Big camp. Like, changing language before a big tournament, if you'll pardon the pun, is a brave maneuver, one that has to be done eventually. If you're bringing Man2 in, of course, so might as well just rip the Band-Aid off now, get it done.
That's fair.
Man2's delivering. Like, this hasn't been a terrible tournament. Like, it hasn't been a great one. But what did you expect? Like, they've just got a brand new roster here, changing things up. As we just speak over the closing stages here, maybe there's a chance it would need multiple 1-digs here. It would have to be a highlight moment for them to stand a chance. They've been given a bit of space, but ultimately looking to be the clean sweep there. Crimbo, normally good for 1, will be dropped, and we've got series point now for Vitality. 1 round away from the Royal Arena.
To be honest, the problem that Big have been trying to solve for a long time is having a reliable and aggressive AWP player, right? And CSN, obviously, the highlights for CSN are so insane. The consistency just wasn't...
Yeah, that was the problem,
It wasn't there. Then they brought in Hype, who I thought looked
the thing
very
is
exciting.
as well, like, they found their, like, amazing form in the online era, right?
Yeah.
Like, where it was the COVID times, they managed to get to #1 team in the world.
Yeah.
But then if you can't replicate that on LAN consistently, that's an issue.
Yeah, you just have to. I thought Hype looked really exciting. But
I thought he looked great as well. Like, considering that's a free signing, essentially, right? Came up with the academy. You'd think,
exactly.
Like, this is where it needs to be. This is where it all makes sense. But apparently not. Like, we only can know so much, I suppose. And ZywOo, he's always one step ahead. Gets the opening frag and the spams. You don't see many kills come through it, but this could be one.
Oh, it's close. I can't believe.
He's still there. My God.
That is actually so close. Maybe he's lucky to be alive.
Yeah. Dust himself down after that one. A 4-on-4 to close out the series, to round out the tournament. And maybe they needed a loss. Maybe they need to be humbled before Cologne, just to see what that feels like. Losing to NIP 2-0. You know, like it shows them they're not immortal.
Yeah, I actually don't think necessarily a bad thing. You know, obviously trying to lose, but I'm sure you're right. You know, it's going to keep them a little bit fresh.
How is this position always overlooked? Like, people walk up with, like, oh, we're going to check it now that they have this time. But it always just seems like, well,
happens so much, doesn't it?
We won't fully commit to the look, but we'll be aware of it. But it looks like Big might have done enough here. That Molotov lands on Mages, could be in trouble. He is the last line of defense here towards A. Goes about saying he needs multiple frags. The flashbang catches him, and so does the AWP. Another wallbang here from Mantu.
Yeah, no reason for Apex to rotate on this one. You can't really do much of anything. So Big will find their first real rifle round in the second half, which has been a long time coming. But yeah, I think if you zoom out a little bit, the kind of opening that Mantu is doing, I feel like it's the kind of opening you actually need in the current meta game. You have to be able to take over some positions and create your own space. It can't just be you holding a corner for a long time, waiting around. Sometimes you just have to do it. Mantu's been doing it all tournament long. So
he's been great.
Yeah, and in terms of Big finally finding that AWP, if it keeps going like this, I would say, I think how many years they spent looking for it.
Well, it seems to be the dream signing. Given that context, they were never supposed to beat Vitality. Not at this point in their journey.
Nope.
It's unfortunate, but not over. Like, sure, you're out of this phase, but you're going into the showdown, right? Time to retool, prepare for next week, which will be an interesting mixed bag.
And you're still playing with Sin and Process that are still very, very new in the scene. Like, they have a lot of experience still to catch up on. So I'm sure in some sense, probably if you zoom out a little bit, probably still pretty good look for Big overall in the grand scheme of things. Nice little shot for Mantu, going to be his 27th victim in the middle there as he takes down Spinks and looks to see if they can win this 4 versus 5. Pretty quick movements coming in towards the archway. Got to be careful they don't overlook Apex. A really difficult position to check this one, and Tabson's not ready for it.
Very smart play from Apex. He's seen that trick before. ZywOo just going through the motions at this point, confirming these last couple of frags. I think we might be done here, ladies and gentlemen. 4-on-2 in favor of Vitality, confirming their place in the Royal Arena. An admirable effort here from Big. They had them on the ropes on Anubis. It felt like at one point they could keep up.
Yeah.
Great effort from Mantu, especially. New boy delivering each and every showing, but not quite enough here against one of the world's best, the current major champions. They will falter. A great showing. Crimbo, another one of the stars of the team. Good tournament for him.
Yeah.
But will have to be a memory at this stage as we come to our logical conclusion. Come on, Crimbo, give it to us.
He's trying.
Give us the final kill. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Your next team into the Royal Arena. The 5th team will be Vitality. Favorites at the start. 2-0 against EG, 2-0 against Complexity. They fell to the Ninjas. A wake-up call. But here they are. Another world-class performance, making light work of Big.
Yeah, and I would say this is a justified win overall, and it's good to see them qualified, definitely. But yeah, with a little bit of a zoom out, Big probably shouldn't be too dissatisfied. I think Crimbo's playing well again.
Yep.
Maybe Tabs hasn't fully found himself, but it seems like there's a lot of questions around how it's going to be happening there in the future. But Mantu is playing leagues above what you could be expecting. So I'm not necessarily too sad about the whole thing. Really happy to see, obviously, Vitality in the Royal Arena, where they definitely belong. So far, I mean, the lineup for the event is going to be insane. We're going to have some banging teams there.
First tournament for Flames as well, Anders. I think not a show-stopping performance, but they got the job done. Like, They had some great games, weren't tested too hard. And yeah, he seems like a perfect fit, and I think they're going to be, obviously, a scary team going forward.
That is what it looks like, and it's hard not to see how they're going to be just as strong, maybe even stronger with this new lineup. So I'm excited for it. We got James ready with the interview.
I got our Flames with me here, his debut for Vitality, and you make it to the full final straight away. I just want to start by, though, looking at the situation on Anubis and just obviously being new to the team. How much practice, how much preparation had you individually had on that map with the guys?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have much time to practice. Like after we came back from the break, we did the bootcamp without PC, which kind of tackled the individual form with shooting, but it's for the greater good in the future. Yeah. So we didn't have much preparation and much things going on Anubis, like much practice, and we can learn from that and these reactions. But it was still a map we prepared obviously, and we prepared against Big for it, and we're just ready for it. But there is still some things that come to perform. You need more time and stuff like that with this map specifically. So yeah.
And overall, it's your first outing for Vitality. How would you describe your performance? How have you felt it's gone?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to find myself, like my individual form. In OG it took me a while as well to figure out like how I need to play that will fit the team very good and also fit me very well and suit me and make me feel comfortable. And I'm still on it. And some maps I've already achieved it, and some maps I'm still struggling, and we work a lot on it. But it's progress. Like everything has progress. This is another progress in my life and another path that I need to improve a lot more. And I can see why they've been the best team last season. They won the major and stuff like that. But I still need to fit into that system and get better at it.
Well, you certainly showed us here to start off with. I look forward to seeing more of it, mate. Well done.
Wants to thrive as Vitality move on to the full finals. Great, considering they missed out on it last year, and two pretty clean CT sides to be closing out both of these maps, Jacob.
Brilliant from Vitality. They gave us exactly what we wanted, Matthew. They gave us a bounce back from the NIP game. They did it in a fashion where we were never in doubt they were going to win. Big did apply pressure in both games in the first half, but second half they fell short. Vitality came in there, they swept the floor, and honestly, I'm happy they qualified. I want to see them in Royal Arena.
Yeah, this is solid. This is the first good outing for this new roster of Vitality. This was also a good threshold test for Flames. Again, the fact that they lost the series to NIP is a good little sign, good little wake-up call to remember that you have to keep your level to the max if you want to reach the best, which I think they've done today. They've played with discipline, they were controlled.
Yeah.
I think they needed a couple of rounds on Anubis to kind of find the rhythm, but once they did, it was kind of over. And I'm liking this duo of Flamesy Apex that we've seen a little bit on Inferno. I think there is a whole lot of spark in one position.
Yeah, I want to ask about the T side of Vitality, though, to start off with, because obviously we were prefacing this saying it was a 16-1 versus Complexity. That's the only look we got to see from Vitality, meaning that we basically got to see one full T round from them. What did you learn about the first half from Vitality?
I learned that the spacing was good and the team play from Vitality were great. There was a lot of rounds actually where Big got the first couple of kills, where Vitality found himself in a 3v5, but they got into such a good position they could always turn it around. And I think that's part of the DNA as well when you talk Vitality. As long as Spinks and Saivu is alive in a 3v5, you have to be super, super careful. And I think that's probably the feeling Big is left with here as well, that there were opportunities in that first half where they could have gotten even more rounds. Unfortunately, they couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, and we shouldn't forget as well that if there is ever one area where the one-for-one Flames Dupree should work, it's the T side. From the start up, it's supposed to be working. You're supposed to just slot him in this position, be very aggressive, take these risks, and create the spacing to allow then late round clutches to happen, which we know he can do. So once again, Vitality were always a very decent team on the T side of Inferno. I think they have a very interesting approach to taking long control, sensing the timings, not being shy from taking them. It was mostly the CT side, which was a question and will remain a question if we want to leave trophies.
Yeah, moving on to that second half, it wasn't necessarily the Flamesy show. It was ZywOo once again. I mean, the sun rises in the east. ZywOo will show up on at least one map in the series, this time too. Let's move into round 18, because I saw him having some instrumental impact there.
Yeah, he found some impacts. Him and Apex did a very good job. He's boosting his homie right here in Spinks, who gets a single kill together with ZywOo, combining for it, peeking with the scout. And at this point, it's 10-7. If Big wins this round, there's a good chance that the second half actually could be close. 4v4, they walk into CT spawn. Spinks can't hit anything with the deagle whatsoever, and then ZywOo happens. Not getting the kills, but tagging the opponents. Look at this second shot he's hitting right here. It's beautiful. It's classic. He stays alive, and it makes it so much easier for Apex now up from the bomb side to get a double kill. ZywOo comes in from behind, closes out the round, and at this point, the game died. Vitality took over. They cruise control to a victory, but had Big won this round, had it been 10-8, Vitality on a save 10-9, we could have talked about a game that could have gotten closer, but ZywOo and Apex, they got it.
Yeah, particularly when we look at the round distribution and Big win both pistols on this map as well. We knew they were going to struggle on that T side. We saw it versus Heroic, and Vitality made it tough for them again.
Yeah, definitely. But I think Anders mentioned Manto, and I have to echo the sentiment. I didn't expect him to be the one actually putting up such crazy numbers against a team like Vitality. And even if we know that the aspirations are a little bit modest for Big at the very, very top, these are more than legitimate numbers that he put up against Vitality. So that's an incredibly good sign. I think this is a project that is in its infancy. A whole lot of players are in the beginning of what could be one day maybe a career at the top.
Yeah.
We are hoping for relevancy. We're looking for them. We are still transitioning from tabseN to Sin. Prozus is trying to find his marks. Mantu already is coming to his own. So listen, this was way too early for Big to make an impact. But if you think about the pieces that they have, I don't think they should be ashamed of the outing here in Copenhagen.
No, it's going to be a learning and development going forward. We will be seeing them in the showdown. So let's get a few departing words courtesy of Crimpo.
Looking at Anubis here, Crimbo, I want to just see, for you guys, it'd always been a good map for you, a key map for you, but same for going up against Vitality. What was like your thought process in having this as your pick going into this game?
I mean, we feel really comfortable on it. I think most of the teams, or like, let's say they probably expected overpass, or most of the viewers, I would say. But overpass was always a fight for us. It was always 16-14, always so close rounds, and we didn't feel so comfortable. On Anubis, it's a bit different. I mean, we had a kind of good start, but losing to these anti-ecos or like to these deagles or always break us, kinda. I mean, we won 3v5 as well and stuff like that. So we just played what we felt like we're feeling more comfortable as a team.
And it definitely felt like multiple times you had Vitality stress, but it was getting it over the line. But how do you view your performance just overall against them?
I think it was pretty, I would say it was okay. I think, of course, I was always closer than the result. I don't remember exactly what, probably like 16-13? Yeah, something like this on first map, and then on second map was kind of one-sided, but yeah, of course, some rounds, but I think it's okay. We lost versus Heroic, we lost versus Vitality. It's no shame. They are right now really good shape, both of the teams, and yeah.
So hopefully.
Yeah, certainly not results to be ashamed of. And we'll be seeing more of Big moving forward, as Cologne is just around the corner, but with a marked difference in their roster, Jacob.
Yeah, they're not playing with Manto and Cologne due to some roster locks and due to some rules. And I think Manto just put up a great case for him to be missed right in Cologne. The performance he had against Vitality, the way he's been playing in the tournament so far, I think Big right now feels quite comfortable that the pickup of Manto was a good decision. So unfortunately, not going to be in Cologne, but I'm sure we're going to see more of Manto and Big in the future.
And I think we're learning more about the Big's identity as we're moving forward, right? We're a little bit confused as to why they've moved into international waters, but Mantu is putting up a good case for that.
Yeah, listen, he is very efficient, that's right. But you talk about identity, I have to be honest, I don't really know where it's going to be. Like, we've talked about this a little bit Sin, a little bit tabseN, back and forth, short term, long term. I think it might be a little bit early for us to know what phase, what Counter-Strike Big do want to play. For now, it was more of a short term solution. tabseN can do it better. He can handle it. Let's do it. Sin, you can learn on the fly. Now, fast forward to 3 months from now, I don't know how they will play Counter-Strike.
Yeah, certainly. They have a whole season to be proving it to us moving forward. But we do progress on through the gauntlet. And gentlemen, one more matchup to be rounding off the Blast Premier 4 Groups 2023. And this one is an absolute banger to be rounding out. And we've got G2 versus NAVI after this break.
where to begin. So many choices.
One word that best describes my team.
I would go with Ravener. I think after the Paris major, was hungry to show their potential, to show that this team can be picking up championships consistently.
Everyone on the team is working very hard. I think that we have lots of firepower on our team.
With m0NESY on the AWP as well, I think he's one of the most exciting AWPers.
m0NESY is definitely the most dangerous player in our team.
I think from our team, one player teams look out for should be Nico for sure.
For my money, the best rifler CSGO has ever seen.
Because this guy can buy Deagle. You know what you'll get.
They can find the firepower. They can find the morale to hold it all together. This team is deadly on their day.
The best word that describes us is new team. It's international team, it's a first for them.
It's different and needs some time for the adapt.
They took a risk. The CIS powerhouse is now an international roster. This is the most drastic change we have seen during the offseason, and I have zero clue what we're supposed to expect, which is why it's exciting.
Okay, it's simple as that.
He's doing a good job because he can win every clutch. It's very important for team.
It's probably the highest amount of pressure that he's going to have on his shoulders to perform.
Everyone is expecting a lot from us. Like I said, it's going to be a new field for us. A lot of play styles in this team, a lot of culture.
I have absolutely no clue how NAVI is going to play Counter-Strike. They have to build from the ground up. If the players don't individually deliver, everything is going to fall apart. And this is nothing but a question right now.
Everyone needs to be scared to everyone because we are strong.
Simple. Oh. Simple on the doorstep of an ace right now. Yes, sir.
We never give up and we try to play the best Counter-Strike.
Hunter's calling it up. Oh, he almost gets checked. Great headshot, though. Follows it up to take down Patsy. Hunter absolutely saving the day.
G2 versus NAVI in the final game of the full groups, and arguably two different ends of the identity spectrum. For NAVI, it's a completely new one, a new language, a new in-game leader, a new star rifler, whereas for G2, we should, and I use should as the optimum word, know the identity of them now. It's been a bit back and forth, though. We've seen shaky legs from G2, which is what nets them the spot here, and the final opportunity to be going through to the full finals. We already have 5 teams have earned a spot there. A 6th now is up for grabs, and we have some damn big names there already, Matthew. G2
Yes.
and NAVI both want to be there.
Yes, listen, for all we love wholeheartedly this format that gives us 67 games this entire 12 days, this one game packs an incredible punch.
Oh, yeah.
Not only in terms of quality and the teams that are going up against each other, but the stories, the stakes, the fact that there is that last spot for full finals, and the idea, yes, that G2 at times maybe can be a little bit lazy or complacent on the server, but when your name is simple, no one ever comes to the server feeling complacent and feeling easy. It's one of these names out there. There's not that many. It's a very short list. Everybody tries 100% the whole time. And this is why we get excited about this game.
Yeah, you certainly cannot be putting things lightly when you've got Simple on the other end of the server. But the name I want to bring into the mix is Alexi B, obviously the new person taking up the in-game leadership mantle on the side of NAVI. And it's an interesting narrative, isn't it, Jacob?
Yeah, there's an interesting narrative when it comes to Alexi B. He's facing G2 for the first time since he got kicked from the lineup. We all know the history of Alexi B. His time in G2 weren't necessarily the best. He didn't find the success that we all expected, I guess. It was rumored that his style of leading didn't really fit within G2, and the results were a showcase of that. Now, within NIP, Alexi B's former team, he never played G2, and
That's
mainly
crazy.
It is crazy, but it's also a sign of the time that NIP weren't really that competitive, because that didn't work out either for Alexi B. Now he finds himself in NAVI. He got another chance. Some people are saying he's been failing upwards. I think that's a little bit too rough to say about Alexi B, but he come into NAVI now. He's playing alongside Simple, playing alongside some of the best players in the world, and I'm very curious to see if this man on your screen right here can find the same success that we saw him have in Ends, because ever since, it's been kind of lackluster.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check in with the man himself about coming up against his former team.
And how do you view the team chemistry that you guys have on NAVI now compared to when you started Blaster today?
I think we're still searching it, because I feel like at times we can we feel like when we're talking about or going through the officials or whatever, I feel like sometimes we lose to ourselves. Not meaning that, like, yeah, sometimes we don't hit our shots or something, a small mistake here and there. But I feel like we could feel more as a unit, as a team, and that's something we're still finding. And I feel like we've been better, a lot better since day one, and I think we're going upwards. So for us, it's good stepping stones, but we can still improve, definitely.
And looking at G2 with their current form, what do you make of them right now?
I think G2 obviously they're been shaky after their solid tournament runs with the wins they got, but now I feel like they've been shaking against worse opponents, if I would say so, and I don't think they play too sloppy when they play the better opponents. I mean, I've been a part of G2 for some time, and I know that the team felt more alive when playing top opponents. Okay. So they definitely will take us serious, and just the fact that they played against NAVI a million times and they struggled at some point, and then they clinched over them, and today I hope to come out on top.
You got extra motivation considering they replaced you with Hooksy?
Yeah, I mean, sure, but I feel like it's a bit funny since I was in NIP before this, and we didn't play a single time against them, somehow managed to dodge each other in tournaments. But now the time has come and we're playing against them. Obviously the losing team will go to the showdown, so yeah, you could say that they kind of get dropped out of the tournament, but either team still has a chance. But still, I think it's going to be a fun match.
I'm loving those thoughts from Alexi, not least because, you know, he's been on the side of G2 and he knows they get a little extra kick in their butts when they go up against another top team.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, right? G2 is going to take this game extremely seriously, and even if this sounds like a blanket statement, what we actually mean is that everybody's 150% in the game and the comms are going to be high and the intensity is going to be there. No, I will say it. I think this is a perfect time for Alexi to play against G2. If you think about the conditions and the context, you're looking at a G2 that didn't make a change in the roster mania, as we talked about. They have all the veterancy in the team. They have the namesake. Navi's a brand new team. We don't even know if they have a map pool. By all accounts, they should be beating them. But personally, I favor Alexi over Hooksy. I don't really have a doubt on that one. I think it's a great moment to strike.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the context right now is that Alexi and NAVI can go into this game with as little pressure as they'll probably ever be in the NAVI camp against a team like G2. Because you're right, Matthew. We came into this tournament and we didn't know what to expect from NAVI. And we've seen them, as Alexi said in that interview, they're getting better each game. Every single time they join the server, we're getting a sense and emotion of them progressing, getting better, getting more played together. Simple have been playing well. Emma have been stepping up. Even Bit had a great showing last time we saw them. So there's a lot of positive signs attached to NAVI right now that we didn't necessarily expect this early on.
Yeah, just think about the context of the games that NAVI have played so far. It's been 2 losses to Heroic. That's the only L's that they've actually received. And that second series, we mark that as our favorite game of the tournament so far because NAVI did look competitive in that.
Yeah, and it was probably a series where they learned a whole lot about themselves and how they react under pressure. And when these rounds getting to the last 20 seconds with high-level decision-making, I'm sure that they are better off now than after that. We have the result right there. I mean, let's also address the elephant in the room. Who complains about looking at Simple versus Nico, right? These are two unique individuals that we have in the game. And as much as you would like to think Simple always had Nico's number, if you think about this year, actually, by the numbers, Nico is having a better year. The metrics are just here. He is up there. You can see 1.23. That's pretty crazy in itself. But I just feel like the pressure on this man's shoulder, Nico, it's ridiculous. On an individual perspective, it's ridiculous. I'm having Saivu flashbacks right now.
What we saw yesterday against EG.
Yes, I'm still not over it.
Unbelievable. The scoreboard, he went plus 47. I think the next mate on his team was +1. It was Saivu all over again. So yes, when we talk Nico, of course, there's an added pressure on his shoulders, but I think it's the same case for Simple, to be completely honest. You have the comparison right here yesterday as well. Nico against EG compared to the average of his team against EG yesterday. It was a one-man army. He averaged 31 kills over 3 maps. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Absolute insanity. And I would hope that there is going to be, at least one other member of G2 willing to step up today. We obviously saw, Hooksy having some issues. Hunter as well, surprisingly lackluster throughout that whole series.
Yeah, listen, I think we'd be remiss if we said that both m0NESY and Hunter are providing what they're supposed to. I mean, listen, we know how strong JKS can be and how reliable he can be, but there is a reality attached to the positions that he plays and the responsibility that he's got. When you have Hunter and m0NESY in your team, it is not supposed to be Nico's show. Of course, by the metrics, he's the best player on that roster. I'm okay with that, but there cannot be such a discrepancy as we have seen. So these two players, m0NESY and Hunter, have to provide more than they have so far.
Well, before we do go ahead and dive into this series, let's go ahead and check in with Coach Swanee.
Swanee, Hooksy said that you guys played bad yesterday, but obviously there was times where you were coming back on Nuke, for example, where there was certainly a chance to win it, and EG still held their own. So I want to just ask you what exactly it was when you guys are saying you played badly and why that game was so tough.
I think especially on our T side, we sometimes lack initiative, and it makes us lose our timings. And we played the rounds pretty bad from there. But I think on CT side especially, we are starting to play better. We are having a lot of more initiative, and that's why we are also capable of coming back on CT side, both on Nuke and on Mirage. So I just think our T sides, we just need to have more initiative, more balls, and go more on the kills.
And in terms of that, the guys also talk a lot about the pressures of just representing G2, right, and what that means. Can you just explain to me how that affects you guys? And is that why we maybe in games like the EG1 see you guys play a bit more scared, obviously, except for Nico?
Honestly, never thought about taking pressure because we're called G2. I think maybe it's in the brain of the viewers, but for us, yeah, but I don't know, like the management doesn't give us any pressure, for example, but I think maybe it is because when you are G2, you don't want to lose against EG, for example. I mean, it's in the back of your head that we are still miles ahead of them. But once you start playing scared and you have it in your brain, then you lose the timings and everything because you don't want to make the mistakes.
And mistakes certainly can't happen in a game like this today versus NAVI, but you've only had like less than a day to prepare. So what do you guys even talk about? What has been the focus for you?
We focused more on ourselves. Like yesterday in the evening, we had a little talk to get on the same page again, especially on the T sides, and we spoke about the things I just said about taking initiative, taking more risks. Like nobody will blame each other if you take your timing and in the end you die, but at least you tried something instead of just waiting out the round and sitting there and doing nothing. So we just got on the same page again and made sure that our bottom level is rising up a bit, because right now, like against teams like EG, we should still win if we are at like 60%. So our bottom level just has to rise because we have a lot of high highs and really low lows, and it cannot happen. Like we need to have a good line and being very consistent.
Okay, some interesting thoughts coming in there from Swanee. I'm not sure I totally agree that they were playing too scared yesterday versus EG.
I'm getting slightly tired of hearing that sentence being thrown out by pretty much everyone whenever they lose a game. We were too scared, we didn't take enough initiative, etc., etc. It's like saying you're playing your own game. We saw multiple times yesterday on Mirage against EG that all the G2 players individually felt they had to make the difference. One player walked out of ramp, one player walked out top middle, one player walked in towards the B side, and they all tried to make it happen. Why don't you play it together? Why don't you do it in synergy? Why isn't that not your focus? I don't believe that it was lack of confidence or lack of initiative yesterday. It was lack of team play and lack of synergy.
They definitely have to be bringing that to the server today, as G2 taking on NAVI as our final game of the Blast Premier full groups. We've got Inferno, we've got Mirage, and I sure as hell hope we go all the way to Nuke to round things out after this.
Good evening. It's the last match. Okay, we've been here for something like 2 weeks, games after games, days after days. Production's been worked to the bone. And now the Unicorn odds have G2 favorited as the last winners of the Blast Fall groups. Scrawny and Launders to take you guys through this last chance for both of these teams who most certainly want it, and arguably both need it. G2 to prove that without any roster changes, this team can still go on to qualify for big opportunities and dispatch of other talented players. And of course, NAVI as a set of very talented players coming together and trying to hit the ground running. Very important matchup, I think, for both of their confidences heading into a large event like Cologne. And so this best of three got a little beef in it, and I'm ready to watch these guys unleash on one another.
That's true. You know, we have some teams that, you know, won early but didn't win their later matches. So for both of these guys, this is going to be the one that matters. Neither roster sort of has their big win here at the groups. This will be the hardest team that they could potentially beat. And this is Alexi versus G2 for the first time, which is crazy because he already played on NIP. So we'll see what goes down now because I have no idea.
No, I'm just going to let them speak for themselves. With violence. Alexi B. Uh-oh. Hiding in the back of the site. Can't even get into cover. Hooksy just calls a straight up 5-guy rush down banana.
What a call.
So next time you call that into your game, remember, it's a pro strat.
That's wild. The fast B play, it's perfect out of spawn, but now 4v4 in the retake.
Yeah.
And we are looking at one smoke and a kit.
Ooh.
It's retakeable.
Ooh, the makings of a retake are definitely in place here. Fast jump challenge on smoke. Simple's quick on the trigger for the trade. Nico holds off on Nubox. He's got a teammate in JKS looking at that CT cross smoke. Comes out backside. No one was watching. Simple didn't get cover. And Nico kills two. Down to the last. Charge down by bit, but there's...
no time. And he's going to die. Wait, whoa. Wait, what?
Is he alone?
Oh my god, wait, what?
He keeps his Kevlar and his kit and his Berettas, but G2 take the first one.
Oh my goodness, I thought the bomb... Everything I know is out the window. But he keeps that. He keeps that Kevlar. That's what's important.
And the kit.
And the kit. So no retake takes place, but a good attempt. And what a call out of spawn here from G2 to go right into B. And we know how fearsome their T side on this map can be.
Very true.
They're looking to make NAVI just another statistic.
Like those poor suckers struck by lightning. You don't know any of their names. NAVI could get ground to dust tonight. I doubt it, but it's possible.
He's throwing it out there.
Just saying. There's a chance.
It's true.
FOM is here for Simple. One of two smokes as well on his utility belt. Very little A presence as short side and the apartments are completely evacuated. They're hoping for that B lean coming out of G2. And Nico, well, looking at it. I just want to see both these teams play good CS, clean CS.
It's not going to be clean.
Ah, but that's what I want.
Because at groups, both these teams have actually been the culprits of losing to like the most ecos that I think we've ever seen.
Well, maybe tonight could be the end of that. Simple's Fomist killing Hooksy.
Oh my god! The 4 kills! We got one left.
But how? It's a Fomist.
It's the genius Alexi B calling.
JKS gonna tap down Bit ever so slightly. Simple comes through with 4 kills top mid on a Fomist.
It's the perfect start for maximum chaos. We get the force buy win in the second round from NAVI. We get the amazing pistol on the opener. We got Alexi versus NAVI for the first time. I mean, this is just, it couldn't be any sweeter than this.
It's an angle, folks.
And you know what I'm gonna say? Simple has got his eye on m0NESY. Okay, there's been so many comparisons between these two, even though Simple is, you know, closer to ZywOo than he is to m0NESY or something like that. But in terms of next gen,
yeah, you know,
there is that Inferno game, or that series where m0NESY went up, I think like 16 kills to 0 on Simple in the kill matrix, something absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, as Zywoo and Simple are kind of, you know, wheel to wheel, back and forth, taking the lead from one another over the last few years, every time either of them look in their rearview mirror, m0NESY's back there.
He's in a sports car.
Cruising. Some days catching up, some days losing pace. So tonight will be one of those opportunities for Simple to let some air out of his wheels.
Yeah, I mean, quietly, there are only a few rookie years better than m0NESY's. Even though he didn't get the top one, he didn't get the major in his first year like Bit, he didn't get, like, you know, comparable to the super elites, he's still top 10 in his first year. Insane.
JL's gonna drop a smoke back sight. Okay, he holds on. Alexi helps out there with the Hooksy kill. Hunter's Tech 9 gets to the back site, grabs bomb, and plants. So it's a successful entry coming out of G2. It's also still a comfortable retake to be set up, and this is where we look for something crazy. Like that. m0NESY goes in, pops Ima, and then holds on. Bit frags back, man. Advantage
no
still
molly.
Working for Navi. They've got a frag grenade. They'll throw that out. Softens up Nico down to 58. His Deagle's looking feisty. When does he peek and where? Towards CT cross, dropping half of Bit. He still has Hunter in the corner. It's the Kovac clutch queued up, but the time is there. Or is it? Bit has to switch out with the kit.
Yeah.
And he's good. It's good. They've got it. Whew. No problem.
Comes close, but they lock it down. And they have the advantage. It'll be interesting to watch the Alexi BJL combo here.
Sure.
Sometimes, of course, Simple is going to be on the B site to start rounds off, so it's not going to exclusively be that. But again, when we talk about Alexi B, it's always an IGL, first of all, to pair with someone else. Usually a star rifler in IGL, you know, Hooksy Nico, for example, over on the B site. And Alexi will be an IGL over here on the B site. But Alexi, compared to some of the other IGLs, does better as an individual on average. That's a boon for Navi. Oh, okay. That's
what's up there.
Classic Nico moment here at the bottom of Banana.
Ooh, he's got Alexi. Yep, gunning him down. Oh no!
Oh.
Loses the duel.
Oh, and then the smoke comes out and Alexi gets 2.
Man, I thought Alexi was dead to rights.
Yeah, for sure. Look at
Nico
that, 2 HP.
Gunning for him. And m0NESY also kind of, you know, vacuumed into that whole situation. Instead, Alexi hits him with the quicker picker-upper. Does still leave everybody else on G2 sat behind the smoke. Simple's going to look down mid, though. He's not afraid of you. Although, with reason, caution shown towards the apartments. Remember, Alexi's low.
Yep, the re-exec is coming in. Ima with the rotation.
But no utility for Ima. Just spams through it instead. Alexi's still waiting, has to fall off with the flash.
Oh,
he got
dinked him.
A drive
and the molly.
Unfair. Unlucky.
The molly's perfect as well. They have to fall back for a second. Time goes down.
Simple's already come through from the CT side. Ime doesn't decide to push out around Coffin, so they've got a little room to work with, but it's an easy pickup on Hooksy, and look at the health here, folks. Poor G2.
Has to be headshots.
And nasty ones. Alexi falls, Simple trades, Ime does get cleared, and there was a chance at maybe one more, but the CTs just had those numbers and the health advantage, so they'll follow through with that 3-1 start, and Simple is off to the races.
It's probably in the best interest of us to keep track of the ecos, and so far there's, or even force buys, anything in that realm in this series, because again, both these teams have they've been giving up a lot of these rounds to different opponents, mind you, so we'll see if that changes in this matchup. But I think you're right, like, we are going to see at least the most refined so far in this matchup. But the counter to that is that it's also such a pressured matchup. It's definitely a rivalry matchup. It's definitely two teams that would see themselves in the fall final in any other situation. So high stakes here. And I think the team that loses this match knows they're going to receive a lot of criticism just on this alone, even if it's an overreaction of some sort. So just to add to the pressure.
Nobody would overreact, would they?
It's me.
It's me.
It's
Yeah,
me.
I'm that guy. I got 2 tweets in the drafts. Whoever loses is getting it. Bunch of players up in the apartments with their pistols. They've got the util for it. You know, keep your sticky note close, Launders. This could be one of those half-buy ticks to the G2 favor. We'll see. Util comes out. Flashbangs. Ime drops a molly in response. Frags are good. Fantastic, in fact. JL's there to drop 1 on the approach, but then he dies. Oh, and Ime missing his first shot, sprays into the bomb plant, denies it. Nice recovery considering he lost Bit and then that first rotate in JL. Now he's the beast in the bomb site, and poor G2 can't get beyond this.
Yeah, and he can chill in cold. It's hard angle to clear. I mean, they're going to approach him at some point. Oh, Hooksy just holds the angle.
Gives it up.
That patience works out. All right, they have pit control, but they got Hooksy, the AK, on 40 HP, and Nico, Deagle, in halls, waiting 26 seconds, and the flank's going to come in.
It's free to cross, though.
Nico's going to clear this out, but he has to go join up to plant this bomb. Alexi's going to take the best spot on the map in the retake, and now the timing just works out so beautifully for Alexi. Like, they can't be watching halls.
Simple's going to come out with the Desert Eagle. Here's the run. Alexi's got it. Yep, perfect. Sometimes it's not about the mechanics, it's about the positioning. And Alexi B positions himself perfectly to shut down the 2v2 and give Navi, again, continuation to this early CT side.
Yep. That was a super solid attack with the nades, with the sight hit coming up lane. They beat the molly. And, you know, when you get the free kill on Pit, that's huge. But Imma makes an amazing play here. I mean, he goes out extremely wide. There's a temptation when there's a front side smoke like that to just sit cold and wait for the bomb to get planted and spray through the smoke in case the bomb gets planted there. So Hooksy's not prepared for that reaction at all. Or sorry, whoever was planting the bomb in that situation. And that's why Imma, with that heads-up play, takes the round for Navi.
Yeah, and he got the praise from Simple. You see him look down the line in the post round.
Like, everyone knows you've got to take initiative in these games, but it's a different animal entirely to know when.
Okay.
In the situations where you take initiative and you're wrong, you're selling the round, you're throwing, you're doing this, right?
Yeah.
So it's confusing for a talented player, but not one with enough experience to be like, this is my moment to play how I used to that made me so good in the first place.
Yeah. But you can't lose all of that main character energy.
Yeah,
you gotta hold on to it.
You do, exactly. And that's, again, that's what makes it so difficult. Wow, the rotations are very good for Navi. I mean, they read into this perfectly. Nico left alone on top of Banana as usual. Okay, now the bomb's coming back. Everyone's coming back.
Damn, JL's about to have his hands full. He's got a smoke that he could put down before they come through with the commit.
Yeah, it's...
What's Alexi rotating with? Nothing. Just the gun as well. Spam's hopeful, but he gets charged down. Nico takes it onto himself to charge through that smoke, give chase to JL, and honestly, just good timing call here from G2. They catch Navi unprepared on the B site.
So they leave Alexi to look for some damage, maybe some kills. We'll see how he plays this, but of course this is a save. That's, I wonder what the information was there. So much conviction in the rotation back. And the only reason you know that wasn't part of the original plan was because they didn't need that many people on A before the brackets control took place to sell a fake and come back to B. They wouldn't want to have to all run. So there must have been some tell there for Navi that they read into perfectly. And it's actually a question whether or not G2 knew they were even ready for the A attack in the first place, or if they were just wrong from the beginning and feel like they have a bad rotation. It's a feather in the cap of Hooksy and the team.
Doesn't feel like a round Navi should be too frustrated about. G2 are going to win some.
Maybe more confused.
Yep.
Because they rotated fast and it seemed like they were right, so...
You raise a brow to one like that. Maybe a little squint.
Give him a nod.
and come back with some kind of a response, like pushing JL behind sandbags and giving him that third player as support. Navi not keeping the B site looking the same in round 7 as it did in 6. 5v4.
That's just such a big player to be able to win versus on Banana at any point in the round.
It's a good start for everybody on Navi as well in this game. That's something, too, we're kind of looking forward to with this new roster. You got Simple at the tippity top. You got Bit not dying. Contribution from the other 3.
As strong as that, this exact timing could actually work out, even though they're 4v5. It's 4v2 on the site right now.
Boosted player holds. Ooh, doesn't finish it off. But at least JL does find Hunter because JKS cracks Alexi B in the forehead. You got a player already climbing onto the boxes in sight, and the plant will go down. They started this execution with a man disadvantage, and their post-plant will have the same issue, but smoke grenades going down, blocking off vision. 0 banana presence coming out of Navi. Coffins is about to get real claustrophobic. But with the numbers, they could just trade train their way through to the retake. Hooksy catching Simple, big pickup, and JKS still yet to activate. Doesn't swing off the frag. Little bit of an angle. Goes to CT with Modesty, and with a man down, G2 hit this B site, follow through, and win consecutive rounds.
Something I love about the way that Hooksy calls T-side Inferno, and that's just the fact that his team is never scared when they have lost a player, whatever it is, because they understand the power of just getting the ball down on beachside Inferno. The exec looks like it's full strength. They don't need 5 players to pull this off. So as long as in his mind they see there's only 2 players here, or this is the right timing for the site hit, everyone comes in with full confidence. They have the best exec in all of Pro CS, and they lock it down because it's 4v2. Again, imagine those 3 players on A don't exist. Doesn't matter. That's a 5v4. And they did that. They did that without Nico, right? Right at the beginning of the round. Yep. So that's why they get the 70% T-side win rate on Inferno. It's partially because Nico exists, but also because they've got layers, they've got protocols, they've got backup plans.
Ooh, Bit saw that. He saw the grenade go by, so he'll peek out and take a free one.
Count the ecos. Count the ecos.
I've already lost track.
No, we only have 1 so far, right? I think.
I don't know. I lost track.
Just the second round, I think, so far. You did just say that.
Modesty. Oh, lucky to be out. Simple just missed. Simple missed.
Simple missed.
Keep track of that too. I feel like honestly there might be less of those moments than Ecos, but
yeah, 9 and 2. So
it's that Desert Eagle.
All right, 1 player alive in Boiler, but you know how strong Boiler is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh,
Bit
he's not stopping.
Coming out with a Desert Eagle.
Yeah, go in the gasket.
Nothing over towards Banana.
Are they gonna go B?
Well, they could.
Are they splitting towards B?
Looks likely.
Ooh, that's the wrong play. We've got to push down an alt. CT's not moving right now. They might peek. Nico might need to nail one to lock this in. But he seems a little worried right now.
But they're also not concerned about this wraparound.
Yeah, we'll see what Imma does here. If he peeks or if he'll just die.
Okay. Just heard it.
But still the flank here on Banana. Nico's watching it.
Oh, timings could get nasty. Nope, they're good. Hooksy, Alexi.
Okay.
Oof. Nico cracking heads here, making sure all goes down smoothly.
The harder site to get to, but thorough enough.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have anything to worry about.
So other than Bits, Desert Eagle, nothing else finds its home.
We're still on 1 eco. This is a 3v5 win, though. 4v5 win last round for G2. 3v5 here versus the eco. If Navi gets 7-8 rounds, that's probably enough. Because that's in the face of G2's T side, you know, so it's a very special conversation with G2 on this map. Because they're so strong on this attack.
This is a map. Oh, I started to speak before I know for certain.
I think it should stay in the pool.
I was going to say, it's a map that, you know, we saw these crazy stats for G2 for some time, but it's started to wane lately.
Yeah, they lost like their 4 recent losses in the last 2 months or something.
Yeah. What's going on with that?
Honestly, Hooksy, individually, I think.
Sure, yeah.
I think I really think he's like he's shown really strong calling, of course. Like January, February was like, but individually, man, he was actually so good at that time and fell off so much.
Luckily for G2, of course, this event has been a great outing for their Inferno. They've played it twice against OG and EG, 16-6, 16-7. It's important to not let those teams get close. You wouldn't want people thinking you're equals. Not if you're G2. JL thinking about it. We saw a nice three-player setup.
Good timing on this.
Flash is good. Nice.
Oh my
I love that he snaps it back to Hooksy after. Goes for Nico on the edge of the smoke.
He said, "You're funny, I'll kill you last."
But you're still not getting away. Then he gets boosted on new box.
Yeah, that's ideal.
He's got Alexi down beneath him.
And Alexi's holding the smoke.
And an incendiary if he needs it. Plus Bits coming over with a flash into Pit. That's going to stall it out. I believe Hunter just shot. I heard an AK. So the rumblings of this B hit are heard. And it is the CT's on high alert. JL sitting up top, sitting pretty. But Hunter gets by. Oh, Hunter takes two. And Bit, despite a frag, is traded back by m0NESY. They're a little concerned with back sight, but they've done an excellent job of puncturing through a bomb site that looked so prepared and ready. I mean, Bit came in as support.
4v5, 3v5, and maybe another 3v5. G2 here. Have to just defend the post plant. This should be the easy part. No nades to come in for the CT side. Yeah. And they're walking away. Oh my God, the trades. Those flashes. They caught everybody. I mean, that should have been a layup for sure for the hold. They had good spots.
Yep.
The boosting quad where they don't have to worry about the molly. But the flashbang is beautiful.
Really good.
I mean, you're dodging most flashes, of course, from that position. Oh, okay. No op taken forward.
Mission accomplished.
Still some money here because, again, 3v5. 4v5, 3v5, 3v5.
Fee-5. Keep it fit. Good moment there from Hunter. Just gets blasted by Bit a second later. I think a part of his soul just left his body.
You see the opportunity. I mean, it's JL who also does everything right there. I mean, it's Alexi and him with the flash timing that's perfect. And nothing can take away from that, but you feel the round being lost, you know. It's nice to say, oh, we had a good start at least, but...
Oh, just to throw the nade, Hooksy followed through. Look at him go!
Oh, to the op.
Yeah, right into the scope of Simple. Drops down into Pit. JKS on the chase.
Interesting smoke here from Simple.
Oh, but he gets spotted. Bit's here to support it. You've got two pistols in the site.
Wow.
All they had was Simple's op. Missed shot from him, but he's still got a lot of health.
Yeah.
And they know about that threat in the bomb site. Bit connects again. They're going to pressure that bomb. m0NESY's got a chance to claw it back. Nico could definitely help, but he's got to be careful because Alexi's coming through Arch, and they've lost their bomb for now. They've got the time to take this back, but they have to be careful. Oh, Nico! Both kills on Arch side. And suddenly, it feels doable, but you know they have to bank on m0NESY because Nico's got 5 health.
Oh, Bit comes out, actually, onto the bike.
Grabs an AK, concerned about apartments.
Does he get away? They're going halls.
Now they're thinking about, again, that arch wrap potential. Nobody's looking at apartments. Bits just looking back and forth. Simple still holds off on the short angle. They're down to 25 seconds. This is going to be a fight. m0NESY's being set up to just jump through.
Bit's in a great spot.
He's going to fly out. Oh, man.
No, Bit took a big risk there by getting into lane, right? Because they could easily come from Boiler, but hard to predict for G2 in that spot. And maybe they should have just split lane and halls. At least they tried to come forward with a tactic, but yo, shout out to Simple for this hold. First kill, Simple. First kill is easy, sorry. Then the smoke as he falls back into a pit allows him to take this advantageous line on lane. And he doesn't get the kill, but they're afraid of him. And then the site guys, after the distraction, are able to find theirs. And he stays mobile, stays alive to the end of the round, gets to big pit. Otherwise, he'd be stuck in mini the whole time.
So do we put that one on the counter? Because it was one op only pistol.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's 2 for NAVI for sure.
All right. 2 out of 10. Meh. Stuck.
Well, they know there's still 2 players here.
JL though, good angle. Can't manage the third one. But Alexi's not too far away, and JKS will fall victim.
Look at this, they left the B site entirely.
It looks like G2 are going to try to go seize this because Alexi's up in CT spawn. They've got the read. Hooksy's telling them to get in, and who are you banking on? Nico and m0NESY.
There's the Molly.
2 highest rated players on this map for G2 across the last 6 months, hands down. m0NESY relegated to the Deagle. That smoke's about to fade. You got 3 CTs coming at you. They just pressed through. Nico almost saw it. He did. Simple takes a risk. Takes a shot between the eyes. AK tap at that distance doesn't go well. And the Deagle misses its chance. Turns over. And NAVI not going to fall victim to that.
They definitely could have gone wrong. Of course, we know how strong those positions can be, even on low guns. So G2 can't pull it off. JL's hold in CT spawn. That's huge. Great flash to start things out for G2 to take over lane control. They get Imma blind. But the rotations are insane here for NAVI. They take the risk of pulling both players out of the B side. JL gets 2, Alexi gets 1, and then makes it back to B. And even though we can see the taps are very close, ultimately it was 3v2 on the retake. You know, they should be comfortable doing that. Well, it's been a great game both ways. Lots of solid plays here, but you know what? In terms of the upset wins, NAVI got the second round. They got that last one with only 1 op in play. They're fighting hard on the CT side.
Simple looking to make money. Nico looking to enact revenge. G2 can take their sweet time here. No rush. Good game so far.
Absolutely.
Yeah, love that. It's really what we all wanted.
As messy as it is, I thought it was going to be messier. You know,
Sure.
like
Yeah, no, it still
like
feels
the eco
high
plays
level.
are still pretty great from NAVI. You could say that at least.
No, it just feels like when you've got 2 teams this high for potential, it's bound to get a little crazy. Crazy? Man advantage, NAVI. Splitting it between the sites. Rush that bomb site, boys. Get your plant. You deserve the money. Slightest chance this goes well. Yeah. Okay. Nico hits the Deeg. He's looking at Pit. Okay. Pit's going to close it. He was looking the right direction. Could have put down the bomb, but no, sir. CT's thriving.
And we'll see how the half ends because it's still kind of close. But if NAVI just like win from now, and the only reason I say that is because, again, as amazing as it is to win rounds after dropping the first death, G2 have had to do that 3 times in a row. That's not sustainable. So it's cool that they did that, but you want to pair those. You want to have more rounds where you won, where you got the opening kill, and then have some cool rounds where you had a 3v5 and a 4v5. Overall, you could say NAVI definitely playing like quite a bit better from that perspective, but again, still some rounds left in this first half to decide exactly what strength both these teams are sitting at.
No name on that nade. Nico lets him pop, then starts to foray towards Banana. Wouldn't blame G2 for keeping it up on these consistent B hits. It's where they've done some of their best work. It's where they've come back from disadvantages. It's where they, at the very least, always seem to put down bomb. Ooh, and give it a chance just now was Nico.
Yeah, he separates the attack though, so they'll have to slow down. Nico can't go through this by himself, right? Oh yeah, that was pretty big.
Alexi.
Oh my God.
He's not even watching
There's
it.
a poofy CT smoke. Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, no, that's Nico's smoke in front of it as well. Oh God, jumping over. Nico ambitious. He saw Alexi, sure, Hunter's able to spray him down, but it just gets so weird.
Oh, the support op is helping too here.
Yeah, it looked like there was a gap on the smoke towards Banana. There was a gap on the smoke towards CT, and then there was that front side smoke as well. That was
They felt great about that timing, but that was a really plump, fresh smoke from CT side, and they were playing in front of it, and the rotation was not that far away. So, unlike previous situations, G2 have gone through a smoke, but it was just versus 2, and it was actually an easy site to take. This one did not look that appealing, right? I mean, that was a lot of smoke they had to run through.
A lot of smoke and smoke with holes in them. So, gets a little weird. CS2, a frag grenade clears all that right up.
True.
No problem.
That's where G2 going to take that first major, maybe. Domed.
Welcome back, Simple.
Gotta say, Simple's playing pretty damn well right now. That's true, too.
That is a sight for sore eyes. Seeing his frustration out of the gate. Was worried that, this new project could maybe bog him down. But nothing should bog him down. He's Simple. Monacy cleared out from the corner. These pistols trying to do what they can. And they will open up one step closer to the site, but it's still defended by Bit. He's got support inbound. They're going to throw some nades in order to secure the cross and almost
Hunter
off. Rotate. Missed the timing. Bit still doesn't have vision. Library player applying pressure via util. Alexi sees the gap on that Moto smoke and now bombs down by Graveyard. Hunter switches out to the sidearm, but he gets stuffed between the two players left, and it's Navi on fire with 9.
I thought we were going to get like a Rain up moment. You know what I mean?
Sure.
1 for 1.
Rain averages 1 kill with the op per month since he has joined FaZe in 2016.
I too have read it.
1 per month.
That's pretty funny. And it was like this year was like...
Yeah.
Is that his first this year? Was that also the thing? Yeah.
It's like his, cheat day.
And you know what? It was a hard shot. he wasn't ready, you know what I mean? That was a...
Must feel so foreign to him. Like, wait, you right click? Like, think about how few times Rain uses the right click.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
that middle finger does nothing.
Thing to think about, yeah.
Molotov front sight. Alexi trying to hold off for the final assault of G2 in this half. And they're going to stall out for a second. They've got one guy over towards CT. He doubles back. Nice change. Oh, but it still gets shattered. Clean headshots coming out of the two G2 players. Ime goes, clears them both. Nicely done. I love that. Applies just the right amount of pressure. But what I love more is watching the Flash queue up a clutch. And so with Simple and Ime on the other side, Banana gets blocked off. They've got no clue about where he is. Now they've seen him, and he's getting toyed with by the Romanian, who swaps to the sidearm to close this out. It is indeed 10 rounds for Navi's CT side, putting a dent in what's supposed to be a fantastic G2 T side.
Hello, I'm Monacy. I am analyzing just 1 round. Let's go. So, he has really good skins, I would say. It's Ruby and really good close. So he's gonna play B. They're starting 3B. Slashing really deep. Peeking the dog. There's a thing I'm doing as well. So he's getting the frag. I'm not sure, but maybe it's even me peeking because who knows, right? So he's picking Banana with the first spawn. They're starting 3B. Op is picking Banana, flashing deep for the Oper. Because usually, like, when Oper is on T side, he's holding the Banana. Like this flash which he's throwing now, like he's like flashing the guy who's staying with Op and holding car with Op. So that's good pick, I would say. And I'm usually like, if I have good spawn, I can call it. And I'm picking Banana, and you should do it only with a good spawn, like with the first spawn towards B. third guy should smoke for you, like they did. They should smoke your car, so you will get like, I would say like not one way, but the smoke will extinguish the molotov, so it's good. And the second guy just throwing some molotov for Bell or like just the banana, so yeah, it's a good pick. So now he's maybe a little bit, yeah, he's leaving the smoke on city. Honestly, like, okay, they're playing 3A, okay. Okay, that play was not bad, I would say. Like maybe they, like T-side maybe expected that Op will fall back towards A and he will not stay. And they just like bought a little bit of time on Banana and they just flash picked with Fallen Flash. Now he's just leaving the smoke for Banana and just leaving towards A, I guess. The guy on Banana is getting a lot of frags, I would say. Not bad. Yeah, he's holding the good angle with Op from Arch. I remember I was holding here with them for I missed 2 people and we lost anti-force round. Now he's leaving towards B. Maybe it's already like, I don't know, less than 40 seconds on the time. They want to create some setup on Banana. Like sandbags plus corner, it's good. Op is getting first contact, the guy on sandbags is dodging the flash. Also he has a molly, he's killing the guy. That's me. We were playing here with Nico together, I remember. Because like I realized when this guy, me, flick shotted the guy on the broken wall. And yeah, after just traded Nico on Banana. I mean, definitely he played really good CS in this round.
Coils. Boost city.
In the smoke.
Close that.
CT.
I'll take smoke.
Don't smoke.
Can we fast city? A lot ruins, guys. Do it, please. No, op ruins. Okay, then I'm gonna pick on you guys, okay?
Yeah. Listen, Rasmus, you guys play on Rasmus, okay?
Yeah.
I'm blind. You got one.
I'm playing on you.
Flash, two more ruins.
Playing on you.
The head of Pulse one.
One more?
One more.
Nice, last ruins. Ruins. I'll pick on you. Do.
Nice.
Played, let's go! Take up, maybe. Where is it there?
Nice, pull it up again. Nice, guys.
All right, G2 getting a little amped there. That was, of course, one of their 5-round wins throughout this half.
And you have to appreciate those wins for the way they were played.
Sure.
But if you want to talk about first kills, if you want to talk about opening tactics, if you want to talk about overall rounds won, if you want to talk about ecos won, Navi dominated that half.
That they did. 9 successful opening duels. Simple. 3-0 in them, in fact. And in the case of the murdered G2, I present the accused. Simple 17-6. Exhibit B is the victim, Monacy, 5-13. So there we go.
Oh, he asked for that flash.
Oh my, nice pop-up. Simple. Oh, what? While diving up and down, he connects to Hooksy. Simple just posts a 3K with the Glock. And this could be Navi off the charts on Inferno.
No, and you know, as much as we talk about G2's T side, their CT side's just average, you know, it's like good enough. But and I guess we have to find out about Navi's T side, but they've been one of the teams that have just been getting exponentially better by the game.
Simple is dropping
groups, and he's doing, he's helping. He's definitely helping.
20-6.
He's supporting. He's there. He's him. Monacy, on the other hand, not a great game.
There's a chicken stuck in the bleach bottle.
Don't do it.
You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Bleach chicken.
Mm-hmm.
It's like America.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
He's one for the bridge. That's it.
Have you ever seen this? Hunter thought he was safe. He had called for the truce. Look at this third kill from Simple.
Oh my. Oh.
Hits him with the quick up and down right there.
Maxi.
Blown away. Love that for Navi. Not so much for G2, but love it for Navi. We get the frag grenades down. Banana JKS 5-7 mid-fight.
Okay.
Let's get weird. Oh, let's get zany, baby. JKS still going down. That flash was good. His damage done. JL's low. Playing with the MP5 SD.
MP5. Is he a man after your own heart?
I'm an MP7.
Oh, yeah, you hate the MP5, right?
Yeah, arch nemesises. Nemesi. Okay, they can recover this.
Yeah, they're in front of the mid smoke, so there's that.
Monus on his own in the open.
Ooh, timing.
Oh!
Nails it right in the dome. That's bit down, and their intentions known, but there's still 3 CTs that haven't moved that are sitting on B.
Yeah, but JL's got 6 health. Alexi's on 45.
Yeah, but
that shot right there, that took all the wind out of the sails. Look, they're uninspired.
Are they not even going
you
to
want us to
attempt?
peek that kid? Monesi just slammed him in the head with the scout.
Oh, they're not even trying it. He's got the Mac 10 that he's saving. Is there a better gun to grab on steps? Maybe Simples, AK, potentially. They didn't push down Banana, right?
Owned. No, they did not.
All right, so
they never got all the way down.
2-1 on Ecos.
Oh no,
Okay.
yes they did. They were playing around with weapons. MP5. That'll get jacked. Gobbled up. Well, if we're keeping track,
2-1.
Navi still have the edge in round wins like these. The G2 post one, arguably, when it matters most.
Counter-terrorists win.
Isn't that like having a short memory?
Yep. Maybe it is.
They both trade after pistols.
Causing commotion. JKS gets aggressive down mid with a 5-7. Love it. It's Nico with the MP5. Scout still for Monesi. Ump on Hooksy. Some weird ones. My eyes fall on JL, the AK of Navi's Force Buy. Bane's presence early. That'll keep G2 on their toes. They know about it. One rifle in play, at least. I'm looking at this A site and I'm thinking, JKS solo on short. Put down one of these few T smokes on Arch and that short push could get real lethal real quick.
Okay, Alexi's calling because he hears Nico jumping. Nico false cleared B. They're gonna walk up. Site's gonna be open. Are they gonna do the continuation flash strat? Because that's what I assume with all this active spotting. Oh, yeah, they're done.
Well,
that's
Alexi
it.
calls him over, lets him know exactly what he's about to pull off. And G2's Force Buy win could be all for naught. No smoke on cross.
Whoa.
Alexi gets the gun back out, kills Hooksy, who just made this one really weird.
There's a smoke there. There's smokes on the ground. They just didn't bother.
They thought they had that much timing, but Hooksy put it in 6th.
All right. Time to go for it, G2, though. No kit, so they have to go kind of fast. But look at the guns, look at the health. Like, they got to try this.
Not a comfortable post plant. Poor JL as well, working with 22 HP versus 3. Maybe he just locks in new box. I think his survivability is his biggest strength right now.
But they're
going to get this going from Coffin. All 3 players. Remember, no kit. Oh, excuse me. Hunter's got one. But Monesi gives the cover, and the new box player's dead first. Bit in the corner. Smoke denying vision. JKS flies at him. Monesi hits it through the smoke while midair. And now that Mac 10, it's close, but off the mark. Defuse shines through. G2, thanks to Hooksy.
Hooksy? Monesi.
Sure, I'm thinking those 2 kills with the ump as well.
Okay, fair enough. But
between those 2.
I think he just did that jumping over the smoke, no-scope headshot with a scout. Am I crazy?
I don't think you're... I mean...
Okay, fair enough, though. This is huge.
What? That's not even a no-scope.
Yeah, and that's why you should never no-scope.
That's...
Oh my God.
Wow.
That's a good... You deserve the upgrade. You're back. Not a great first half out of Monacy. CT side could be revenge. That was ludicrous.
Future of Counter-Strike is in great hands. As Simple leaves his mark on Hunter. That lane's looking tasty. Got Simple on an AK now. Monacy comes over, wins the duel. Nico's library peek's gonna find a couple pistol players exposed, and now everything gets swept away. G2 CT side is putting up.
It's a good start, or good bounce back here. Let's see if they can levitate.
Man. Round 17, forced by win to get this CT half going. Hooksy and Monacy with heroics, and JL, fast answer, but backs up unsuspectingly into Hooksy, who gets dinked for 89.
Okay, he's out though. Whew. Close call.
Lucky to be alive.
This round's a twofer here for G2. They don't want to let it go. But Hooksy, I mean, that dink was heard. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So even if they think 2 players over here, doesn't it feel like 1.5? 1 health for Hooksy. And I really, yeah, I mean, it's a situation like, do you overthink this? Oh, the push down mid. Oh my God, Bit. He's gonna get caught off.
No gun. He's got no gun out, and they just find the perfect timing.
Yeah, now the rotation's gonna come around. They're still worried about someone being here at the top of Banana. They speed up. Monacy gets into position.
G2's feeling corralled. Hooksy's gonna be hanging on. Navi, they know they're in a pinch. Hooksy's still trying here.
1 health.
The frag and the smoke, he still delivers. Hooksy with a double. More kills than he had HP left over. And Simple may get the trade frag, but he gets gunned down by Monacy, the prodigy. And it is a 9th for G2.
Oh, that's well done, man. Hooksy with that amount of HP, you know, you could just curl up, play scared, wait for your teammates to come through. No, he deals with it.
And he got the trade on Nico.
Yeah.
Very important. You see the bullets and the tracers whizzing by. A single bullet would have had him dead. Hooksy dodging shots. Posting CT round wins. Within 2 of tying this up. Bit's gonna be beating himself up after that one. Nico opens up shop again. He will always be a headache.
I called it
his counterpart in Banana.
I called it a twofer. They still have, you know, Tech 9s and utility, so we'll see what they do. Four CTs get over to the A side.
Yeah, well positioned here. Hooksy's got the troops in line. Alexi's cautious about the Banana flank, but Hooksy's not looking that risky. Because God forbid, if he dies, that B site's gone. All the eggs in this A site.
Flash is good. Nade coming in.
Softened up. Monacy trying to track him, but his teammates kill 2, and he deegs Alexi through the box. So, well, that one was easy.
Solid hold. Now we get up to, now we're in real match territory. Rifles will come out again. Monacy getting better. G2 looking solid here on CT side, even though NAVI found a way in a couple of times, and a couple of these wins have been close as well. Blade is going to get involved. Let's keep this in mind as we go into the rifle and see what NAVI tried to do.
He's got a good success rate off of pauses. It's Navi gonna throw at him now. Sitting on a nice, pretty bank account as well, G2. 5 in a row. Flowing. One forced by round win.
Oh, that's that m0NESY nade.
Yeah, he's tricky. But doesn't see anybody. Simple sitting in the corner. HooXi getting a little curious. It's a dangerous game to be left between the smokes, but here he sits with support from Nico.
Navi avoiding all engagements, but they've taken to the top of mid and gotten at the halls. G2 have reacted to the information in front of them, even if they've missed somebody in the past. What is this round going to shape up to be? It's got to be m0NESY's favorite position here on the A side, where most operators tend to lean. But it looks like it's actually back to Banana.
No, they're floating.
Yeah. Okay, they disrespect the jump spot, which means they could actually still go towards A with that bomb. All they're trying to do is scare a rotation. Strong call, though, out of G2. They don't move.
They're hanging on.
Yeah, Nico's playing loose here. They've still got one on Arch. Eyes on brackets.
Banks on m0NESY.
They got the 3-2. This is what Navi are looking for, but it all comes down to bracket control. Another Arch player leaves.
Uh-oh. Balcony could get problematic. We got Apartment's presence here from Navi.
Oh, wow.
They got 20 seconds to spare on that clock. And if they just jump down into the pit, things get compromised here for G2. Could take a single heroic moment. m0NESY, fast wrap back around. He knows there's one in the little pit, but the player above. Then the cross, the bomb's dropped. JKS could mow them down. He tries to hide, and as he sprays, he does it. He takes just enough time off the clock. JKS from the perch delivers.
Oh, that's the one kill he needed. And they weren't ready for that position. m0NESY missed his shot, and they still win the round because of that play.
Unchecked.
Man, this was
uncleared.
I mean, Navi had the ingredients. They had the pot boiling. They were so close to making that round look genius. And you know, outside of having enough time for something like that to go wrong, everything was perfect. They didn't die. They took map control. They tricked G2 into playing 3B in a situation where it was one flash at the bottom of Banana to get them that position. It just took too long to organize. And JKS from the treehouse
says no girls allowed. Lordy, lordy.
You know,
what a hold.
To do that off attack, though, is they cued into something for sure. They learned something.
Yep.
And they still got a very solid vibe. But now the game's 11-11.
Whoa. Not far off. But util pressure all over right now. JL's gonna find a small pocket. Here's HooXi coming. Oh, the headshot! Sprays through smokes, connects. And now Hunter, I mean, he could scare them all.
There was a fast step, right?
JL, yeah, you could see him calming frantically. They're not gonna let their guards down. Audio cue sets Hunter up for death.
It's a save unless this somehow gets back to A. I don't really foresee that this call leading him that direction, but they don't know who's rotated just yet. G2 can resign here with 2 guns saved and have money left over. No problem for them. But we'll see. We've got Emma actually searching out Arch at the moment. Okay, just leading into B. This makes the most sense.
Adding an extra layer just in case. But that's JL suddenly out of nowhere. I mean, there's been a few rounds where HooXi has quite comfortably gotten between those smokes.
Yeah,
top and bottom Banana and
killed JL's teammate, and then, or sorry, JL killed his teammate and then died to HooXi. But overall, it means it's been pretty solid B defaulter. He actually had a very strong CT side. Unfortunately, a lot of the rounds he got kills, his teammates couldn't get more, and then they ended up losing. But his holds overall were very good.
And I mean, even his exact position in between wood and that front smoke, I've seen Nico spray that from behind car a couple times when HooXi is going around. It's just they didn't throw that spray in. So JL, this round with no pressure on him, gets a chance to thrive. opens it up for Navi to take the lead right back.
Yeah. How many times do you watch like CS at this level and you see like the smoke spam? That should be obvious at this point, and you really got to pretend as a B default sometimes that these smokes don't exist, especially when they know you're there. They know you're the defaulter. They know you're playing Bell this round. They know you're going to try to get in between two mollies or something like that. So don't be afraid to shoot that ammo. It's free.
Yeah, they resupply you every round. Navi, their second terrorist round win.
And they were about to be economically broken right there after that. There was a Tech 9 for the T side. So this one's all about JL saving Navi. And of course, the flash from Alexi on the push timing. They've been good about that in general.
Also, JL making it very clear he heard that footstep. Gets Simple on high alert. Make sure Hunter doesn't draw it back. Hunter could have had a chance. m0NESY for the mid peak, no contact. Fires a shot, falls off. Let's go back to Banana. This has been a point of contention for the second half. And it's one where G2 are now going to give Navi a little more leeway. That nade, perfectly timed. 45 damage over the roof.
I think Navi are looking for an in-between timing on this round. As the round plays out, rotations generally have been pretty sound for G2, but they have been leaning slow for most of the game.
That third piece in Banana opens up HooXi to rotate over. Dropping a cache of utility here for Hunter to play with, who's now been met by a smoke. A little presence being shown from Navi. Sprays go through. JL gets dodged. And more pressure.
At least you're getting chip damage with the utility, the IM nade, and they have the dream that this is going to end B. And Navi will have to make a decision soon. They might get in their own heads. They did take a lot of time that previous round, even with a good exec. It just took too long.
Oof.
Excellent shot.
m0NESY doesn't give a damn about your flashbang. Posts right back up, but it is indeed the A hit, and HooXi's scrambling over. Hunter's going to put a smoke front sight. That will still expose the bomb planter. They've got to climb over the hay bales. HooXi, well-timed on the library peek. It set up the players in sight wonderfully. Just hold on. Bit, he'll get the opening. HooXi comes through with 2 critical kills, and the defenders deliver. Convincing hold inside of this A site from G2.
Yes.
Not just banking on JKS with that last-second kill to burn off the clock. This one's rock solid.
Man, this is shaping up to be an excellent map. Just already 12-12. Looks like the long rounds, G2 really are comfortable when it comes, like, it's not a small thing to get a little nade damage in, get the unconfirmed damage in, get a kill like this, of course, to start things off on these CT rounds. It's key, in fact, when it comes to setting up your M4s to get in one-shot headshots, to get that late round map control and late round kill. That's all you need to do. You know, you've just sort of got to shoot the sail, not the boat itself. And that's what G2 are doing very well right now, which I think is intimidating for Navi, who are coming through with more comprehensive but longer T rounds.
Shout out HooXi for contributing with a couple kills that round as well. Keeping himself close to the pack. In fact, very tight-knit is G2 in the fragging department. A welcome sight for HooXi.
Fuck it, man. It's necessary.
Yeah.
You just has to. Like,
has to. No.
It's fair to criticize him for not fragging. I'm just going to say it that plainly. It is. Like...
Oh, nice nade, dude. That bad boy had some velocity on it. From the back of the sight. Met by fire as well, just as they go to take the top of Banana. Gonna boost the op up. Smoke grenade. G2 indicating they're coming to take control, but nobody actually extending around from the bomb site. Just Nico and HooXi hanging out now with a smoke between the two of them. No movement from that majority stacked A play, but now the smoke comes out from Navi to keep them preoccupied and numbers being added up to this banana hit. You saw what m0NESY could do last round. Dodged the flash. Popped one, but he's not here. He's over on Arch, waiting for something that's not coming. Bit has been left on his own towards A, and we've got 4 members of Navi ready to just slam themselves into Nico and HooXi, who are stuck between Coffin and Orange, and Alexi's entry is clean.
Coming through
Nico
this. Oh.
pushes out, falls back on half health, and then dies. Straight up dead.
Wow.
This B site crumbles. Hunter, though, CT smoke push, goes for the M4 spray, and Simple's gonna stuff him. That should take it out at G2, and that should put Navi in the lead.
That's a huge round back. That's a ton of confidence here for Navi. Imagine what it would feel like to lose 3 slow-paced rounds with all the map control involved if you were Navi. That might be too much. That might be mentally too hard to bear, but Navi keep this close, and this half keeps on delivering. It hasn't been any less clear as to who's going to close this game out.
God damn, what a match.
Yeah, and the best part about it, you know, most amount of money here left over, getting the most full buys here in the second half with both teams.
Yeah.
Ready to come through, nades and all. This is a full focus game. This is one of the games where when it's over, you ask the players, they don't even remember. They don't remember what moment was from what.
Oh, tough shot from Simple as well. Because it felt like Hunter was queuing up that second frag on the player back fountain, but Simple struck him down
If
before
Simple needed more time, he would have taken it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hot peek from m0NESY, slightly more aggressive than what we've seen. We've seen HooXi throw down. Not since that JL double kill, though, has HooXi really gone into a gunfight down banana. It's m0NESY and Nico. Simple gets the best of it.
So risky from Nico.
Good trade potential here, though.
Yeah, but m0NESY shot earlier on.
Blinded, he holds. He re-peeks. Simple nearly clips him. And now utility comes out from him as he falls back.
Yeah. The
On
approach
his own.
So careful. He's taking the risk. It's a risk always to shoot off the flash. And oh, there's another chance. Narrowly misses it.
Missing opportunities.
I think at least he's being aggressive just to...
For the sake of it.
Yeah, like they are down a player.
We talked about his shortcomings in the first half. We noted his uptick at the beginning of CT side. This is a round with 2 or 3 missed chances.
And this is simply a situation where if Navi choose to go B, it's over. So I think m0NESY will basically save unless they mess the approach up completely. But Coffins should be the first place you expect to see the upper. Flasher comes in for the retake.
Blocks it.
To maybe assist, but Hunter starts to walk back already.
He could peek around it. He could get crazy. m0NESY traded. Simple. Not going to let him get away with more than one. You can take your shot. You can have your kill, but you're dead, kid.
And Im is already looking to get in between the defense to stop the save. This is not small either.
No. Money's low. Great chance to not only get that 14th round, but make your life far easier in round 27.
You know, one way that I believe that Heroic have won a lot of their most important games has by mastering this punish part of the round, where on the rounds you win, you set up to kill people saving as you're winning, where that player could also be a lurk. You know, that Yabby could also be a lurk in the round if they need to go A. So in keeping options open, but setting up very carefully to punish players for sitting around and not going for retakes, I think that's how... I think that Heroic have won a lot of really important games, you know, quietly, where it just looks like it's some other reason. They're just super strong riflers or they have a really good game plan. I think they are really well-rounded from that perspective. But Navi now with 14, wow, that's got to be feeling good.
It was 6 CT rounds in a row off of the back of the round 17 Force Buy win. We've gone 4 rounds back and forth, keeping the economy on a fine margin. There's still enough cash to go around.
Yeah, Simple this year has not been the top fragger every map, you know, even with the old Navi lineup. He's been tapering off a little bit, but this is like...
It was cause for concern.
Yeah.
There was, I mean, an amazing feat to keep up his individual level throughout all the events of last year.
There's like no word to describe it. Yeah, yeah, what he did, of course. And we'll never rewrite history from that perspective. But if he's got even more.
Let's see it.
Yeah.
Any day, simple top frags is a good day of Counter-Strike in my mind. Tonight we got it. Buns Molotov, not ideal. There's also a couple bodies over in Banana. It's the standard, Nico and Hooksy. But it's not so standard, in fact. We talked about the money limitations. That's Hooksy on an MP9. At least the deep smoke gives him his little pocket on logs.
Yeah, it's actually... We'll see. It looks like he's not staying there.
Just trying to create cause for concern, but there could be a fast follow-through here for Navi. We saw a wonderful round come out through the apartments where they ran out of time. Plenty on the clock here, and they've already got one down into the little pit, plus the entry. Hunter's gonna drop the bomb. Modesty gets caught by that mid play. It needs to be Hunter, and he's swarmed. Alexi B comes in with the double kill. JL dies out. It's Nico fast around mid with Hooksy right there with him. He toys with the short peek. Alexi nearly dead, but he has done his job and he has put bit into pit, which could be perfection.
Is Hooksy gonna smoke it, or is he saving it for the bomb or the site? Well, Bit looks like he's gonna target him.
Yeah, he's going head hunting, and we know he can, but now he's smoked off. Will he challenge out and around? Can Alexi get another with such little bits of HP? Time's ticking, and Alexi hides in that backside, but G2 surely have to go for this play. They push in, Bit takes down one, and Alexi holds off. It is Navi on bare bones HP to get 15.
And it's one of the first fast calls that we've seen as well. And honestly, it's around Alexi to get the 2 kills inside of lane. That makes the difference. It was JKS in lane the last time that this happened that shut them down.
Alexi goes right for him. You can see Modesty gets scrambled by that pressure out from balcony, the lack of arch player, and the fact that JKS goes down.
And Bit counters this smoke perfectly. Nico knows that he's going to try to get over this, knows his position, but Bit waits until he sees someone jump to site to make sure he has the best chance to fight. And it looks like even if Alexi drops that, Bit's going to get the last kill as well. A final timeout called, and it couldn't be at a more important or better moment here for G2. You know they're going to make it worth your while, but even after this fantastic CT side comeback in the later rounds, in the last few, that have all been rifles, mind you, Navi have been consistently winning. And here are the rewards. They've got a lot of utility, but outside of that, 2 rifles, an SMG, and 2 pistoling players on G2 to defend against the map.
Burning through that utility really fast as well. Worth it? Somewhat. JL down to 40. They're going to put a player back boosted again. ×2. And then Hunter sits down beneath it. All right. Now, Nico could float over and deal with balcony if they think that's going to be a threat again.
No, this is, of course, a risk, but they have to take one. They're trying to make it feel like there's a banana stack happening, and there has been the case for a lot of the rounds in the half. And Inferno, it's very hard to get info without sacrificing a player, so sometimes you do commit into stacks like this. Could this be the golden setup for G2? They'll smoke mid to make it seem like there's only one here, feigning presence.
Yeah, Hooksy fakes the steps, goes right back into his corner. They are banking that balcony does not become the bane of this setup. But oh, Bit's ready to go. Pressure coming out now from top mid. Imma's dead. Modesty a double with the MP9, but Bit his double kill. Oh! They thought they had an opening. Little did they realize they step on the trap that keeps G2 alive.
This is an all-in call, but you cannot guarantee that you're going to find an open site on these anti-eco rounds if you're Navi. G2 had to take some kind of risk like this. They set up perfectly. They could have still lost, even with all these players coming in. And they had just enough to stop it. You know, they played both feet in the door, okay?
Played that round to win. Scared money don't make money. And G2 now back in the money. Simple forgot his gun. It's okay. He'll go get it.
So we like to see the AK. Hooksy wouldn't have dropped him that. All right. Oh, round 29. Listen, it could end here. It could go to the next. No telling. Great call for G2. Good stack, good kills coming in. Everyone's been having a better CT side, that's for sure.
Trying to organize. Man, that A site looking sketchy at the moment.
Boy, and they're coming in almost the same tempo here.
Hunter's running over.
They're fanning to Arch. It's open. Rotations are desperate. Hunter.
MP9 just down in an instant. Simple stuff some pressure on m0NESY from the site. Oh, the double! And JKS a single. Oh, Bit! Back in. Bit the double frag off Balk. Simple versus Hooksy, and they switch sides. Hooksy picks it up, and Bit has been quietly climbing that leaderboard double after double. Now demanded of him is the quad. And with Nico over towards short, he wants this frag versus Hooksy. He's going to start pressing. Hooksy holds, and Hooksy delivers versus who? Simple and Bit.
Day saved by Hooksy. There is no denying it right there. That trade-off in Arch. Hooksy doesn't exist. Bit and Simple would have been in 2v1 versus Nico. They could have played that anyway and won. So when the pressure was the highest, we got the m0NESY hold on the site. This is very nice. Bit's answer back was even more spectacular, but Hooksy made sure to not overstep. And we go all 30.
Damn right we do. Oh, Hooksy cheesing him. Slides through the smoke, barrel stuff Simple to the back of the head.
Oh, Simple trying, Simple was the one trying to cheese him going into CT spawn. Hooksy was just playing a pragmatic CS, carefully, safely, and he got 2 headshots out of it. So everybody's used their timeouts. All 8 been used in this match here in regulation. And it will accumulate now. And one final call, one final defense attempt. A battle of the minds for sure, as much as the individuals, and great things to say about both teams and trading after pistols and all the ecos. But look, Alexi's got a Tech 9. m0NESY, even after winning that round, he's got a FAMAS in hand.
Limitations. But I mean, go down the list of players in the server right now. Who can't win a round on their own? Nico boosted up new box. Hooksy ahead of him. All the rounds we saw them vying for control of Banana, and this time G2 throw out a look that just shows signs of timidness. Navi got close, but now they pull back.
There we go, looking for the chip damage early on from the CT side, and Navi, it's sort of about pretending you're taking the map control, but then actually taking it a little bit later or in between the grenades, and so far, Navi haven't been hurt. Oh, that's going to change their game plan entirely. The Arch smoke right here, it's just to set up a potential IM alert. Does he sneak into CT off of this? The bomb has not been collected yet, but decisions will be made in a second. We'll watch with this bomb as it comes back to mid. m0NESY wrapping to go to B.
Oh, that's a gap. That's
they have manufactured this rotation before, and Imma,
man,
he's going to take full advantage.
He hasn't had his round. He hasn't had his moment. Hunter's back is so exposed. Imma getting closer, and I mean, he's got Hunter sitting dead to right, goes for the pit play, JKS holds him back, Hunter stops bomb, gun's empty, Simple clears it, Navi press up that short side, and with just enough time, they will plant. It's comfortable, but it's also under-sourced. There's not a lot of utility here for Navi to still hold on with.
Yeah, but G2 have no smoke to scale. They can't smoke pit, they can't smoke the site and jump over it. They have to brute force this.
They picked up that smoke. m0NESY just got it off the corpse. The fallen player has given m0NESY a smoke grenade to maybe press up. It is a pack of G2 players, and it's headshot potential here from Simple. Bit's buying time, just waiting in the graveyard, strikes down Hooksy, and he gets a second, but Nico's still alive, clears out the grave and falls. Navi all the way, 30 rounds, and they get into that A site. By the skin of their teeth, they'll take it. They fell to the clock a couple of times, but not in round 30, and not in the last match of the fall groups for a spot in fall finals.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final here in Washington, D.C. We're bringing up the level of competition here.
Oh, it's so close, but it ends in heartbreak for Cloud9.
A little bit disappointing to say goodbye to Astralis at this point.
They've put complexity to bed. Unfortunately for FaZe, here in Washington, they're gone.
That I do it so good. Look at the way that I do what I should. Look at the way that I got you amazed. You should see the look on your face. Look at the way that I bang with the bass. Look at the way that I'm running the place. Look at the way that I'm keeping the pace. You see the smoke, well look at the flame.
Look, Acadian Heroic have finally done it.
And that's where Vitality lock in grand finals.
It all comes down to this matchup to define how we end what could be the last season in CSGO.
I see the look in your eyes. It be the look of surprise. That's just a part of the game. You gotta look for the prize. Look at the way that we ain't gonna fall. Look at the way that we all gonna rise. Look at the way that I answer the call. Look at the way that I handle the line. Look at the way that I ride. Look at the way that I roll. Look at the way that I'm live. Look at the way that I'm loaded. Double up, let me in. Look at the way that it's open. Level up, level in. Look at the way that I'm rolling.
Well, that truly was a game of inches in the final moments, but Na'Vi with the first foot across the finishing line. It may have been G2's map pick, but we go the full distance, we go the full 30 rounds, and Matt, you talk about tension in those final few rounds.
I mean, if you love Counter-Strike, this is what gets you going. This is why you show up on the stream. This is why you watch these games, for the quality and the intensity of these last few rounds, where it basically becomes problem solving live and clutches on clutches on clutches. Simple about to cross the smoke, Hooksy finding him out, then Hooksy actually besting Bit and Simple back to back to stay alive, but then the call from Alexi B. This is the Counter-Strike that I like to see and the one that gets my heart going.
You see, it was a very streaky game in the beginning, and then it turned into this slaughter of a fest where it was back and forth. G2 won a couple of rounds, Na'Vi won a round, then back to G2. It was a good game of Counter-Strike. So many small nuances in the round as well. We have round 9, and I think we should probably pull it up straight away just to illustrate what G2 were dealing with in that first half. Sure, it's 4-4 on the scoreline right now, and G2 is in a somewhat good position. You see JL coming out right here, getting a nice double entry, and in 9 out of 10 cases, that will be it. Round over. It's a 5v3 at this point, even becomes a 4v2 until Honda gets a kill. All of a sudden, we are now a 2v2. Fact of the matter is, the G2 were time and time again able to turn around the tide in these rounds, despite losing entries to Na'Vi in the beginning. They fought their way back. Had they not had that ability in that first half, Na'Vi would have won this game easily, but they were pushed all the way to 30 rounds because G2 was so good at playing from behind.
I agree with you. I agree that Na'Vi messed up on a couple of these situations. But what is kind of interesting is that because G2 were able to win rounds like these, they were kind of baited into knocking on the B's door time and time and time again. Because mentally, when you win a 3v5 like that, it gives you the feeling that the bomb site is fragile.
Sure.
You've just gotten double kill, you've just executed 3v5, and you'd still worked in. And guess what? They really try to go B a whole lot of time.
Yeah, let's hold that theme and flip it on over to the Mahone zone to see how Na'Vi dealt with G2 on their T side.
That's right. G2, they hit B time and time again, and Na'Vi, they just found a way to deal with it, especially in these more post-plant type of situations. Now, how they actually dealt with this is actually very simple. So the first round that I have to show here, so I have 2 rounds to show. This is the first one. So as the B hit comes in, Alexi B, all he does is he throws a very simple Molotov that lands here towards that default plant side. Now, of course, what this does is it delays the plant. Hooksy, he can't plant here, but more importantly than just delaying it, it actually delays it so much so that the smokes, both the CT and the coffin smoke fade. What this does is it opens up so much space for the CTs to peek, because what it does ultimately is that for these Ts who are in the site, those smokes is their opportunity to reposition. It's their opportunity to reposition. But because the smokes aren't there, because of that Molotov, they are locked into their spots. And when they're locked into their spots, it's very difficult to fight off, because they would wish that they could go towards Banana or towards New Box. It locks them into position. And Na'Vi, all they need to do is just punish the mistakes, because Hooksy, he comes out here expecting or really just trying to find a way back into the round. Ime catches that, and then it opens up space for Simple to then trade onto Hunter towards Emo. And then as soon as Ime finds that this last player, JKS, is towards Orange, they simply get the kill. But you can kind of see here that JKS, if those smokes are still up, this probably wouldn't be the best position for him to go to. Maybe he would want to go towards New Box. That is one example. The second round that I have here, once again, it's a similar theme. B split coming in, Alexi B, he rotates over towards CT. He sees that the B hit's coming in. Once again, he throws that same Molotov towards that default spot. Delays the plant and opens up space, because now with these players being delayed, the smoke at CT fades. And once again, now G2 have to worry about these 2 avenues as they try to plant the bomb. And for Simple right here, as he comes in, even though he ends up dying, he actually gets a lot of information, because he sees that Nico is here towards that New Box area, and as well that Monacy is towards that right side. That locks him into position, and it puts G2 in a spot where Monacy, he needs to plant, and Nico, because it's a 2v2 situation, Monacy, only one person can deal with an angle at a time. So Nico, he has to peek. That puts him in a position where Bit, when he comes out from the CT side, he's taking a fight against Nico, who's forced to take the duel. That allows Alexi B to come in from the other side. So really, this B site was really just solved from just one Molotov, because what it does is it creates such an uncomfortable situation for G2 to deal with, and it locks them into positions.
Excellent work, as always, from the Mahone zone. And I love that he picks up those 2 particular rounds, because they're from 2 very different points in that first half. And as you were aptly saying, G2 really trying to punish that B site. Sometimes worked, sometimes didn't.
Yeah, it felt like the solution, or the tree solution for G2, didn't have that many branches, right? It was either B side was going to work, or that's it. And if we're looking at both IGLs who had to problem solve once again, it's right there. It's there in the pudding. You have all of these streak rounds from Na'Vi towards the very end. Once they put up the wall, that was it. It was over. Whereas on the other side, before we go into the next round, I want to preface it. The beginning of the defense for G2 is a complete lockdown. They are closing the map on Na'Vi. There's no solution. For a while, Na'Vi is playing too slow. They don't put enough pressure to get the utility out, so they end up having to cross smoke by 30 seconds, and it feels like Na'Vi is about to completely break their head into a wall. But then, Jacob, round 25 happens, and then you were not too happy about that one.
No, I was not too happy about that one at all. I think we may as well take a look at it. Look at the time right here. 33, 32, 31. There's 2 smokes left still on the 2 players. At this point, you just throw your smoke, because you force Na'Vi to go through the smoke no matter what. Instead, they're waiting for Na'Vi to come in, and they get caught off guard with the smoke in their hand. Hooksy completely out of position. Nico trying to go in and help. He goes down as well. I just want to point it out one more time. Where there's 30 seconds left of a round, you just put down your smoke, because no matter what Na'Vi wants to do, they have to go through it. Instead, you're waiting for Na'Vi to come in with a flash, or come in with a hit, do it on contact, and then you risk getting caught with a smoke in your hand, which is exactly what happened right here. It's something you've seen face it at level 7, level 8. You don't see it right here, and I don't get it.
Yeah, and I think Alexi B had probably analyzed that this was an issue, that they were getting pushed by these smokes late round. So he just decided, you know what, screw this. They probably still have a smoke, flash me in, and I'm going to go straight in. But this is where I want to make a difference between the late half of G2 and the late half of Na'Vi. I feel like from that point on that we've seen, the diversity of the rounds that Navi played was much higher. You've seen different rounds coming out of Navi to get to 16. A splits through long, A splits through apps. There were so many different, I mean, might as well look at the last round.
Yeah.
That's a great example in itself where this is what we're talking about when we say find solutions. Here it's a timing that's been found by Ime, an A split where he snuck into the smoke after a banana picket, even though he gets wrecked by JKS. The pincer move is already here because the defense of G2 was in the dark and they had to pre-fire that rotation to the B side. From that point on, it's a 3v3 with not a whole lot of utility. It's just about headshots, basically.
It's just about headshots. Bit is going to do a good job. Bit, who had a great T side overall as well. He got entries out of AFs time and time again. But it's also a showcasing of how pressured G2 were in that CT side. Because a few rounds before this one, they were down 15-12 or 15-13, and they did a 4-man stack in middle. They were desperate to do something, desperate to make something work. They did the same right here. In the very last round, they did a gamble stack on towards the small B bomb side, left Honda alone, left JKS alone, and even though Navi were missing the timing with Emma or missing the kill, there was only 2 players to defend the bomb side. So it felt like G2 was so desperate to come up with a solution that Navi just had to play simple Counter-Strike, which is what they did, and that's impressive for a new team.
Yeah, and I was certainly impressed with the adaptability that was coming out of Navi as well at times. Also, I mean, we talked about Zywoo in the first match being a certainty. Simple, fast becoming that once again for Navi as well. He really stepped up in this first
Yeah,
match.
that was very great from Simple. There is no way around it. This round right here, obviously super important for Navi. Kick start their campaign on the CT side as a 4K with the FAMAS completely shutting down the attack. He was very, very important in these late round situations. I think he did a great job at not dying early on to make sure that he would have the impact towards the very end. So many of these rounds are actually retakes when he's getting in. He was sharp as well. He has such a individual, unique. The little jittery from Simple, I swear to God, you could show me any POV, just get off the HUD, I would tell you it's Simple. He's got such a strange way to recalibrate the aim once he misses the shot.
It makes me insanely happy to see, because we have seen Simple struggle a little bit as of late. The past 6 months haven't been at the highest of highest level for Simple. This is the first time I've seen Simple play 4, 5, maybe even 6 good maps in a row, and he's finding impact. Lots of impact. He's playing with confidence. Simple right now, he's turning up for Cologne. He's getting ready for Navi, and I think that's a team we have to respect now, given how well they're playing.
Certainly. I do want to throw Bit's name into the ring as well. It was more so in the beginning of that first half. He had a really great start, but he is somebody that we're also looking at alongside Ime to be consistently stepping up.
It's also the second series in a row that Bit is finding a lot of impact now. This is only map 1 and things can still change, but you see a couple of these highlights coming with the pistol, his classic headshot machine scenery of killing people and always out-aiming people. You're going to see a lot of highlights, I hope, on the T side as well, because he found so much impact coming out of A apps. Hand opening that bomb side, constantly being annoying towards JKS, constantly finding Hunter as well. You see the clutch right here as well. Bit was all over the place on the T side.
Yeah, definitely. A good performance from Bit. Even though he doesn't have stratospheric numbers, it doesn't matter. There's two departments in which you want Bit to be good in Navi's playstyle. 2, it's very simple. The first one is stationary position on the CT side. Whenever he's got his 2 legs planted on the ground and he's coming into his crosshair, you're dead. It's basically RPK on steroid. That's what's happening. That is Bit, and that's what you need. The second one is a trading ability on the T side. This is where you use his aim. You don't ask him to go in first because it's real complicated and sometimes you have to handle very chaotic situations. You go in second. Once you have the information, you use your stupid ass aim that you have, because he's got stupid aim, let's be honest, and then you puts them down. So many times, you mentioned apps, you're right, we've seen him flank out of that position once the CTs were known on the side, and then it's just heat-seeking missile. That's what it is.
Gentlemen, let's bring the conversation on to map number 2. Obviously, this is Navi's pick. It is Mirage, and it's a ground that we know, they've been picking into a lot in their past series here at the full groups, but G2 also very comfortable on it, right?
Yeah, we know G2 love to play the map, but we also did see G2 struggle massively yesterday against EG. Down 15-10, third deciding map. Then Nico turned up, Monacy started to turn up, and that's my issue right here. We just did an entire segment, even longer than we usually do, without saying the words Nico and Monacy. Where were that individual brilliance that needed to bail them out when the team play weren't working? We need to see it from Nico, because we saw it yesterday. It saved the bell for G2. Without him, they wouldn't have beat EG. And today, against a team like Navi, who's playing better and better, who is once again giving me a positive insight to how they conducted themselves on the server, I want to see more from Monacy. I want to see more from Nico from an individual point of view, because I think we all agreed that the system within G2 right now is not one you can rely on to win games.
No, I mean, that's a harsh statement, but you're right. That's not the main reason why they would win
never
games.
been?
It must have been through individuals. I was trying to reach into my memory when's the last time we saw Navi on Mirage. I think they're a team whose rhythm can be slow enough not to give Nico the multi-kills that he would like to have, right? When Nico is going into connector and you're going to see him do time and time again, put a couple of different smokes to make sure that he can grab kills early on, I think Navi have to be able to tap into the patience they've shown on Inferno. Now, slow it down just a little. Let him use his one-way smoke. Let him use his good positions where he would tax you a multi-kill before falling back. The defensive, passive G2 on Mirage is not one that scares me. And if you're Alexibi, I think this is where you're trying to play. You're trying to play the last 30, the last 40.
It kind of makes sense, you know, when we've seen Na'Vi playing this hero at full groups, it's been twice against Heroic, and they made that pretty damn close, actually taking a win over Big Clan as well. Do you feel like this is favoring Na'Vi then coming into it?
From what I've seen on Inferno and what I've seen from Navi so far in the tournament, yes, I would argue that Navi are the small favorites coming into Mirage. We know G2 can play it to a high level, but they need to step it up right here, right now. Otherwise, they'll miss it out of World Arena.
Well, we are about to find out exactly how it's going to go down. The second map, it is the grounds of Mirage, brought into the mix by Na'Vi, and a chance for them to net their spot at the full finals in 2 maps.
Hello, everybody. This could be the very last map of the Blast Fall groups. Could be, of course, on Mirage. But what you should do right now, take a chance, go to blast.tv. On the homepage, you will see the MVP votes. I believe right now, Twists is trailing Zywoo by 1%. So, you know, if you want to get a little tribal with your favorite players, okay, if you want to feel like you're part of a cause, head over to Blast TV, vote for the MVP. We've played a lot of Counter-Strike here. They deserve that support. They deserve that love. And right now, it's Navi as the Unicorn odds favorite. Why? Because they're map up. Because Simple just dropped 29 and 16. Because Bit has just had, if I'm not mistaken, his best map of this event so far. And he crawled up the scoreboard to get there.
He came through in the big clutch moments at the end.
12 and 5. just posted numbers and making sure that G2 had something to think about in between maps. But now, Mohan, we go to Mirage. What do you think about that?
I think people are worried about G2 because they nearly lost to EG on the map. I think this should be something that you should be happy about if you're a G2 fan. They got to learn from the best. So maybe their Mirage has improved. And also, no question about Nico on the map.
No, sir. Slow one in the start of the series from Ime, but I have news to report. He killed 133 players in the warm-up. Just saying.
Ooh, he's sweating.
G2 killed none. They were focused on getting this war machine up and running. A CT side early start would bode well for the G2 camp, but with Vent not broken and a 4v5, Nico, tough stuff, but not a problem. One tap to the head. He'll break open that vent, create a little question as to where he's got off to, but then actually keep eyes in middle. Now he knows they're coming through connector. He's got an inkling, and it's now been confirmed by m0NESY, who doesn't quite get there for the second. Simple able to trade. Bit's gonna come back.
They know he was window. Bomb is in a weird spot. Nico kind of trailing behind them awkwardly. Is he onto something? They're coming back into Con. Oh, he doesn't get the kill.
Traded places.
Oh, he needed that.
But you would think he gets the frag.
You would think he would needed that.
Hunter,
oh my God.
Climbing out of the window now. He's trying to apply pressure. Pistol's getting weird, man.
One pistol left and Hooksy shot, it looks like. So now he's worried. He's going to go wrap around back to window. It might be calm here for Navi. What a crazy situation. Wait.
He still has a chance. Nope. Bit goes back around triple side. JL in the open closes. I'm
sorry. That was...
What was up with that?
Hard one to follow. Nico was definitely doing something right there, but he probably needed to get that kill at the bottom of connector when they ran into him and weren't ready for his rotation. So that was the opportunity lost. Here's the first found from JL.
JL closes it as well. P250 connecting to Hooksy. Navi, little T-side pistol to start.
Will these boys be just too clutch is the question.
Why did Pimp just walk over and take pictures of us?
Yeah, I don't know.
That was weird.
He does things that I never ask him to explain.
I don't want to know.
If we don't see it online, I'm going to get nervous, actually.
The other day when we were leaving Blast Washington, okay, at the end of last season, I was in the security line in Washington.
This guy said the other day. That's how fast time moves.
Yeah, it's a long time. So I'm in the security line, browsing my phone, taking whatever, and all of a sudden I get a notification on Instagram from Floppy. And I'm like, what? And I open up the DM. I don't regularly talk to Floppy. I open my DMs, and he has taken a picture of me from somewhere else in the security line. I looked around for minutes and couldn't find him.
Couldn't find his smiling face. What if he got tackled for TSA for having his phone out?
You just say, well, come on, guys. I don't know, man. So, talking about people that make you nervous. Right now, Hooksy, he's got to be sweating. Utilities flying by him, bullets connecting, he's dead. Scout on m0NESY. Arch players also got the right angle. Oh, Hunter catches him off. Bit's able to trade back into the site, so it is still good here for Navi. But hell, m0NESY serving up an excellent distraction, and Hunter tried his damnedest.
Yeah, the trades are just still perfect. I mean, it was nice to have Get Right involved there. It was sort of hard to read where you would have a third guy in the site. It felt for sure like there was only going to be two in that situation, but oh, hold on.
Yes.
Put on a show.
Yeah, baby.
Honestly, if he got that next one, retake was on. Now JKS, let's see if he can make a punish happen. Looks like they're not totally ready for him.
Spotted him, though. Ooh, not going to let him get away. Bit's off to 4-0 already.
We don't have questions about how Navi are playing. They won the map. They're feeling good. Their individuals are good. Vintage simple. Calls are solid. I would say calls overall solid for a G2. Not everyone was playing well in the first half. People's stories started to get back together. Hooksy's threshold is definitely high enough. If you missed the first map, everything sort of was left on the table, which was the beautiful part about it. you know, it was sort of a on-the-day kind of game, which is obviously the best kind to watch and the best feeling if you're Navi, since they ended up winning it, even if it was narrowly.
Simple knows it was a forced buy, so now they're just going to tear him limb from limb. Like hyenas. Nothing for you, JKS. CZ could have gotten something done. Good damage on the headshot. You know, we're looking for silver linings here for G2. Oof. Smoked. Monacy's vanilla pistol dead to the MAC-10. That's... Oh, excuse me. No, never mind. JL's stealing all the frags. Padding them their stats. Trying to surpass Bit, and he has.
You know, JL, like, compared to Imma, who had one of the most amazing playoff runs of all time for a brand new, basically a brand new player in Tier 1, if that makes sense. Is, you know, sort of a sensible, like, risk to take for some top team. Like, even if you might say, oh, well, we don't know if that's going to continue. You watched him play, it looked amazing. Like, we casted those games in playoffs. It was incredible, for sure. JL didn't overall have a great Legends stage, playoff stage, individually. So they saw something in him, and to be honest, his skills have translated. They knew the energy was good, you know, before. I think that was guaranteed off cams. But they're using his talent well.
Yeah. Oh,
absolutely.
Using timing well as well. But Nico still drops one on the approach. Bombs up in the palace. Oh, and Simple's gonna burn out Monacy.
Hit him in the head through the wall.
Yeah.
Molly did the rest.
E-Man got that damage in.
They really wanted to just fight their way into the site here, taking these risks.
Oof, Hunter, I like the challenge. Hooksy also kills Simple through the side of Ticket. So just when things looked comfortable for Navi and that 4-0 start was getting
Alexi B, the Grenadier, has an HE. We've got 2 players, 8 health, 31 health. One that's well placed on the bomb from Connector, where there's a specific lineup, could win the round.
Oh, yeah. But will it happen? Maybe needed. CT's coming out from Ticket now. He's got the cross held. And he's patient. Molotov's not going to find its mark. It's a defuse. He's not shooting the bomb diffuser. 1 second. Oh, he's got it. Okay. No rush. All good.
Wow, he was just, hey, let's find the second guy first. Very smartly done.
Calm and cool. Simple's laughing because he said, you let him use that. Yeah, I'm going to beat you.
Got a used card.
That was a nice dink from Ima, making sure that the fire got its frag.
That was perfectly handled. I mean, you know, if he went for the guy sticking the bomb first, he could have got traded out and the diffuse could have still came in. So that's calmness. That's composure.
Yeah, if you like shoot at the diffuser but miss right away, then you open the door to get killed. So, nah, man. Cool, bro. Oh, Hooksy too. Hooksy.
And Alexi actually had the highest ADR on Inferno by a huge margin, actually.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, Simple as the opper, like, he was just finishing people off, so his ADR doesn't matter as much. But he was the only one in the 90s. And we know utility damage is probably his strongest asset.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, for somebody who finishes the map 18 and 20, he posts a 1.3 rating.
Yeah.
that's tons of damage. So shout out Alexi. Doing the work, and G2 getting worked. Body shots, eye pokes.
Also, this might sound stupid, but on anti-ecos, JL is like one of the most reliable people in terms of not making mistakes.
Okay. Like Blame F.
Yeah.
It's a strength. Oh, Ema. Right through. Monacy. Dude, what if G2 gets smoked? Is that a possibility? Is that a possibility on your mind coming into
Yeah,
Mirage?
for sure. I mean, yeah, like, I think the joke is that, like, G2 barely beat EG Black. I think the, you know, the base real take is the fact that EG Black are actually quite a good team, calling-wise, and they can play that well. So it's not, like, entirely embarrassing that G2 went to overtime to have to finish it off. But still, they should be G2, you know, millions of dollars into these players. Mirage, as a home map for them, should be able to lock that up with their eyes closed. So that's a worrying sign for most people. And I think, like, Nico's pregame interview before that game was, this is the match to build up confidence. And for Nico, maybe he did, but he didn't build up confidence in his team, just himself. Like, the 1.98 rating over the series, great, but that's only because he had to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because he had to shut down Walco.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, they didn't get that confidence.
Crazy part is that we think, you know, G2 should be better than EG because they spent millions, but EG also spent millions. They just didn't quite get Nico. Bit, he's gonna die. This is a beautiful round coming out of Nico.
So annoying.
Triple frag at a bottom mid like it's nothing. Spins around.
Like that's the last EG joke because we're tired of pummeling them because we like this new team.
Yeah,
that's a solid submission, so we can go for that then. Right. But we can all agree we love the new.
Yeah,
we love the new EG.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of people are.
NA fans want NA players on NA teams. Fact. I've never felt. I was so alive watching that game. You know what I mean?
Look how long it took Astralis to close maps. Okay, EG Black, you're on the right track. G2 now on the track. They've pulled out of the pits with this 3K from Nico. Very clean, very quick. But again, is this what it's going to take? Is Nico going to have to post a 1.8 versus Navi as well? Or is this just going to be a one-off round, your economy gets bottomed, and Navi just keeps smoking ya? We're about to find out. But still, 3 kills with 1 magazine of an A1S. Nice. Oh! Ooh, Alexi. Thought you were going to get away with that, huh?
Honestly, looking for more. The flash only lasts a second. This is the shot, but he's got his kill and he stayed alive. That's what's key. Lexi will have to call from the sidelines. Maybe someone else will take over. G2 were very good at this. You know, 4v5, 3v5 on Inferno in the first half.
Yeah,
winning.
3 rounds in a row like that.
Navi didn't do that too much. They were just much better at just dominating that first kill score line.
Some say the first one's the hardest. Honestly, didn't make it look that way. We do have Navi setting themselves up for the A hit. Ime waiting mid. He's taking a little gander, peeking around, as is the ramp player, looking for that contact, and Simple's holding off for the stairs peek. It's not going to come his way. Nico's in connector instead. Kind of forfeiting some control, but oh, it's clean. Oh, maybe we are going to get a Nico masterclass. He's able to fall back down. Oh, there's a recovery here.
Okay, that man.
2v5 to the 2v3. Simple says, plant my bomb. That's a you problem. I'm going to deal with the players. But Hunter, off of that flash assist, comes through with the clear the site. Sure, Navi can have a little extra money, but it's G2 with a second.
It's a beautiful sequence out of Nico, and that's 3 kills in mid into 2 kills in connector on this round. Both have his name stamped on it. That's nice. For Navi, we've got the bomb plant down, which is the solace of the rounds here, but yeah, no beating that. Those are beautiful peaks out of Nico. And a great shot out of Simple. We're looking for a good day from both Nico and Simple, which is what we got on Inferno, but more so Simple.
The guns just keep coming. That strong start from Navi. And that's him another buy. No op. But there's 2 on G2. Hooksy's swinging with it. And you know what? I don't mind a Hooksy op round. As long as Monacy's also got one. This time Alexi gets to top mid box without getting clipped by an opper. And Ime also doesn't see anything coming down underpass. So we get this lean now towards B. Are they going to go clear it? Or just put Hooksy on the deep angle?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they're going to go clear now, but it might be a little slow. We'll see. At least Navi don't know that this is coming in, so they might want to jump out and get over towards the A site. JKS now going to have eyes totally peeled, understanding that connector will probably be under pressure. First shot's missed from Monacy. Can he re-peek it?
JKS. Oh, it's in the pocket. but Simple takes his head off. Modesty didn't see that second as Alexi gets up cat bit off of Tetris, and the A site's unraveling. Nico tries to run over in time, but bomb is being planted, and Alexi's still sitting on cat, yet Hunter has managed to slip in between them.
They have jungle control, and Imma
Knife. No way.
on hook seed.
Oh, that's money in his back pocket, but Hunter's coming through with that M4 prowess. Triple! Hunter pulls them apart. And while that bomb is planted for Khan, there's a frag in front of it. Alexi's low health. Hunter may have just unraveled all of this on his own. We've got Nico with an op who's going to hold this deep angle, and that puts Alexi in such a difficult spot. He needs to peek, and he needs it now. And down he goes. The Kovac come through.
Holy hell. Really nice round out of Hunter. I mean, to come back and check on Imma was the easy part, but the first 2 kills were insane to set that up. And that was Simple, locked into position by the op that was in CT spawn, didn't want to move, or the rifler, whatever the case was after the smoke came up. That was that's a very low percentage retake considering they had jungle control, so many players bombed down that early. They were set up nicely.
There's just a timing there that Hunter, I mean, the fact that they pushed into the apartments to begin with, that literally gets Hunter down through underpass, and Alexi B, who was on cat, never watched bottom mid. He was concerned with the cat peek through smoke. What do you know? Hunter slides up Khan, pulls off a beautiful 3K with an opportunity he created for himself with that G2B aggression.
That was good presence of mind of Hunter. I mean, if Imma got into the window earlier, of course, that would have been it locked up, but there was no way for him to know that Hunter would turn around immediately to look for him, even though he could have understood that his teammates died and he got that knife kill on Hooksy. But it was a game time decision. Could have gone to cat, could have gone to CT, played it slower from there, but the bomb was planted best for jungle, so he wanted to try to jump on that. That's sort of Hunter's specialty, is getting sequences exactly like that.
Hunter looked Nico in the eyes this morning and said, I won't leave you alone on Mirage. Together, they both have 10 kills each.
You know JKS's first name's Owen?
This is a trap. Owen what?
7.
Oh, I'd never heard that. You're such a dick. Can't believe.
I'm sorry, Justin.
You'd call him out. Owned. Oh, man. Well, luckily, you got Hunter and Nico doing the heavy lifting. Maybe 0-8. If he keeps going, he's going to find him. Oh, honestly, gets
so close. Oh,
JKS backing up. Oh, fights up. Yeah, he heard you talking smack.
And they still can't kill him.
Coming up around the side of stairs. This is going perfect.
Wow.
JKS. What was that, Mohan?
I'm just glad I got it in.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's true. Yeah, well timed. Well timed. Yeah, well timed. 3 kills from inside of the A site. And this CT side is now starting to succeed. They've also got pistols on the other end this time. Alexi's just been getting caught by Modesty top mid. That's at least twice now. Alexi just straight up, doesn't just, you know, even get a duel. Yeah. Just dies.
G2 between Nico and Modesty have been doing a great job inside of middle. It's a good sign.
Oh. Yeah, pistols close.
How that hits no one is one of the top mysteries of the moment.
Oh, they're out there, Nico.
Mm-hmm.
They're boosting to try and get vision on Cat.
Uh-oh.
It picks up Hooksy. That's just an apartments peak.
Yeah, but they're just...
Oof. Ooh. Nice dink coming out a bit.
It is. They're still at the bottom of connector. They won window as well. Nico should clean this up right here and now. That's JL down. The 2 players rotating is A or B. They technically won middle, so it's going to be hard to judge for sure, but no reason for people to move. JKS...
Posted up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, it shouldn't be a risky spot to play top ticket versus just some pistols. But when Simple's on the other side of your screen, maybe it is. Can they get the gun?
Yes.
And Hunter, after getting dinked, he's all but a liability. This is going to be so difficult to safely approach. There's chances here.
Oh, no, they can't. It's on top.
Landed perfectly up there.
Man, Simple's got the health for this.
Yeah, but that's not the gun that got him 2 kills anyway. Okay.
But he peeks out. Okay.
All right.
All good. All good. Y'all got excited.
No problem. Yeah.
Woo. First
My
one's
job as a
interesting.
caster is to make you scared.
Second one's exhilarating.
It was nice shots, and the bomb plant's not nothing. But G2 getting back into this half is very nice. 5-0 to 5-5.
Bomb. Yep. That's hilarious. Jail's just going to be one of those guys that I'm glad we have, you know, more regularly in the circuit now on Navi, because he's just got great reactions.
Yes.
You know, there's going to be a year, 2 years from now, there's going to be some great JL clips out there on
It's never the reason you're going to pick up a player, you know, because everything else matters more. But when you have that, it's like the most beautiful bonus.
Yep. And I think we as a scene just benefit. It's nice to have characters out there.
Yes.
Everybody wins.
The search finds nothing for now from Monacy. He'll lead JKS.
Great early control.
Yeah, it's into a powerful position. It's actually, you know, JL that comes to clear out the ramp and sees nothing. So this is sort of working out very nicely for G2. The only thing about the ramp push is being, like, partially worried about Palace. That's still an option, and JL has lurked there.
There's, like, no worse feeling than thinking you have the flank, only to get found out by some rat who's still hiding. JKS should have Alexi dead to rights. Little utility out middle as well. So JKS is going to come check to see if Alexi's on his own. Ima sitting bottom middle.
Might be following him for a little while here.
Could get 2. Yeah. Easy. And then the rest of the pack tries to charge out into B. Cleaned up by the Kovac hold. Damn, dude, they are flying up the scoreboard. 14 frags for Hunter, 14 frags for Nico. That's a winning formula.
Yes, it is.
It's a winning formula.
And JKS started fragging, they're back. That's also, that could have been difficult if Alexi didn't have a nade out. So good timing there for JKS, good target selection, good spray transfer, and good night. It's finally a lead here for G2. Double op comes back into play. Second timeout for Navi. Still done fairly well to win these rounds on T-side. They don't sort of need the same level of T-side as they did on Inferno. Even though that game ended up being quite CT favored. So it's sort of surprising for a G2 Inferno, you know, but
hey.
Yeah.
So be it.
So be it.
It's a great game, and I'm not complaining.
Don't say it.
Yeah.
No. No.
Some cash kept. Monacy strong arm and grenades top mid. And, I mean, we did get that bit contact through B apartments where he almost got 2 kills. Why not put some players with him?
Fair question.
It's Hooksy on an op.
And the ops can become a liability versus pistols is one thing. So a lot of it can come down to first shot and then the rest down to Hunter. It's good spots to be in, though. He's not in the site, so he can't give up the gun. And Hunter, great angle on the windows. But that's what it's about to be. So let's see how it plays out.
First one connects. Fire on the feet does a ton of damage. Bit, though. Damn, man. That Tech 9 is deadly.
Yeah.
And Hooksy's got a scary risk ahead of him.
Yeah, and they only get 1 kill between the 2 of them. So Hunter, great game, but it was Hooksy to get the only one there.
No CT goes cat.
It's scary to retake. They got 2 ops, man.
It's Bit with the AK that he has earned, but he's stuck over on Arch. Got Simple and Ima on pillars.
They're not playing Van as well. We'll see where their Molly goes.
Ooh. All right. A retake to test Navi. Molly does not burn anybody out. They're still holding bomb beyond the halfway point.
They can jump there after the Molly if they...
Flashes are coming. That's all they've got. Flashes and guns to try to unravel it all. Nico kills one. Bit trades back. Oh, Bit's doing everything. Bit, 4 frags.
With the stolen gun. That's the AK off Hunter. The perfect pathing into him where Hunter had no idea that there's someone who had already jumped out the window right beneath his crosshair into locking this kill down, instant shot, and then this beautiful sequence.
Yeah, it cost Ime.
Oh my god.
But Bit just snaps that AK back over, tracks Hooksy's head, and puts Navi on a 6. So again, you know, that's not the first time Bit's been testing that B site.
Yeah.
Tested it out.
Yeah, you said it.
They've been winding up the Tech 9. He busts through. We got a top fragging performance between Simple and Bit back on Inferno, and we're getting the same thing here from Navi now. Contact out from A ramp. We see a quick scramble from the defenders on connector. JKS, nothing. Ooh. Nice snap up from Monacy. That's a headshot to boot. As if it's needed. We're gonna get the late underpass flank, and the bomb stagnates on Tetris for now.
Yeah, nothing else to watch though. Ima's gonna get, cleared, but Monacy doesn't get the shot.
Do they want that A hit?
Ima's too far up.
Alexi's gonna die out to a fast Nico clear. CTs aren't wasting any time getting into this bomb site, but for all they know, that bomb's going B.
This is an interesting situation because, you know, they have to think about Ima. I think the T's know they have left completely. No scope up. Simple misses one off the corner of his screen. Nico will take him out, and, you know, that should be around.
That's it.
Kind of curious how that would play out, even if it got closer, even if G2 still won, but... Oh,
there's time here.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got a little bit of health here. 2 ops.
Just shoot him in the head.
HP doesn't matter. Shot missed, but the second one doesn't.
Trying. Double ops held onto here from G2. I like the fact G2 just throw themselves up into the bomb site.
You got Nico in a 19 kill half.
Damn.
And we ain't even done yet.
Oh, he went through the motions yesterday versus G. That is a headshot, and it's not even a bang.
And it's a flick. And you know, yesterday hit that pre-aim shot on the jump back here. He doesn't even need to line it up beforehand.
Getting into the final moments of this first half. Ima has been consistent in this pressure. Oh, double kill. The Molotov burns Monacy down right into the crosshair. Nico's got nowhere to go. And Ima trying to pump up the damage. Now they saw one climb through. JKS ready for it. Alexi caught early. Walks into his death. JL and Ima crawling in, and they'll clear out connector, push all this onto the Aussie, and they know where he was last. Tough place for JKS to get much done now. Navi just bombarding that A site off of the underpass clear. And Ima, take a bow. 3 clean kills.
Yes, and with the Molly to support his push, but a couple times now where he's gotten that frag after sort of being held by an op as well. And that's the sharpness that you want out of this guy. And so careful on that first jiggle as well, even with the Molly to support. So this game keeps delivering. I mean, Inferno was insane. All the way to the end, round 30, that was a sight. This one, even though it's Navi's pick, I mean, sort of doesn't matter. G2 know how to play it. Nico having a great map. And we're all tied up at 7.
Ima already back out mid. Oh, right back into the same shenanigans. Sit on the sidelines, Nico. Monacy, smooth as ever. Able to climb back down to window quick. Alexi's on the other side of smoke. Looks the wrong way. M4 has been grabbed. JKS upgrade. CT's holding. Oh, he just killed Bit. That's nasty. And Simple gets smoked off. So G2 working with some limitations, but proving to us within this round that even though Nico and Hunter have all of the kills essentially, the skill is still there across this team.
Yes, and even though JKS started out 0-7, he's got 8 kills. Every kill that he's got seems to have impacted the round score for sure. Solid A-holds since then. A nice bounce back.
Getting flanked as Hunter posts up T-spawn. Doesn't have to press it further. And it's simple, so he can take all the time he wants. Once he gets into this site, though, 3 players ready to pounce on him. Dare I say it, he's dead meat. CT's not moving a muscle, not moving an inch, because after a 30-round affair on Inferno, we get a second map that's as close as can be. Nice streak out of NAVI to start it, nice streak out of G2 to respond, and a 1-round difference as Nico and Hunter post up.
I want to be there for you. To fucking make history.
Can you give me so give us 2 major, you give us 2 major for Lolo, and we have all 3 major almost.
But my biggest dream is to win it with you guys.
Me too, but the one I won before, I don't give a fuck. We are busy.
Oh. Okay, he's gonna waste time, motherfucker.
We do smoke from here. I guess my I can do it because he's the monster guy, and he comes back round, the guys are ready, let's flash them, we go. We make them go from 4B to 3A. And in my opinion, what we can do as part of our game is just return the fucking favour.
Yesterday I told you 2 more games and that's it. Today it's 1 game. The dream is so close.
I'm so proud of you guys. Like, it's insane how much I'm proud of what we've done and what we've been through all together. It's been tough. If you have a dream and you give everything for the dream, see, it's happening. We don't play a final, we win it. Let's get this fucking trophy together.
I have four. Guys, don't. One HP CT, right side. I have four.
Jungle around, boys.
Where is
Bomb
it
is for
planted?
you. Bomb is for you. Can you hold?
I'm playing time a bit. Can be. I have molly for bomb. Guys. Ima, you have both molly. Yes, Ima, stay alive. Bomb forest, bomb. Yeah.
Firebox peeking now.
Bench, pick him.
And defuse him.
Go speed.
Yeah, baby! Nice. Pick Ima. Did you Me know and you, he bro. defused him? Yeah, I heard him, but I thought you would insta-kill him, you know, like...
Hey, all right, man. Hey, he knows what he's doing, okay?
Oh, man. A little frantic, a little crazy, but that's what I want. Navi, 1 round down. It's tough to deal with Nico and Hunter when they post up numbers like that. Nice to see Nico taking that success on Mirage yesterday, transitioning it now to what's considered a better opponent than EG. We'll see what happens now. Second half. It's been a close affair. The individuals all look good. We're getting the game we wanted. Bit and simple. Ooh, one of them's dead, 2 of them's dead. Berettas go into the palace. Ime tries to turn around. JL, clean kill, connector into stairs, 1v1, and Hunter gets to cover Alexi.
Oh, man.
Hunter comes back with that fresh mag and gives him the brah.
Why is everyone so nuts?
Hit him with a skirt.
Where did Simple die? On cat? No.
No, I didn't even see.
No, he was con side. Alexi was on cat.
I saw Bit die really quick.
Which I think that's going to be a switch up. CT side. Alexi used to playing connector. But, oh yeah, he's been playing, he's played B last time on Mirage as well. And actually, I think he should be, man. He's been actually very solid in the small site positions in terms of protocols, holds, and stuff like that. There's actually multiple rounds where he's the only one to get kills, and they still end up losing. But only 3 kills on this map for Alexi, so looking for a bounce back here on CT side.
Oof.
That'll be noticeable if they close this game out. But G2, it's looking like a much better day of Mirage for them. However, no one who wins the pistol is necessarily safe in this series.
Is the count still 2-1? I think so. Oh, okay. Bit 1. Nobody else wants any yet. Ime gonna have support from JL. That's the scout behind the Deagle. Alexi's MP9 on that long flank around ramp. But they'll just plant on the other side of triple, so all is good for G2. Still nobody holding flank, but now Monacy turns around. Alexi's not even gonna throw anything at it.
Is he just gonna peel all the way back?
Yes.
Huh.
Yes, he will.
Honestly.
Say it.
Why?
To save the MP9.
Oh,
for the
this
next
is
round.
why. Huh? Just knew they were going to go back out to mid, huh? They're not even saving ramp. Can he get the kill? Nico with a dink from far away. MP9, not too scary.
It's all about self-preservation.
And 7. Are we going to get the peel away?
Nobody can keep up with Nico right now. Not even Hunter. Starting to trail behind a bit. Nico looking sharp as hell. Nico also just missed the window smoke.
It's on purpose. That's what NAVI would say.
Well, it's in T-spawn, I believe. So...
Gotta answer for yourself, Nath.
Oh, you go, oh, sorry, dude. I threw my 64 tick smoke. My bad.
That tickless lineup? All right. Well, 3 guns saved means it's a little bit more annoying for G2. They've got to be like, all right, well, we take this one more seriously than 5 USPs. Do they have a lot to be worried about? No. But should they be worried? Yes. However, CT is more intent on holding onto a B play than this A ramp attack that's about to come in.
Yeah, these pistols are just going to be cannon fodder.
Did he see it? I think he may have. Maybe not.
Man, them stats just keep climbing. Nico unravels everything that was going down inside a connector. Scout also dead. Hooksy Monacy want a little action. And it's headshots to boot. G2, 11.
What a spectacle it would be if G2 came back and won this series. After that loss on Inferno, that was a tough one, I think, to know you were that close. After yesterday's Mirage, to know what the lows are for the team at the moment.
Sure.
And Nuke will not be easy either, so... But I don't think Navi are, like, extremely prepared to play Nuke. Well, that's going for a lot of maps, third maps in these series, between most of these rosters, even if they're formerly good at these.
He dies. Okay. Get rid of that MP9.
They smashed Astralis, but lost to Heroic.
No shame in that.
Yeah, G2 going hard. Or sorry, Nico going hard.
126 ADR, 18 rounds into this game. Meanwhile, Alexi can't buy a frag.
Oh yeah, but G2 did lose to Evil Geniuses on Nuke as well. Well,
no surprise there.
Yeah, I think they're both hoping it doesn't go to the third, but G2 somehow still hoping.
Oh, Ime sketchy for a second, but is that Molly spread?
Oh, it's not spreading, but it does deny the peak at least. Oh my goodness gracious.
JKS.
How do you find that pocket to sit in? But either way, you couldn't help out until now.
Finally activates. JL surprised by that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh, yeah, baby. Hell? The up flicks are sick.
Christ, man.
That's so sick.
What the?
Oh.
Those are iPad flicks.
Laser beaming top mid. Simple is a gift to Counter-Strike.
That's why I should stop playing Valorant so much.
Yeah, right.
So.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Those look like zoomer flicks. They're going to boost up. Man, they could find the back of... They could also kill Alexi on Cat and then catch the back. Yeah, Bit dies, peeking over. Alexi drops the bomb. Hunter's got a chance, but Alexi's going to take it away.
Dealt with.
There we go, Alexi. 2 kills in the round. And Simple's proud of those ones. Has a reason to be.
You know, if you're aiming in the right place and you get the shot, it's easy. But your confidence doesn't go up. You're just like, yeah, that was easy. But oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
Slow those down.
That's slowed down.
This is slow-mo,
That's slowed
folks.
down for you. That's just wild, honestly.
Dude, look at him twitch, dude. Wow.
He had to tell them about him, but I'm sure they believe him.
Born too late to explore the world, born too soon to explore space, but born just in time to watch Simple play CS. JL, he'll open up. It's Hooksy dead. Big chance now for the CT side to get going, but it's traded back immediately. Hunter's down beneath him in connector. Good carving of a route into A. Just compromises the possibility of an A split. And imagine being Bit right now. You're on your own with an MP9.
That must be a great feeling.
And,
just doesn't afraid of anything.
I guess if you're that good.
Yeah.
All right.
MP7s don't do that. Ooh, almost defined. But you know what? It's all a bait. The bomb is going B.
Well, it's open for the taking, but if they can kill JKS, maybe they get over fast enough to retake. They don't have any utility to do so.
I mean, they got an op posted in the window. They're going to have the flank covered. JL's going to cut this off, which is the best rotation you could ask for sure. It's JKS's only way out, of course, if it's not Cat.
JKS.
But the other CT is going slow.
Big duel here. Oh, instant headshot. Takes no damage.
Oh, my God.
And now suddenly, Monacy,
they
both jump. They both fall down into the site. They're going to play from within it. There is no market retake coming through from Navi. It's going to be double Cat. No, excuse me, double apps. 1 Cat. A flash for Bit. Nico locked into Arch. Monacy awaits the apartment's play. They know that there's one up. Oh, but he walks into Bit. Nico, he's got everything to do, and he's been so damn good. Can't manage more than the one. So they do put the right pieces in the right position with the right amount of time.
Wow.
And they almost make that look easy.
They did. I like the double apps play. It takes a little bit longer, and sometimes it can be tempting to do the faster thing. But first of all, like Monacy dying at bench in that position, like that's beautiful from Bit to get that first kill. I guess he saw the scope looking up and maybe shot him through the wall. I'm not sure. He also did this, so he can do anything. I guess the peak came out eventually for Monacy, and he was just really prepared for it. But JL, you know, it's one of the most optimized rotations that people use in modern CS is going underpass to catch off the guy who's rotating from A to B, and then also turning that into a full apps flank. That pushes Monacy out of the halls. That allows Alexi B to come up there, which is unlikely, and press their advantage in the 3v2. And Navi are burning through their timeouts, but we are, wow, just like that, well into the second half. Already forgot. JKS?
Bought a Bison.
Bought a Bison. Shout out to Get Right. He made this thing look good, but it was a long time ago, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if the level of competition was as high as it is now.
Yeah.
But maybe it's, you know, doesn't matter what you got. If you can use it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see it, JKS.
This is his Mini Cooper, if you will.
You mean Freakazoid? Emet. Oh, down. Oh.
Ooh.
JL. Trade frags back. Alexi. Oh, he knows there's presence up there. Feints a couple shots. Falls out.
Yeah, did see the setup, though. That's kind of 3 players confirmed to be around B. The flash is good in mid to help him get away.
Missed shots.
Missed shots.
That could have been 2. Oh, Alexi. Welcome to the map.
Yeah.
2 kills in a very critical moment. He gets pressured around the smoke. Hunter's going to reclaim some space here. And he's trying to create enough space for Monacy to come through with maybe the late clutch. But Simple holds off for his angle. Monacy with 2 missed shots so far, but definitely a chance. I mean, he was fast just now to get down and around the arch.
They get really good positions, though, to cover everything. Another shot getting missed. Monacy is a little bit off today, unfortunately. Alexi, solid side hold. I talked about that for him specifically in this position. Started out the half with 3 kills. Got a couple of multi-kill rounds, not just inside B, the one off of Cat. One on the hold here. Yes, Hunter finds the frag, but oh,
dude, he's not.
Simple dropped the hammer on him. God damn. They were actually both aiming up. Someone jumped by Hunter's screen. And now it's a 1-round game with G2 fully saving.
It just deegs. His chance. And we started this series with a conversation between whether Simple's got to keep eyes in the rearview mirror on Monacy. But while Simple's putting out the highlights he has, a round for Monacy and it's missed shots. It's not the end of the map yet. Hasn't lost them anything, but we'll have to keep our eyes on it because Simple's simply not missing. He has proven to us he can flick left, right, and up.
And down?
And down maybe next. Or no, the B site was a down
flick. That was a down.
Okay, he's got to flick up. Where would one flick up? Get him a bottom mid, maybe.
Yeah, he's like holding bottom connector onto Cat.
Yeah. Give us that flick,
all
and
right.
he's done all 4.
Then he's done the Konami code.
Then he gets unlimited health for the rest of the game.
Or that big sword from Fortnite that one time. All right. That was probably down 2. Probably not even a flick at all.
Yeah, right.
11-11 again, just like on Inferno. What a great matchup. This one could have some history. These 2 teams, brand new to the scene. Haven't seen them play with these rosters before. Let's start a rivalry. I've been trying to stoke that flame with every matchup so far, groups.
Yeah.
And this is where it all begins for the season.
Yeah.
The rivalries begin here.
That's literally Launder's angle. We're at a major. Graffiti! Graffiti!
EG, G2?
We're at Blast
Rivalry.
Groups. Rivalry! Rivalry!
Don't follow me on Twitter.
But I will say, it would be cool if Alexi gets revenge versus G2.
We're always looking for revenge.
First time he's played the organization since.
Skipped it on NIP.
Which is crazy.
Crazy.
How did that never happen? Oh yeah, G2 missed the major.
Oof. I was going to make a nip joke, but it's actually G2. Yeah, they were the ones who struck. That's tough. Okay.
Here we go. Guns back up. Give us another 30-rounder. Why not? It's the last match of the fall groups. It's all boiled down to this.
Yes, but is it the last half?
Ime making a little sound top con. We got 4 players mid for G2.
Actually, I'd like to point that out too quickly before this game rounds out. Ima's had trouble playing this position on Navi. Very small sample size. Couple maps here in groups if it's even only one, but definitely has been uncomfortable. So let's see if things have changed, if they reinforce his spot more, if it's changed at all. But floating between window and con can be the least supported position on the map, and you have to patrol between angles.
He's got JL in window for now, but he's also got 3 enemies on the smoke. He's in the middle. Oh, he comes out with 1. Little spray back from JL, picks up a kill from inside. Sight holds over towards ramp, where JKS gets away with the trade.
Still have under Balk.
Yep, Alexi's hanging on. They lose Simple. He was trying to rotate around from Cat, but Alexi, you could be everything. You've waited this long, and you're gonna wait a little longer. It costs JL. Does he push out, find another player, and then shoot Hunter? Yes, but he doesn't see it right away. Monacy off of the stairs comes back with the headshot, and Alexi's just not rewarded.
Guys, you know, if you're Alexi, it's like, guys, stay alive. Like, don't die in that situation. Alexi under Balk, completely unknown. He doesn't want to swing in that spot because that would be silly.
How does Simple die?
I think, yeah, that was, I guess it was Simple.
Simple came off catwalk. It was the furthest death from the bomb site.
Even JL fighting as well. But yeah, maybe he thought that it's hard to know exactly what he's looking at. And they were, of course, halfway across the site, but that would definitely be my frustration in that position.
Also, you know, you've got Alexi under Palace, and Simple comes around the corner. They're still watching you towards Cat.
You know what? If G2 lost that round, they would have been saving, so maybe this is the best situation for the best CS, but they run into the Oppa Simple.
Twice.
The flashes are doing absolutely nothing.
He's still sitting and waiting, and he's got teammates all around him. The site's surrounded, but we've got Nico and Hunter together. A Kovac 2v5. Hunter's found his first, but now Nico's dead. And to enact revenge is his motive. A Molotov into the site's gonna burn Bit away from his corner, but Alexi's standing out in the open. This could be his demise. Never mind. He keeps it close, keeps it tied, 12-all.
Yeah, and that's the coverage you need because the Molly could push him back off default, and Hunter could be looking at that angle. We've got very emphatic Simple now talking about how this next round maybe should be played, but it might be a call about the money. They knock this one down, and look, he's got open eyes. Where are the flashes?
Off the mark, off the money.
Not even an after image flash. That's all you need to get an offer off that angle, but it's just open. And it might be a contact play, but nothing else. Hoping that Simple started somewhere else, maybe. Wrong gamble to take. It's another sort of half-buy win for NAVI. Or it's a force-up. They have a good amount of guns, but it wasn't everything they need. Now G2 will suffer. 12-12, and they've got 1 AK on Nico.
27 kills.
But if there's one guy to have it on, it's Nico.
Damn right. Or if anyone else right now, it's got to be Hunter.
Oh, there's a good search. Perfect round to push through B. The G2 players will come back. There's actually a chance, you know, maybe Alexi goes a step too far. We'll see. He's walking into the underpass. The rotations are coming towards A. And yet, they're going to pass like ships in the night. Alexi coming back as they don't see anything pushing on this side of the map.
Man,
but his life is everything, really.
Okay, he's got it. Monacy gets a bit of damage in. Alexi spots bomb.
I think he's going to call for rotations around him.
Ime wasting no time. Runs back through B.
Flash support into middle for Alexi to peek.
Player top mid. It's a tech. Gets away through connector. They try to chase him down in underpass. Simple's going to catch Hooksy top middle.
They're just going on a...
That bomb's coming down through his row. It's going to be JKS to fake it out at the B site. Maybe the bomb and the AK can get going on A. Oh! Wow. Alexi gets away from the first contact, but now that could have been Hunter's chance to shine.
Jesus.
There is a moment here where JKS could come out if Ime gets caught. He's not watching. JKS has found him, but in between the two remaining T's is Simple, and he catches Nico. Desert Eagle.
Oh, no way,
And
dude.
Simple's USP with the headshot to give Navi 13.
This guy has no health and can't get shot one more time. Jumps up to kill Hunter outside the window, refrags Hooksy inside of mid, and then comes back to B. Doesn't need any assistance whatsoever. Just nasty. Hunter so close to winning this round basically by getting that Simple kill, but it's just not so easy sometimes.
I thought you have a cross.
Comes back in. Let's crank that dial, folks. Could be the last 5 rounds of the fall groups. And Simple trying to catch up to Nico and Hunter. Those are the 3 stars of the show here on Mirage. Nico wastes no time getting to the bottom of mid, playing with the Galil. Got bodies up inside of the apartments. Bomb is there with them. And Nico's looking to unravel the mid setup. Takes a ton of damage off of the frag grenades. Inside of B, we've got JL and Alexi. We've got Simple back on market. And if they don't smoke his angle, that front runner could be dead. But it is very much just the distraction.
Man, Nico was chasing ghosts last round. Couldn't find anything, even though he was the only AK in that situation. Now he gets pelted down to 28 HP, but maybe it's going to be sort of a fair fight. No, Monacy will pick that one up.
You highlighted Imez struggles, and maybe Bit can pick up the slack. We've got a player cresting top connector. That's Hunter. Bomb sits back outside of the ramp. Hunter could be the kingpin of round 26.
The rotation is back towards the wrong site. Bit is going to be prepared for that?
No way. His smoke's soon going to fade, which means ramp becomes a problem, but he can just slide into the site, and his internal timing is fantastic. His shots are also sharp. JKS, he's got a chance to cross before Simple posts up, which means the bomb plant's his for the taking. What do they do about it? They're looking for the duels, and so is he. But Alexi B with the headshot, and Navi 1 round closer.
Oh, you don't need a coach. You don't need an IGL. You don't need instructions. You don't need anything for Bit to make that play. He does that by himself. He puts the puzzle pieces together. He uses the little bit of information he has to lock down the most beautiful headshots that we've seen so far this map. That was clean as hell. Trading out Monacy, they come towards this site. So careful. On every single position, and that one's ridiculous. Hooksy wasn't even done peeking yet.
Dude, crouch down, using the brick block. Gave him the bit blast.
Man.
G2 got some number crunching to do for this one.
That was a solid setup. You know, punishing Imma on top con into arranging for a later round A-side attack made sense on paper. But Bit foiled their plans. And G2, well, they came back 15-10 to OT versus EG yesterday. And that was, honestly, it was still impressive because of how well they were playing. But it feels like they're going to have to reach even deeper to be able to pull this one out. Navi, the stars are aligning. And there are many.
Arguably the most ambitious project of the offseason. Comes in, falls flat out of the gate. Simple, highly critical of his new team after that first loss. Motivated to improve over the last 2 weeks, and this is what we get from them now. Shout out Bit, because I was most concerned with his struggles, and he did have a problem at the beginning of this. But Navi showing stark improvements quickly. And G2 faltering in the face of a talent-stacked lineup, even with the Kovac brothers doing what they can. 52 kills between them. It's Bit to take up the mantle inside connector. We saw Ime with a bit of pressure and struggle in the last one, but you can't get past Bit right now. He gets dinked through the wood wall, still drops bomb, and the spam comes out from Hooksy. Simple floating around the ticket, missed shot, which means an open chance for Nico to hold on, and JL's gone down. Hooksy deciding to do it all on his own, but that gap on jungle provides Alexi a golden chance to close this. Nico's dead to Simple, who wasted no time wrapping round.
Oh, yeah.
And it is 3 attempts to finish off this series.
It's a lightning fast rotation after he gets let go from CT spawn all the way to jungle, and Alexi's there first. Camps the bomb. They cover that with 4 players, jungle side, after the bomb comes up connector, which shows you they're in the right place at the right time, and Bit sets them up for success with those kills. That's massive. They're on a series point. They're on to fall final point here.
To skip the showdown, to lock it in, to have a win. Something to be proud of this soon for Navi. Nico getting hyper-aggressive up in connector. Bit's gonna come clear him. Wow. And now he is dead for what could be the last round. Nice trade back. Bit has been a nuisance on the CT sides of both these maps.
That play was ridiculous. He's definitely upset. Alexi's pushed B here.
Again.
In the interim.
Oh, no.
Oh, Hooksy drops the bomb. Alexi, he's going to have him running at him, right? Or no, he starts to walk now.
Sat behind the TV for a moment and then goes. Just in case. He wasn't wrong about Alexi, but he just didn't catch the info.
And the risk comes at the right time.
Look at this deep control, though. We've got Bit on an op versus Monacy.
Bit on an op, Rain on an op, Hunter on an op. What is going on here?
Who knows? We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. And we've got Hunter up through mid-window. We've got a missed shot on the left side of Ticket. JL up on the garbage, holding on, and he gets the duel his way.
Alexi within seconds.
Oh my god, he's gonna have the flank, and Hooksy still has the bomb.
Oh!
Critical kill from Hooksy. Monacy alleviates pressure, and G2 keep on fighting.
How the hell did they figure that out? Hooksy watching flank before the bomb's even planted. He was right about his suspicions when he went over to B in the first place, and then
again,
clued into the timing. That was not an easy timing to figure out. Credit to Hooksy with all the chaos going on, and the flank as well from CT Spawn. Flanks on flanks here from the T side.
Wow.
And, I mean, that looked like a crazy way to start that round out. Nico getting damage in, then running through the connector smoke by himself, only to ultimately get one kill at least, and he has been having that kind of game. But
man, this G2 side, T side has been tested. It was pistol, a 3-0 conversion, only 2 rounds won since then. And each of those rounds responded immediately by Navi, but this time they don't have the tools for the job.
Now these ecos have often ended A, actually.
Bro, we go 30 rounds again.
Don't speak too soon, but, you know, cat split, that's organized correctly, should be no problem, even with all the players pistoling in these positions, considering utility. We're looking at 4 Molotovs, but I'll also say crazier things have happened.
No way, the setup's here.
If they play this correctly, they just got to be ready to run from anyone who's tucked in.
Nico's taking a look at that A site.
But he's not actually going into A.
Oh, just don't move, Navi. You bought into this idea. You created the setup. Oh my. Hooksy's in the open. Simple peeks wider, missed chance. He stops one out on Apps. The second still coming. A little bit of damage over towards Monacy. They're hanging on to their positions. We're down to 20 seconds. Now G2 start to peel them apart, and down they go. We've still got Emet in sight, but every corner cleared with that many bodies. And so we do indeed go 30.
Okay, we go 30. 30 on the last one is where it ended, where Navi won. The buy's going to be in position. G2, they need this just to take it to map 3, just to go to OT. Both teams after this will know they could have ended in 2. And that's not actually a fun thing for the team who loses, to know that you were that close. The expectations for G2 coming out of the break were to start off probably better, right, than the teams that made the most ambitious changes.
No doubt.
Navi literally switching to English.
Yep.
On top of the other risks that they took.
And I mean, look at the other teams that are in that pool with G2. Heroic, FaZe, no problems. Locking in the Royal Arena as fast as possible. It's G2 who are the outlier. And it's G2 who face elimination now. Blade saved his last time out for the 30th round of regulation.
Nico averaged 31 kills over the entire series yesterday versus EG on 30. Right here on this map on Mirage.
He's got Hunter with him.
Groundhog Day. Ops up for Simple. Ops up for Monacy. Everyone's fully stocked. Alexi only on the MP9, the one real concession. Oh! Emma drops underpass. Monacy goes down.
What do they play?
Do they know?
The B hit. JL sat on the other side, eats the flash. They're down fast. Oh, but he drops bomb. And then Alexi, he's just sitting back sight as JL tears them to shreds. They thought going the distance meant they had a chance. But now it falls on Hunter. He's surrounded and fighting. And 2 clean headshots give you this false sense of hope that he can somehow fight his way out from Van. But they sit all around him, and now they sit in victory lane, 16-14 twice. The greatest demanded greatness from this new Navi lineup, and Simple gets what he wants.
It was looking too austere, too severe from his presence, too much frustration to start things out, and here they are qualifying to the fall final, switching to English. Again, the most ambitious transfers to come out of it, and success at the beginning of the season.
There is still work to be done. There is still cracks in the armor, but there is undeniably a Navi at fall finals.
Man, what a day here for Navi. The jubilation, and to finish the first map in such an exciting way as well. And the emotions were high. The first map was so amazing, honestly, to watch. I think for G2 on the second map, it was more disappointing than anything else. They won't be able to appreciate it as much as the fans can, of course, because we saw some great CS today. But there were stakes in this matchup, and the victor is Navi.
A huge fight and a huge win coming out for you guys here. Simple, I just saw how much it meant to you guys there, and there was certain moments where it got so close, but you guys held it together. How proud are you of this new team?
Oh, I'm so proud of each of our players, because we actually practiced 24/7. We had no day off because we knew that everything changed, 3 new players, and it's nice that we got so nice. I would say even good results for our new team, because we managed to play close against Heroic. We got a lot of experience, and now we beat G2. Now people see that Navi can be in top 10 teams at the beginning of new roster.
Yeah, you certainly showed it. The improvements we saw when going into the Heroic game, what we've seen here just now. The one thing I want to ask as well, there's a lot of, we see you on the cameras and you're giving a lot of input. There was one point as well, it looked like after the win you were giving extra motivation to the team. What are you saying at these points? What input are you having?
Sometimes I'm saying don't do stupid mistakes, because usually when we don't do it, we just smash opponents, especially on T side.
Yeah.
And that happened today as well when we were leading 5-0, and it was some shaky situations. But yeah, I'm just telling that let's keep it up. I don't know, like the whole team, you should ask my teammates, the whole team is cheering everyone up, so yeah.
Okay, so you feel like there's a very positive team environment despite what people want to be saying out there?
Yeah. If I'm not gonna be toxic, it's gonna be awesome, yeah.
And right now, you've made it to the full final early on. There were some great calls coming out from Alexi, but we saw your individual level step up as well as Bit within this game in particular. Was this just extra motivation? Is this more comfort?
I think it's more extra motivation in terms of we need to start everything from the new step, you know. So in the first step, to find our game, to build this system with new players, to fully change international, and to get better communication. So I think we are doing a really good job.
And my final question to you is, when you've got a new leader like Alexi here and the views he has together with Blade and the system they're putting together, how much do you believe personally in this?
In who? In Alexi?
Yeah.
Or
just in the system they're creating?
Yeah, I believe a lot. I mean, he's so calm and smart guy. He's outplaying opponents really nice. It's something new for me. Even before game, Alexi, okay, now I'm talking and just explain everything what we need to do, some anti-strats. Yeah. So it's, of course, he asked me if I want to do this or this, and the same way I ask him the same questions.
Well, it sounds very good, and congratulations on getting to the full final, mate.
Thank you.
The full 30 rounds delivered once again, and this one signed and sealed by Navi. The new look roster making it to the full finals. And before we even dive into the game, I just want to touch upon the good vibes that Simple was delivering during that interview. He was saying he has belief in the system, and it paid off.
Winning solves all problems, you know. That's just the name of the game. When you win, you're happy, and Simple was very happy this time around. We have seen, you know, certain clips, certain moments where Simple haven't been too happy throughout the tournament, but yes, the good vibes are flowing out of Navi, the good vibes are coming out of Simple, and they deserve it because they played a good game today.
Yeah, you love to see these vibes. Also, people catching stray bullets out there. Simple saying, you know, Alex is very smart, it's kind of new for me. I'm like, what? What the hell is that statement?
Only people have never tried that before.
We're just gonna leave it out there, we're gonna leave it hang. Listen, I also think that we should be appreciative of the individual level we saw in that game.
Oh, yeah.
Like, besides the strategies, beside the tactics and the clutches, just the level that Bit and Simple reached out. Nico and Hunter were ready to answer on the other side, and I think James was on the money. It's been a while. It had been a while since we saw both Simple and Bit in the zone, in that flow state where you feel like no matter who walks into the crosshair is immediately dead. Like 80% headshot for Bit, Simple with these crazy flicks, one scope into middle, fast flicking. ooh, this was the scenes that we like to see.
I'd be happy to say Bit is my MVP of that particular series just because of his impact. Connor touched upon it perfectly. The CT sides of both maps, so much impact from Bit.
Yeah, not only the CT sides, because I agree with you, you're fantastic on the CT side, but even the T sides and in some of those clutches as well. On Mirage, when he killed, was it Monacy on bench with a one-tap? Had he not done that, it would have been a different game. It probably would have been a third map right now. So there was so much impact coming out of Bit, and it's good to see because he's been struggling for the vast majority of the past 6 months. We've been questioning Bit. Where is that level we saw when you came out? Where is that level we saw when you were a rookie? It hasn't been as great, but the way Bit has played the last couple of games, great.
We were actually joking in the green room that he was back in Stockholm right there, because this was kind of the form. Like, for a few rounds, he was put in positions, and I hope we get to see some of these CT actions that he had. In some of these highlights, he was put in positions where he was fighting all odds. He had basically 3 zones to handle at the very same time. He's playing from central position on the A side. He's got connector to worry about. He's got apps to worry about, ramp to worry about. And you can see it here. The way he decomposes the angles and knows where to peek, use that crazy skill, but also just being very sure of when to take a duel and when not. He was very much in the right. And the reason we are focusing so heavily on Bit is that he was our biggest worry at the beginning of the event.
Yeah.
The first series we saw from him looked a little bit lost, looked confused, not finding his moments. This is a night and day transformation throughout Copenhagen for Bit.
And we had a good reason to be worried for him, not least because of the new system that he was coming into. We know that he, you know, out of all the players on the side of Na'Vi, probably has the most issues coming into this new English communication. Seems like it's only getting better for him going forward.
I mean, with an aim like that, you can bail yourself out of pretty much any situation. So even though he may feel uncomfortable in certain scenarios, even though that there may be communication issues or he's not as good as relaying the information to his teammates, his aim can bail him out. And that's why we want to see Bit in a great shape, because I think that is needed here in the beginning. You need strong individuals who can cover for the fact and mask for the fact that sure, there's not going to be the same synergy within Navi that's in Heroic or G2 for that matter. And they did that today.
Should we just run the simple highlights as well? Might as well, because just another day, another
I want to see
slate.
those op kills again in
Yeah,
talking about.
listen, we're going to get to see these op kills for sure. He got into that mode on the CT side where he was one step ahead of the game. I swear to God, any position he was holding at the end of that CT half was the right position. I feel like he had this moment where his aim, which by the way, completely ridiculous in that game, and his reads were just colliding together, coming into a position where once again, he's aiming at ARAM where they're trying to do contact plays. He's outside middle when they don't have enough utility to play it. Here, he's punishing the timing from Hunter, destroying Nicola. Do I need to say more? Do I need to say more? Look, that's what I'm talking about. Read the game and the reaction mechanically coming together. A phenomenal performance from Simple.
The score doesn't do him justice.
No, I agree with you.
The impact he had, you know, the kills, the quality of the kills, it doesn't do him justice. He was playing a fantastic game of Counter-Strike.
Sadly for G2, that does mean they'll be going to the showdown, and such a narrow loss in this one as well. I feel like, I mean, Launder said it during the game, kind of Groundhog Day for Nico, again, posting up loads of kills, but no map victories.
The man has averaged 30 kills over the last 5 maps he's played.
Ooh.
That is ridiculous to even think about. He's tried his absolute best, but I don't even feel sorry for G2, to be completely honest. I feel this is one of the most deserved trips down to the showdown that I've ever seen. It's a team that right now are supposed to come out of this break being one step ahead of everyone else. They haven't made roster changes. They haven't done anything in order to, I guess, get disjointed from each other or lose some of the synergy, lose some of the team play. The map pool should be miles ahead of a team like Na'Vi, yet they come into this tournament and they find themselves in the showdown because they couldn't deliver as a team. To me, that's disappointing.
Yeah, certainly not the result that G2 would have been hoping for coming into this new season. So let's get some excellent words from Nico.
Nico, I know this is not the result you guys would have wanted, especially what we've been speaking about all week long, but I'm going to say, especially here on the second map, right, you were gaining control on the second half. We get to like this 12-12 situation, and it's getting crazy in some of these rounds. How much at that point is it coming down to just like some second guessing and different decision making when you're going into these matches? Because it seems so close between you guys that either one could win.
I mean, I wouldn't really agree that we had control on 12-12. We had a good start. We had a control early half, but then they just, I think we won like 1 round after getting the 12th round. So they're just better. We just played really bad the whole tournament, and they deserved to win. We just couldn't, I don't know, we just didn't step up when it mattered in the crucial rounds. It was chaotic on TeamSpeak. Decisions were just made poorly as well, and that cost us the game.
And what is it like for you at this point where, okay, this time it wasn't just you dominating in order to try and get it right, the team was there. So these little aspects that are missing, what do you put it down to?
I don't really know. Like, I mean, Mirage we started like slow, and they had a 5-0 early lead, so we climbed back, but it was just, it's not the best half that you have. I mean, there's just no excuse. I don't know what to say. Just embarrassing result this event, losing to both Liquid and, to FaZe, Liquid and NAVI, but mostly to Liquid and NAVI is just, I think, very embarrassing, especially in a way where like we are kind of more experienced together, that we should be closing out these games, but we don't. So there's just no excuses. We just played really bad, and we need to just recollect our thoughts and fight for IM Cologne.
And we spoke about Cologne before in one of the other interviews, and you were saying, right, this is where you're going to get your confidence as a team and see where you're at. Obviously, you now know a bit more of what work needs to be done, but there's not much time. So are you nervous? Are you feeling more concerned now?
I mean, we definitely don't go in as confident as we would have hoped for. But, I mean, new event, new energy is going to be there. Everything's going to be new once we actually sit down and play. But if we are ready, probably not. But if we click together, we still can have a deep run. I believe we just never managed to click this event, and that's the biggest reason why we lost. But as I said, it does not look good, but we still can do better than what we have done here, even without practice. So we just somehow need to recollect our thoughts and try to click as a team again. And yeah.
Yeah, you can just see it in Nico's energy. Not the start they would have wanted to the season. Now they go down to the showdown, which is single elimination matchu with some other names who unfortunately fell here in the groups.
Yeah, definitely. Listen, we've sent Vitality to the fall finals today, and just as an example, they didn't make it through the last showdown. So I guess you don't need anything else to know. This is a very cutthroat place. I think that's our favorite buzzword. I think I'm going to do a cutthroat record at the time. I'm trying to keep a timer of how many times we say exactly.
Nothing cutthroat about the teams that made it to the full final, though. We get some hella big names. I feel like the biggest surprise of that was, of course, NIP topping their group, but Vitality and Na'Vi earning their spot today.
It's a spicy list. There's only good teams on that list right there. Unfortunately, G2 broke the Danish streak, I'd say. You know, no Danish player within Na'Vi, so that's a little bit disappointing for my money. But apart from that, only quality teams going into the Royal League.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jacob, the disappointment continues because I believe it is time for our unicorn predictions. And you narrowly lost out to Mr. Henry Greer.
He sniped
the
me.
Newcomer.
I don't accept the loss. He sniped me. Yesterday,
I mean, don't go too deep because I will go on the record and say it's not true.
That crown fits Henry very well.
He's a winner. It's the first time he's at Blast. We got to welcome him in with open arms. So congratulations, Henry.
And he's got a bigger brain than you already, unfortunately.
Where were you at? Huh?
They've taken off the graphic. Doesn't matter now. Let's move on to our CS Money Play of the Day. Because this is the last chance for you guys to get involved over on the Blast Premier Instagram. Of course, no broadcast tomorrow, but make sure you're following to see who is the winner of this one, the final day of play. What are our options, though, gentlemen?
What do you mean no broadcast tomorrow? Well, we start with m0NESY and this ridiculous scout shot, which I believe is the whole idea. This beautiful play of the day, singular, beautiful shot from m0NESY.
If I didn't know better, I'd call Teach. I'm not gonna lie. That's a ridiculous place. Mr. Bit, MVP of the matchup according to Freya. I tend to agree with that. He had so much impact. This Tech 9 round is just dirty. His headshot percentage with every single weapon in this game is up there at the very best, and Bit is just turning around left, right, and center, finding kills at a very important moment in the game.
I don't know what y'all smoking. My MVP was simple in this series, and he comes in here as a third possibility for the CS Money Play of the day, and that's the AWP double flick. Actually ridiculous. Listen, I'm 33. I know I'm getting old. I didn't see either of these kills.
Reactions, lightning fast, and it's just what we come to expect.
The hell is
Simple,
that?
Right? Only he could pull off that magic.
He's back, guys. He's back. Imagine Simple coming into Cologne with that mood, with the good vibes. He's happy. Navi's looking good. I'm excited.
I think James Banks will be pretty happy about that, but we're also happy because it's time to crown the champion of our Mersk MVP. So, Mr. Banks, who is it?
Yeah, who is it?
That's right, Freya. We're going to look at who won the Mersk MVP of the tournament. Now, the competition was tough, and all you guys at home had a chance to say who would win the beautiful trophy. You were voting, and you were having your way with it all, and it was the Canadian god. It was Twist himself, the best North American to ever do it, the only one to come over to Europe and dominate thus far, though that could change. This man deserves the title in his hands, but maybe I just walk away with it. It's pretty nice. You know, he's not here right now. I guess I could take it to him at another event, or he could pick it up later on. but it does look tasty for myself. He'll be very happy with another MVP title, though, and there could be many more that he can get across his career because he's still a young gun. He dominated from start to finish. He deserves our MESC MVP. Twist, congratulations to you.
Big GGs to Twist. In the words of Jacob Pimp Vinegar, looking good in and outside.
Yeah, he looks in and outside of the game for you. I think he's in a good shape right now.
Yeah.
He looks good. He looks good inside the game and outside.
No, we're doing good. We're doing really good. No, this is
Day
fine.
11.
I like it. I think we're really on track right now. This is going
I'm glad
beautifully.
to see Twist back, though. Despite
Me
my
too.
stumbles, it's great to see him coming into a new season, looking refreshed, rejuvenated, full of life once again.
Yeah, hopefully carries that over to FaZe, right? I think it's going to be great to see. And also, I think James should have done an acceptance speech for Twist. I'm a little bit sad.
Yeah,
Thought he would
I
have done
think
that.
he'll probably take the trophy and give it to him at the next
Try to
event.
set it
Are
on
we done now?
dark web.
Is that it?
Is
We
that
are
it?
done. 11 days,
Damn.
gentlemen. We've got
Jesus.
6 teams making it to the full finals, 6 at the showdown. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me. Thank you guys at home, and thank you always once again to the wonderful production. We'll see you at the showdown in October.